Because she tried to interfere in the romance of the two main characters, she was punished by the male lead. Her family went bankrupt. This time, after transmigrating into the novel, she did not want such a miserable ending. So she swore to herself that she would not get between them this time. Yet life was cruel. Even though she tried to avoid it, she still ended up liking the male lead. It began on a dark night, and the protagonist still retained memories from her previous life. In her previous life, she had been a preschool teacher, an orphan trapped in poverty, who eventually died from overwork. Was this God's apology to her? Her family in this life was wonderful. Her father was a wealthy count, and her mother was a beauty. It was truly a picture-perfect family. Looking at the portrait hanging on the wall, she reflected on the one problem. The world she lived in was inside a novel. She had thought she was the heroine, but apparently not. She was merely a character who existed in the story. Like a lonely flower fallen from its branch, she was only the villainess, Evelyn Monstera. A maid named Diane came in and reminded her, "Young lady, staring at the portrait like that is dangerous." "I know," she replied cheerfully, skipping away. Diane could not help asking, "Where are you going, my lady?" Evelyn said she was going to see her mother, yet she was still wondering whether she was really qualified to be a villainess. She remembered that, in the novel, she had been the male lead's childhood friend and saw him dating the heroine. Having fallen in love with him at first sight, she became jealous and tormented the heroine. But once they grew up, she was punished by the male lead. From the very beginning of the novel, she had been such a minor and insignificant villainess. Although she had found that scene deeply satisfying, she now cried out in terror, because nothing was more frightening than becoming Evelyn. The male lead eventually seized all of her family's assets. As a result, her family fell into poverty and even had to sell their title. In short, the Grand Castle and everything she was enjoying now would have to be abandoned. Her life was far too cruel. The more she thought about it, the more she clutched her head in distress. No, absolutely not. She could not lose this wonderful life. She silently resolved not to let that happen. That was only in the novel. As long as she did not live that way, it would be fine. As long as she did not fall for the male lead at first sight or threaten the heroine, she just had to bring the two of them together. Recently, she had also been taking inheritance classes to prepare to manage her father's estate. She would simply enjoy this aristocratic life. Before long, she reached her mother and hurriedly threw herself into her arms. Her mother teased, "It seems our Evelyn is becoming sillier and sillier." Stroking her head, she announced that they would have a guest next week. Evelyn curiously asked, "Who is it, mother?" Smiling as she stroked Evelyn's hair, her mother explained, "He is the son of a dear friend from before I married. He is not in very good health, so he will be staying with us for a while." Evelyn anxiously pressed, "What is his name?" "The person staying with us. What is his name?" Her mother satisfied her curiosity. "You mean the guest?" "Castigianogio, the Duke's son." Her mother's words struck her like lightning. Though she had held out the faintest hope, there truly was no exception. It was Castigianogio, after all. The male lead of the novel was coming to their home. The scene shifted to children laughing and chasing one another in the yard. Evelyn sat there listlessly with her chin propped on her hand. She knew the future had already been laid out, so it should not have been difficult. But why did she still feel so uneasy? A servant asked, "Young lady, aren't you playing hide-and-seek anymore?" Evelyn said she preferred watching. She knew this body was that of a child, so she needed to play regularly. But whenever she felt embarrassed, she also needed time to sit down and compose herself. No matter how much she remembered from her past life, if she did not stay alert, she would easily start acting like a child. As her thoughts went in circles, a blonde girl suddenly ran over, called her name loudly, and hugged her. A boy complained to the blonde girl. Coming to the bench during hide-and-seek is against the rules. But the blonde girl only focused on Evelyn. "Just let it go this once. I'm so tired." She sat down, panting. "I think I ran too much." Evelyn kindly offered her handkerchief. "Use this to wipe your face." That alone moved the blonde girl. Evelyn really is such a kind person. This adorable girl was Elisa Fong, the heroine of the novel titled First Love. Since Elisa's family lived near Evelyn's, and Elisa's parents worked for Evelyn's father, the two families had been close for a long time. However, in the novel, Evelyn disliked how Elisa outshone her. She kept Elisa by her side and made her work like a maid. But Evelyn no longer thought that way. How could she possibly be jealous of such a sweet and lovely girl? It was time to go home. Reluctantly, Elisa asked, "Can I come play at your house tomorrow? I will bake the cookies you said were delicious last time and bring them over." But Evelyn told her that they would be receiving a guest tomorrow, so it probably would not work. Seeing Elisa's puzzled yet curious expression, Evelyn added, "I heard he is someone important from the capital, and he is our age. He may be staying at my house for a while. Once he settles in, I will introduce you to him." Suddenly, Elisa puffed out her cheeks, looking a little jealous. He must be happy to get to live with Evelyn. Evelyn secretly smiled. So Elisa was jealous? That made sense. Children their age could be very possessive of friends. Evelyn gently took Elisa's hand and comforted her. "Even if someone else comes, my best friend will still be Elisa." Unable to hold herself back, Elisa threw her arms around her. "I like Evelyn the most too." Meanwhile, Evelyn was calculating to herself. Being close to the male lead would not benefit her at all. He would only make the two girls misunderstand each other. Now that she had become much closer to Elisa, all she had to do was pair her with the male lead, and everything would be perfect. The next day, a white-haired boy arrived carrying his luggage. Thinking, "So this is Montiest?" Evelyn's entire family came out to welcome the male lead. Only Evelyn looked gloomy, having wished this moment would never come. But what was destined to happen would happen. Noticing her daughter's poor mood, her mother asked, "Is something wrong, Evelyn?" Evelyn startled, afraid of giving herself away, and said she was merely a little nervous. Her mother smiled, assuming she was excited to make more new friends. Evelyn had no choice but to play along, raising her hand and cheering, "Yes." But inwardly, she was not happy in the slightest. The carriage approached, and its door slowly opened. Evelyn froze, clutching her heart at the male lead's beauty. The young man was breathtaking, with sparkling blue eyes, a pale face, and soft, plump lips. The dazzling male lead bowed to the Countess. Evelyn finally understood why the original Evelyn had fallen for him so completely. Thinking back, perhaps Castet had suffered too much during first love, which made him sensitive and poor at understanding others. He often made Elisa cry. After becoming an adult, he turned into a monster who made her cry in a different sense. Facing Castet, Evelyn fidgeted and tried to calm herself. She could not let his appearance sway her. But why was a 12-year-old so tall? Then she immediately noticed that something was wrong with his expression. Castet promptly asked, "Is this your daughter?" Evelyn's mother warmly introduced her. "Yes, this is my daughter, Evelyn." "Evelyn, you should greet him." Though embarrassed and unwilling, Evelyn held out her hand and introduced herself. Castet was fairly friendly, shaking her hand with a warm smile. Seeing this, Evelyn's mother felt a little emotional. The little children have grown so much already. She soon arranged for the boy to rest, since he must have been tired from the journey. Castet was assigned a guest room far from Evelyn's. This was thanks to Evelyn's thorough preparations to ensure she and Castet would not have any contact. Yet she was hiding behind a wall, thinking she could observe Castet's movements from there. To defeat an enemy, one first had to understand him. As she watched intently, a servant startled her. He quickly apologized and asked whether he could help her. Trying to cover for herself, she hurriedly said she was playing hide-and-seek alone, but cheerfully offered to play with her. Refusing would seem suspicious, so she reluctantly agreed. "Close your eyes, face the wall, and count." Though it was only an excuse, the game had begun. She had to play it properly, so she ran straight to the library. Confident but would not look there, she decided to hide inside. When she heard Puss say, "I'm coming to find you," she darted into a corner. Then she suddenly noticed a sound. Peeking out curiously, she saw Castet searching for books there. What rotten luck! She panicked. Since he was there, she had no choice but to hide. Just as she was about to slip away, Castet spotted her and asked, "What are you doing there? Why are you hiding like that?" Before she could brush it off by saying it was nothing, Poe's voice rang out. "Young lady, where are you? You hid so well that I cannot find you at all." Before she could think, Castet pulled her elsewhere. The two of them whispered together, and Castet reminded her, "Be quiet, or Po will find us." Poe's voice came closer and closer, making Evelyn so nervous that she did not even dare breathe loudly. After a while, unable to find them, Po seemed to give up and leave. Only then could she sigh in relief. She had been so startled that her heart was racing wildly. But when she touched her chest, she found it strange. Her heart felt normal. Then where was that sound coming from? Looking at the two of them pressed together, she finally realized that she had been hugging Castet all this time. Castet, looking somewhat uncomfortable, asked, "Can you let go now?" Evelyn stared blankly before hurriedly pushing him away. With both hands over her cheeks, she could not understand anything anymore. That face, that voice, was he trying to kill her? She had been afraid of falling for Castet as she had in the novel, so she had trained herself since childhood by looking at handsome portraits to resist him. Yet apparently, being attracted to handsome faces was something she could never escape. While she reassured herself that it was only because hide-and-seek had made her nervous, she noticed that Castet was in pain and quickly turned back to apologize. But Castet looked genuinely irritated over such a minor mistake, which was annoying. Rising to his feet, he said, "That is why I hate children." With a stern expression, he added, "Young Lady Evelyn, the library is for reading books, not for playing hide-and-seek." He was completely stiff and formal, and she was being scolded as though drenched in cold water. Just as she was about to retort, he suddenly appeared. "Found you." The moment someone arrived, Castet's attitude changed as quickly as turning a page. He broke into a bright smile and gently fussed over her. "Your clothes are all dirty. You need to be more careful. Take my hand. I will help you up." Before she could understand what had possessed him, he used dust as an excuse to pinch her cheek. She quickly said goodbye and left. The string of events unfolding before her made her head spin, and her mood sank. Were there really people like this in the world? The next day, Evelyn was still thinking about what had happened. Castet seemed to dislike her, but she had no idea why. Was it because she was meant to be the villainess, or did he simply dislike her on instinct? Remembering his gaze when they first met, along with his scolding in the library, it seemed Castet secretly looked down on her. Elisa's voice seemed to pull her soul back. "Evelyn, are you listening?" Evelyn finally came to her senses. Elisa worriedly asked, "What is wrong? You have not been paying attention at all. Did something happen?" Evelyn hurriedly apologized, saying she had been thinking about something else. But Elisa wanted to know more, so Evelyn hesitantly asked, "Elisa, have you ever been disliked for no reason?" Elisa suddenly became serious. "Who is bothering you? Is it that boy from the capital?" Bombarded with questions, Evelyn panicked. "It is not like that. It is nothing important, so do not worry about it." Then she quickly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. Let's eat cake. It looks delicious." Internally, she sighed in relief. She had nearly made a mistake, nearly ruined the relationship between the male lead and heroine. She needed to be more careful from now on, in keeping with the original Evelyn's character. Yet she still kept wondering what Castet thought of her. From then on, her investigation into Castet continued. Castet mainly appeared in the garden and the library. He seemed to spend nearly all his time at the estate, doing nothing besides reading or walking in the garden. Since coming to Monteist, why had he not gone outside? Why was he acting like an old man? If she remembered correctly, it had been the same in the original story. Suddenly, her head throbbed. It happened whenever she tried to recall memories of her previous life. To be honest, she now barely remembered the novel's contents. Her memories from her past life had returned when she was young, but she could not write them down. She went outside, thinking that if she found some clue, she might remember something. Before long, she reached her mother and hurried over. The table was covered with delicious food, leaving her amazed. Her mother urged her to sit down, and Evelyn happily enjoyed a rich chocolate cake. Then her mother suddenly asked, "Have you become closer to Castet?" She also revealed that he was suffering from an illness of the mind. Evelyn misunderstood it as physical pain. "Does his body hurt, mother?" She explained, "If his body hurts, then his heart must hurt too." Her mother said that was true. If the body was in pain for a long time, the heart would wither as well. Mana insensitivity syndrome, the illness Castet suffered from, caused his body to absorb mana from the air indiscriminately. It was a condition in which the body could not sense mana. Mana insensitivity syndrome was like a double-edged sword. If he worked hard enough, he could wield limitless mana. But if he failed, he would die in unbearable agony. Of course, Castet was the male lead, so there was no way he would die. Still, an illness was an illness, and Evelyn began to think about it. Her mother whispered, "So if a sweet little girl like Evelyn approached Castet first, I am sure he would like that. Would he not?" What was with this atmosphere? Evelyn truly wanted to avoid the subject and pretended she had something to do. Before she could say anything, her mother asked whether she wanted more cake. Then, smiling, she suggested that Evelyn take it to Castet's room and eat with him. Just hearing his name startled Evelyn. Did she really have to face him again? Her mother merely covered her mouth and laughed. "The remaining cake belongs to Castet. If you want more, you should share it with him." Once everything was ready, a maid took Evelyn by the hand. Her mother sat there waving goodbye. Though she did not want to, Evelyn had no choice but to force a friendly smile and wave back. Castet was sitting on his bed, reading a book. Looking puzzled, he asked what brought her there. The maid added, "Evelyn wants to eat cake with you, young master." Wearing that same friendly smile, Castet agreed without hesitation. "Let us eat together." The maid tactfully placed the cake on the table and, before leaving, wished them a pleasant time together. Evelyn's spirits completely collapsed. Her face went pale as, inwardly, she desperately tried to hold the maid back. "Do not go." The two sat at the table in an extremely awkward atmosphere. Evelyn reluctantly began, "Let us eat the cake together." But Castet put on an annoyed expression. "You eat it." Though his attitude irritated her, she smiled pleasantly on the outside. She was more than happy to eat it all herself anyway. Thinking about it, that brat only pretended to be friendly and mature in front of adults. Earlier, he had treated her gently because the maid had been there. Evelyn told herself there was no reason to care about him. Then Castet suddenly asked, "Would you not normally ask twice?" Without changing her expression, she replied, "Asking once is enough. Do I need to ask 2 or 3 times like a baby?" Her answer seemed to make him rather uncomfortable, and Evelyn was startled because she had revealed too much. Well, she decided to pretend a little longer. She held the piece of cake out to him again and asked, "Would you like some?" Castet looked slightly surprised, but he immediately turned his face away. "I told you not to make me say it 2 or 3 times. Refusing to give up, she continued, urging him, "It's delicious. Try it." This time, he finally relented and took a bite, though he still did not show any reaction. She beamed, thinking to herself, "It tastes good, yet he is still pretending." Pointing to the glass of milk, she said, "You should drink some if you choke." He quickly picked up the glass and gulped down the milk. "I know how to drink on my own. Stop treating me like a child." She was about to say something else when Castet suddenly cried out because it was too hot and he had burned his tongue. Even Evelyn could not help covering her mouth and giggling. She still showed him some concern and reminded him, "You should be more careful." Castet suppressed his embarrassment and grumbled, "You are so noisy." That evening, her father was on his way home in a carriage. He was eager to see his daughter and give her a surprise gift. Evelyn's father had returned from his business trip. The moment he entered the house, he cheerfully called out, "Daddy's home." Evelyn ran over and threw her arms around him. "Did your business trip go well, father?" He lifted her up and asked whether she had missed him while he was away. Her cheek bumped against his sharp chin and hurt, but she still happily replied, "I missed you, father." Of course I did. Naturally, he had missed her a great deal as well. The family held another celebratory meal. Her father also asked Castet whether he had adjusted a life here yet. Castet obediently answered, "Thanks to both of you taking such good care of me, I have been living very well." Evelyn's mother happily said, "That is a relief. Tonight's dinner was specially prepared for you." Castet suddenly looked rather dazed at the sight of Evelyn's mother caring for him so affectionately. After thinking it over, her father said, "Since Castet has come here, we should hold a welcoming party. After all, he has been here for quite some time, and we have not held one yet. It would be good to introduce him to the neighbors." Her mother agreed without hesitation. Castet would also be able to become close with children his own age. Castet seemed tense, as if he wanted to say something. Evelyn's mother asked him, "Do you have any objections?" Castet hesitated and could not get the words out. Then he clenched his fists. "It is nothing." Maintaining his usual smile, he said, "I only wanted to thank everyone for giving me such a warm welcome." However, Evelyn noticed something unusual. After the party was mentioned, he had left all the food on his plate untouched. Could it be that Castet did not like parties? The day of the welcoming party arrived. Evelyn dressed up carefully and looked splendid. She did not forget to thank the maid. At the party, Evelyn noticed that most of the nobles living in the area had come. She also spotted Castet standing with her father. Seeing how tense he looked, she assumed he was uncomfortable being surrounded by adults. Suddenly wanting to help him, she ran over and took Castet's hand. He flinched in surprise. She politely greeted the adults and said that she wanted to take Castet to meet her friends. Of course, her father did not object. He even bent down and patted Castet on the head. It must have been tiring being stuck among the adults. "Go have fun with children your own age now." Castet happily turned to Evelyn and said, "Let's go." On the way, he asked, "Don't children usually gather in another room during parties instead of in the ballroom?" "Most of them are probably there now." Suddenly, he shook her hand off and put on a flushed expression. What is with your habit of suddenly grabbing other people's hands? You did it last time too. You suddenly grabbed my hand, and then you even hugged me. Aren't you embarrassed? Evelyn was surprised by Castet's reaction, but then she thought about it and realized that whenever she touched him, he reacted this way. Could he be afraid of physical intimacy? Flustered, she could only apologize. It is just a habit of mine to hold hands. I did not mean to do it. It was only accidental. Can you forgive me? He immediately looked away. If you apologize so meekly, what am I supposed to do? She felt irritated because he would not cooperate, but she was curious. Why did his ears turn red whenever he panicked? Having been caught making his crush uncomfortable, he covered his ears with his hands. They're not red. Not paying much attention to it, she tugged at his sleeve. All right, I understand. Everyone is waiting. Let's hurry. This time, she tactfully only held the hem of his sleeve. Castet grudgingly let it go. Fine, let's go. At last, the two of them arrived. Evelyn greeted everyone. A friendly boy in red draped an arm over Castet's shoulder. I thought we would have to wait much longer. Evelyn noticed the stunned look on Castet's face. He could not escape physical intimacy anywhere, could he? Because the children living in Monteist were all neighbors from across the bridge, unlike the descendants of nobles in the capital, few of them discriminated based on status. Of course, not everyone was like that. Seeing a red-haired girl named Luna Vanessa hiding her face behind a fan, Evelyn wondered why she had come. She was the Marquis's daughter. In the original story, Luna had been Evelyn's best friend. But now, Evelyn was keeping her distance from Luna and her group. Their personalities were terrible, and if she got dragged into their circle, she did not know what would happen with Elisa. Evelyn asked, Luna, what brings you here? Luna waved a hand. Nothing in particular. It has been a long time, so I came to see you. Do not think you can fool me, Evelyn. Everything you are thinking is written all over your face. Then Luna immediately went over to greet Castet warmly. I heard you came from the capital. I was in the capital not long ago, too. Castet, do you like marine cookies? I mean, the cookies made by the capital's most famous baker. Evelyn found it tiresome. Everything Luna said had to be about the capital. Castet smiled brightly and said that he liked them. Seizing the opportunity, Luna invited him to visit her house anytime. Castet agreed right away, which surprised Evelyn. Why was his attitude toward Luna so different? Whenever Evelyn tried talking to him, he acted so rudely. It was not merely that he was gentle in front of adults. Was he only mean to her? Luna continued chatting. That is right. I have seen you before. I mean, at the Crown Prince's birthday party last year. I saw you there. Castet's tone grew cold. I'm not sure. You do not remember? Luna refused to give up. I greeted you then. Do you not remember? But his expression only darkened further. I said I do not remember. Then he decisively turned and left, despite Luna's attempts to stop him. Luna looked embarrassed, while Evelyn was utterly stunned and could not understand what had happened. Luna bit her lip angrily, then abruptly turned away, saying she would step outside for some fresh air before returning. Evelyn quietly sighed. Judging from how Luna looked, she really must have been hurt. Elisa opened the front door and peeked inside. Is Evelyn here? The moment Evelyn saw Elisa, she froze for a few seconds. She remembered that this was the first fateful meeting between the original story's two main characters. Elisa only had eyes for Evelyn. She ran over, took Evelyn's hands, and asked, When did you get here? I went outside to welcome you. Evelyn spoke reproachfully, but affectionately. Oh dear, I told you to wait here, but you went out to greet me anyway. That is why we could not find each other this time either. Knowing she was in the wrong, Elisa only smiled sheepishly. I was worried you might get bored on your way here. Before she could finish, Evelyn cut her off. You always have some excuse. The girl could only smile awkwardly. It might have been their first meeting, but they were already glaring sparks at each other. Castet stood out wherever he went. And Elisa, whose very presence seemed to shine, was the same. Since she was the heroine, her presence felt different from everyone else's. In any case, Evelyn had to properly fulfill her role as their matchmaker. She turned and introduced them. Elisa, this is Castet, the person I told you about before. Castet greeted her pleasantly, but Elisa looked confused. So it was you. Elisa pointed at him and scolded him without restraint. Are you that awful Castet? Who do you think you are, daring to dislike our Evelyn? What is wrong with our Evelyn? Evelyn froze at the scene before her. Why was Elisa reacting like this? Then she suddenly remembered what she had told Elisa a few days ago. Could this be because of that? Elisa continued questioning him. Why are you not answering? With a baffled look, Castet glanced at Evelyn as if demanding an explanation. Who knew? Evelyn did not know how to answer either. Awkwardly, Evelyn whispered, Elisa, stop. I was just saying nonsense back then. But the girl stubbornly insisted, you are lying. I have never seen you look so dejected before. Evelyn felt utterly helpless. Inwardly, she screamed, why are the male and female leads talking like this at their first meeting? At this rate, Castet is going to kill me, is he not? Only then did Castet turn to Elisa and ask, Evelyn said that I hate her. Elisa firmly confirmed it. That is right. You dislike her for no reason, so she was very sad. Castet called Evelyn's name, then smiled pleasantly as he explained, I truly did not know you thought of me that way. What do you mean? I hate you. That is impossible. He was clearly smiling. So why did Evelyn feel a chill down her spine? An immeasurable, invisible pressure was aimed at her. Meanwhile, Elisa's eyes sparkled. So that is how it is, right? Elisa nodded. That makes sense. No one could possibly hate Evelyn. At that moment, only Evelyn understood the pain. She was silently crying because her plan to bring the male and female leads together seemed far more difficult than she had expected. Castet directly held out his hand. I'm sorry. Because of my illness, it seems I unintentionally caused you trouble. Still having to keep up the act, Evelyn reluctantly and awkwardly took his hand. It is fine. It is really fine. It was not over yet. He smiled kindly again. From now on, I will be more careful. Evelyn looked uncomfortable and did not know what to do. It seemed that the male lead now had a grudge against her. The next day, she sprawled on a chair in boredom, confiding in Little Bean. Little Bean was the black dragon egg her father had given her after returning from his business trip. Her father told her it was a black dragon egg. He did not know when it would hatch, but he said it would surely hatch if Evelyn cared for it. Because it looked like a black bean, she called it Little Bean. When Elisa heard that name, she had looked rather strange. Evelyn had noticed Elisa's reaction to the name Little Bean, but she could not think of anything better. She complained, Castet may have a handsome face, but he is truly a terrible person. Since the welcoming party, Castet had begun ordering her around as if it were only natural. Whenever they sat together, he would make her bring him water. When she questioned why she had to do it, he said, you can just order a servant to do it. Then he immediately put on a pitiful expression. As expected, Evelyn hates me. That left her so uncomfortable that she could not refuse him. If a sickly person like me stays in this house and lives off you, of course I would be hated. That malicious boy had completely overwhelmed her. In front of the adults, he acted as though he would always support her, making them think he was absolutely adorable. He pretended to take care of her so well that even if she exposed his fake behavior, no one would believe her. Little Bean, when you see him later, bite him in my place, all right? At the time, she had no idea what consequences those words would bring. Now, she held some flowers with a scowl on her face. The reason was none other than Castet. Lying in bed with a bored expression, he said, there's a lilac tree outside. Could you pick some for me? She felt as though he was ordering her around again. Why was she suddenly being made to pick flowers? He used the excuse that the flowers in the vase had all withered. Whenever I look at them, I think that I will die like that one day. He suddenly acted pitiful, making her feel as if he were thinking about the last leaf. If he were not sick, she would have kicked him. She told herself that Castet was the child who would fall in love with Elisa. He would eventually return to the capital anyway. No matter how long it felt, they would only see each other for about a year. She had no choice but to put up with him. After she had just arranged the flowers in the vase, Castet started again. Sorry, I think I made a mistake. I did not want lilacs, I wanted lavender. The two flowers are similar in color, so I mix them up, but it is all right. I cannot let you tire yourself out for someone like me. These flowers are enough. Thank you. Hearing that, she could no longer keep herself calm. If that was how he wanted it, she would get her revenge. She would not let him have his way. Smugly, she thought, you are still too inexperienced. You picked the wrong person to provoke. In her previous life, she had been a kindergarten teacher. Although a great deal of time had passed, dealing with children was as easy as turning over her hand. She was ready for battle. Inside his room, Castet once again used an excuse. There's a book I want to read. Could you get it for me? Then, as if he were annoyed, he would say, isn't it hot? I want a cold glass of fruit juice. Every time Castet had free time, he ordered her around. Evelyn was determined to get revenge on him. Today, he gently called Evelyn's name again. as if he were about to order her to do something. But instead of being annoyed as usual, she became interested. Smiling brightly, she asked, "What do you need?" This completely shocked him, and he could only stammer wordlessly. She gently patted Castit's head as if he were a child. "Do you have a fever?" His face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She wondered, could he have caught a cold because the window was open? Then she asked a servant, "Could you bring Castit a cup of warm milk?" He seemed to lose all interest and hurriedly brushed her hand away. "I am fine," but she acted concerned. "You do not like milk? Then I will prepare some black tea for you." Before he could refuse, she turned and told the maid to bring him black tea. Then she turned back and praised him. "You are so impressive. I cannot drink black tea because it is too bitter." As expected, Castit is already so grown up. A complicated emotion surrounded Castit, leaving him unable to speak. Apparently shocked by her series of actions, Evelyn continued her little performance and asked the maid, "Isn't that right?" The maid played along. "Yes, young master is truly amazing." The atmosphere made him extremely uncomfortable, while Evelyn was very pleased because she knew he hated black tea. "You think I will just sit here and take it? I have thoroughly researched your weaknesses." His black tea finally arrived, yet he calmly took a sip. Just one mouthful made him freeze like lightning had struck him. Evelyn and the maid asked, "Does it suit your taste, young master?" Still pretending to be innocent, he smiled and thanked the maid. Evelyn knew perfectly well that he was pretending to be fine, while inwardly he was drowning in tears. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at her. Evelyn deliberately gave him a teasing look, and his expression immediately fell. The maid became alarmed and asked, "Young master, are you all right?" That alone was enough to make Evelyn happy. One awkward situation. The next day, Evelyn cheerfully wondered, what should I tease him with today? Suddenly, she spotted him standing right in front of her. Delighted, she hurried over to greet him, only to receive a sigh. She still did not give up. "Do you need me to do anything for you today?" Her sudden eagerness made him suspicious. "What is wrong with you?" But she kept up a friendly smile. "What? I am just worried that you might be sick." "What is wrong?" However, he seemed thoroughly fed up. "Please stop, Evelyn." She was slightly startled. What was that reaction? Looking more closely, she saw that his complexion did not look very good today. Was he hurting somewhere again? Concerned, she reached out and asked, "Where does it hurt?" "Whose fault do you think this is?" he said reproachfully. Then he forcefully shook her hand away and sighed. "Enough. Stop worrying about me." Evelyn could not understand this feeling. Looking at her hand, it had only touched him briefly, but he was so hot. It seemed like he had a fever. Would he be all right? It was dangerous to leave him alone, so she hurried after him. Before she could call his name, she saw him collapse unconscious on the floor. Her face turned pale as she hurriedly cried out his name. He was quickly carried back to bed. Sitting beside him anxiously, she wondered what she should do with a sick child. Castit's doctor said that a large amount of mana had accumulated inside his body, causing him to lose consciousness. He suspected that if Castit had taken his medicine on time, it would not have built up to this extent. He said that Castit took his medicine faithfully every day, so if he had developed a habit of secretly discarding it, taking the medicine would no longer be effective. Evelyn guessed that he had deliberately avoided taking it. While working at the kindergarten, she had occasionally seen children like that. Afraid of being scolded, they pretended to take their medicine in front of the teacher, then secretly spat it out afterward. She immediately began searching and quickly found it inside a drawer. Perhaps he disliked it because it was bitter and had spat it out. She sat down in a chair, thinking, if she told the adults without any reason, he would probably get in trouble. She should wait until he woke up and ask him what had happened. Just then, Castit stirred, seemingly waking up. Still worried, she asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" But suddenly, half-conscious, he gripped her hand tightly, called out for his mother, and began to cry. Evelyn was flustered. "What's wrong with you?" Yet he kept murmuring dreamily, "I was wrong. I was wrong, Mother. Mother, don't leave." Even in his dreams, he cried out loud. Evelyn was shocked that he would cry while thinking of his mother. She realized his fever must be so high that he had mistaken her for his mother. Yet he continued calling for her in his dreams. Reluctantly, she stroked his head. "Yes, Mother is here. I won't leave you behind, so don't worry. Castit, sleep well and get better soon." Just like that, he seemed to stop crying and obediently drifted back to sleep. She finally realized that he must miss his mother terribly. Of course he did. He was still only a child. Living away from his parents must be difficult. But then she remembered that the Duke and Duchess Genogio had never appeared even once in the novel. By the time he later came to pick up Elisa, he had already become the Duke. Every time she tried to remember more, her head hurt terribly. She slumped over the table, thinking, this brat looked just like an angel when he slept. Thinking about it calmly, Castet was merely a child pretending to be an adult. It seemed she had been too petty with him lately. So, Castet, get well soon. From now on, she would not bully him anymore. Before she knew it, midnight had arrived. Castet woke with a start. Had it already become midnight? Since coming here, he could not remember the last time he had slept so deeply. The heavy feeling in his body was gone. Pa must have taken care of everything. If so, then his father must have heard about this too. Pa was the person his father had sent to keep watch over him. He should have been more careful. But as he turned around, he froze in surprise. He saw Evelyn asleep by his bed. Why was she here? He blankly called her name, but she was sound asleep. Watching her for a moment, he noticed that she slept with her mouth open. She really was a child. Still, why was that little brat sleeping here? Whenever he looked at her, he could tell she was a child who had grown up surrounded by love. He still could not forget her appearance when he first came here, hugging her mother as she greeted him. He had never once felt such warmth from his own mother. In the end, because he could not live up to her expectations, he had been abandoned here. If I died like this, I wonder whether my parents would cry or laugh. No, maybe they would not care at all. That was why he had stubbornly refused to take his medicine. Suddenly, he reached out and touched Evelyn's hair. He did not understand how a little girl like her had noticed his condition. He suddenly wanted to apologize for being so stubborn. But what was he supposed to do? Whenever I see you, I want to tease you. You act so smug, yet you are fun to comfort. That is why I did it. So, Evelyn, I am sorry in advance. Because if I can play with you, I think I might want to live a little longer. After sleeping for a while, Evelyn finally woke up. Her limbs felt weak as she raised her head, realizing she had fallen asleep. What time is it? Sleeping face down was making her sore. She stretched herself out, then looked over and saw that Castet was still asleep. How could he sleep this much? Hadn't he woken up already? Thinking that, she raised her hand to check whether he was moving. He immediately reacted. What are you doing? Startled, she pulled her hand back and cried out, You scared me. If you were awake, you should give some sign. He adjusted his hair. Then why were you about to touch the face of someone who was sleeping? She hurriedly explained, You were not waking up, so I was checking whether you had died. He clicked his tongue and turned away. Now that you know I am not dead, can you go back? For a moment, she was silent. Then she asked, Why did you not take your medicine? He replied, Pa always makes sure the medicine is prepared. Do not pretend. I know you faked it. I saw the medicine under the bed. He suddenly fell silent, thinking, so that person had not told me the truth. Then Evelyn softened her tone. That is right. The medicine is rather bitter, so it is hard to drink. I understand. He turned around sharply, not understanding. She scratched her head and continued. Even if medicine is bitter, I understand how exhausting it can be to take it. But I still do not want to see you faint again because you did not take your medicine. It would make things difficult for my parents and the people caring for you. Then she asked, Do you hate medicine that much? He immediately turned away. Yes, I hate it. Having no other choice, she came up with an idea. If you take your medicine properly, I will bring you pastries or anything else you want. But he tried to act mature. Who would want something like that? Evelyn was not fooled. Stop pretending. You love sweets. If you still refuse, I will bring the medicine from under your bed to Pa. At merely hearing that name, he became flustered. Are you threatening me now? But she was serious. I only want you to get better quickly. Why do you keep saying things that make people sad? He immediately snapped, Do not lie. You hate me because I'm always causing you trouble. But she calmly stated, You are troublesome. So he didn't know he was troublesome. But that is different from hating you. I hate seeing you sick. If you do not take your medicine, you will faint again, just like today. Then everyone will worry. He was quiet for a while before saying, Even so, there is no guarantee that taking it will make me better. Evelyn paused, thinking, so that was it. He had always pretended to understand things like an adult, so she had not realized it. The truth was that he was afraid something might happen to him. She spoke gently. I think you will get better. You are the male lead, after all. How could you not? He turned away. How could you know that? When he looked back, she placed her hand on his head and said, Because you are still a child. Children naturally recover very quickly, so you'll get better soon too. Castet pouted. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Then he pulled the blanket over himself, lay down, and turned away. Fine, what could I possibly want from you? Now that you have seen I am awake, go back. Evelyn was displeased. How could he say that to someone who had come in the middle of the night to visit him while he was sick? At times like this, he should say thank you. Suddenly, he said 2 words, thank you. She froze in shock, while he embarrassedly buried his face in his pillow. Thank you for coming to take care of me until midnight. It was the first time Evelyn had felt him being gentle toward her. All she could say was, good night. She left the room, unable to stop wondering how he could thank her so sincerely. Still, it did not feel so bad. From that day onward, she kept watch over Castet as he took his medicine. Fortunately, he was no longer stubborn. Even Per remarked, "It is such a blessing to have the young lady here, is it not, young master?" Castet offered no resistance, merely replying, "Yes." Castet's condition gradually improved, and Evelyn had to face a practical problem she had forgotten about. Castet and Elisa had not become any closer at all. Since this was a novel, they were clearly supposed to fall in love at first sight. She had once tried asking him whether there was anyone among her friends he wanted to get closer to, but he said he did not want to see anyone. He showed absolutely no interest in Elisa. Even their first meeting made Evelyn wonder whether they really were the main characters. Ever since then, neither of them had shown any curiosity about the other. Whenever she remembered the question she had asked Elisa, her head hurt. The more she thought about it, the more determined she became. She could not let things continue this way. For the sake of her peaceful life, those two absolutely had to fall in love. No matter what it took, she had to make them become closer. She had never known arranging dates for little children could be this difficult. Over the past few days, in order to bring their destinies back together, she had spent her time creating opportunities for them to be alone. Sometimes she took Castet out and pretended to run into Elisa by chance. She sat in the carriage, sighing over all her recent efforts. She had done everything she could, yet nothing had worked. She was so deep in thought that she did not hear her mother call out, "We have finally arrived." Looking outside, she was surprised by the sight before her, a magnificent fortress-like temple. That weekend, her entire family had been invited to the temple. It was a temple to which her father had donated a great deal. Because it was a famous temple, she had wanted to visit it at least once. There happened to be a highly respected priest there, so Castet had decided to come along as well. Once inside, she could only marvel. Given its scale, it would not be strange to call it a palace. Normally, the size of a fortress represented wealth and power. Yet a temple, which symbolized a life of poverty, was this enormous. She could not help feeling somewhat repulsed. Soon, a priest came out to warmly welcome them, and merely seeing the reception made her want to laugh. To receive them from the very gate like this, her father must have donated quite a lot. The priest asked about the sick child her father had mentioned in advance. Her father warmly introduced him. "This is the child." The priest smiled. "Everything has been prepared inside. Let's go in." As they walked in, her father noticed that Castet looked uncomfortable. But the boy only said, "It seems I have caused the Count's family a great deal of trouble by coming here with you. And you have lost time because you are treating me." His hands suddenly clenched. Her father could see that he felt sorry for everything. He stroked Castet's head and said, "Ever since you came to our home, you have been like our own child. You are family. When a child is sick, of course their parents must take them to receive treatment. So do not say such things." Castet felt warmth rise in his heart. Evelyn, standing beside them, was happy for him. Her father led Castet inside, while she and her mother could not enter with them. Her mother suggested they spend that time praying. Inside the temple, Evelyn looked at her mother and thought to herself, "I wonder whose mother could possibly be as beautiful as mine." Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw an unfamiliar boy and blankly wondered who he was. Seeing his priestly clothes, she thought, "He looks about my age, but he's already a priest here? He seems to be staring at me. Does he have something to say?" When they finished praying, her mother said, "It is time to go." Evelyn snapped out of it, "Yes, mother." Noticing something odd, her mother asked, "What is wrong?" Evelyn replied, "Nothing. It is just that someone was staring at us." But when they both turned around, there was no one there. How could that be? He was clearly just there. Her mother said, "Perhaps you were dreaming. We prayed for rather a long time, did we not?" Evelyn still shook her head. "No, that is not it." But her mother said, "It is late. Let's go have dinner." An elderly priest seated in the middle spoke up. "You must all be tired after traveling such a long way. I was unable to prepare much, but please enjoy the meal." Seeing the entire table filled with food, Evelyn was speechless. What did he mean? He had not prepared much. It was obvious he had prepared everything with great care. How much had father donated for them to make such a fuss? Suddenly, she turned to Castet and asked, "How is your body? Did the priest's prayer for you really work?" But he did not know. He did not feel any different at all. Evelyn leaned close to him, making Castet feel a little embarrassed. She pouted. I only whispered in your ear. That is why. Then the priest turned to her father and remarked, Your daughter has grown so much. Her father replied, Oh my, do you still remember Evelyn? You were the one who performed her baptism, were you not? The old man laughed. In all my memories, there are few children who could remain so comfortable while immersed in holy water. Perhaps the gods are especially fond of the young lady. From her parents' story, Evelyn learned that she had been brought to this temple to be baptized as an infant. The moment she was immersed in holy water, she did not even cry, greatly startling her father. Perhaps she was the only baby who had slept peacefully the instant she touched holy water. The next day had probably been her first successful rollover. The holy water here was water that could purify newborn children simply by touching them. Newborns were pure, after all, so they did not react much even when immersed in holy water. But impure adults could not endure it and might even die. While the adults chatted happily, Evelyn turned and asked whether any of the priests were around her age. Before the priest could answer, a handsome young priest appeared. I am in charge of the apprentices. If you describe his appearance in more detail, I can bring him here. Evelyn embarrassedly waved her hands. There is no need to bring him here. But everyone focused their attention on her, making her even more embarrassed. He was a boy with blue hair and yellow eyes. Do any of you know him? Perhaps the young priest truly recognized something. After thinking for a while, he said, I do not believe there is anyone like that here. Despite the fact that she had clearly seen a young priest, another priest interrupted. Sometimes children come to the sanctuary for an experience and wear priestly robes. Perhaps you saw one of them. She nodded, accepting that explanation. Looking at the clock, she saw it was already late. The priest suggested that they rest in the sanctuary and leave the following day. According to the rules there, men and women would stay separately. When she arrived at her room, Evelyn was still amazed. She had thought the guest room would be small, but it was so large. She slept with her mother, but even late at night, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was probably because she was sleeping somewhere unfamiliar. Unable to sleep, she went outside to get some air. As she wandered out, she admired the countless beautiful sights of the night. But then she noticed someone moving in the bushes in the distance. When she approached, she discovered it was the blue-haired boy from earlier. Yet he seemed frightened and immediately ran away. Flustered, she chased after him and grabbed his leg. I told you to stop. The captured boy began crying and hurriedly apologized. I am sorry, Fairy. Hearing the word fairy, Evelyn was startled, but she became confused. Why was he apologizing? After a while, she handed him her handkerchief and apologized. I did not mean to scare you. I only want to talk for a little while. Have you calmed down now? After wiping his face, the boy seemed calmer. Looking at him, Evelyn thought, why does he look like a puppy? Then she brought up how he had stared at her in the prayer room. The boy apologized. I'm sorry for staring at you like that, Fairy. Hearing that word, Evelyn flusteredly raised her hands in denial. I'm not a fairy. When the boy learned she was not a fairy, his eyes widened in shock. Then why are you surrounded by sparkling lights? There are stars all around you even now. Seeing the boy's fascinated gaze, Evelyn could not help wondering, could this boy be confessing that he likes me at first sight? She was terribly flustered. To prevent that from happening, she firmly said, I am not a fairy. My name is Evelyn. She then asked for the boy's name. Just as he was about to answer, someone approached from behind and asked, What are you doing here? It was Castet, and he looked deeply suspicious. As she stared intently at the boy, the entire atmosphere fell strangely silent. The boy looked frightened too, sweating profusely as he kept stammering apologies before running off as if chased by ghosts. Evelyn called after him, but he ignored her. At the very least, he should have told her his name. Castet looked probing, as though he wanted to know whether she knew that person. Of course, she was about to find out before that boy interrupted. She reluctantly answered, Today was the first time we met. Without asking any more questions, Castet gently took off his cloak and draped it over Evelyn. You must be cold. Let's go inside. You're walking around alone this early in the morning without being afraid. Though surprised, she immediately protested. After a few exchanges, he pressed a finger to her forehead. You're far too generous toward strangers. After saying that, he abruptly turned away. It's too dark. I'll take you back to your room. This sudden flood of concern left Evelyn somewhat flustered. She said she would be fine, but he grabbed the hem of her clothes and pulled her along anyway. She quietly wondered whether it was normal for him to take such good care of her just because he was her companion. It felt as though they had suddenly grown much closer than they had been only yesterday. Lost in thought, she unconsciously took his hand. Then she remembered that Castet had told her not to grab his hand so suddenly. She could not let things become awkward again. She had to let go quickly. But unexpectedly, he spoke first. "If you're scared, you can hold my hand." The two of them walked farther inside together, and another night quietly passed. A few days later, she received an invitation from Luna. Luna was holding a party because a friend from the capital was visiting. The invitation specifically said that she had to come with Castet. Evelyn quickly ran to Castet's room, flung open the door, and asked whether he had seen the invitation. While he continued reading, he wondered why she had come all that way just to ask that. She curiously asked whether he was going. Still wearing his usual cold expression, he opened his book again and said that he was not going. She thought that made sense. He had never liked parties much. In the original novel, it seemed he only attended out of obligation. "Don't you like parties?" she suddenly asked. He glanced at her with the same icy tone. "So what if I don't? The last time my father said he would hold a party for you, you didn't seem to like that either." He asked her in return, "Do you like parties that much?" She happily replied, "There's good food at parties, suitable music to listen to, and if everyone is together, you get to meet cheerful people." Thinking back, she remembered how Philip had eaten all the food at the previous party and had been unable to stand for quite a while afterward. It had been truly hilarious. Strangely, Castet's expression changed. Seeing how enthusiastically she talked about someone else, he said, "If it's so entertaining, then go by yourself." Claiming he was tired and wanted to rest, he subtly ushered her out. His frosty attitude left her deeply upset and confused. The day of the party arrived, but she did not want to attend in such a mood. For some reason, she had felt awkward around Castet since that day. This was a party where she could not properly talk to anyone. Only children of noble families ranked above Count were invited to Luna's party. Naturally, Elisa, the daughter of a baron, was not invited. Philip and Evelyn were the only ones invited from their circle. Because Castet had business to attend to, she did not want to go this time either. But as the daughter of a count, how could she refuse an invitation from the daughter of a marquise family like Luna? When she met Luna, Evelyn tried to look cheerful, but Luna immediately stared at her unhappily and asked, "Where is Castet?" Evelyn felt deflated. It seemed Luna had only been looking for Castet. "He isn't feeling well today, so he's resting at the estate." Luna appeared disappointed upon hearing that. A girl who had overheard Castet's name approached them. Could it be Castet Genogio? The girl glanced at Evelyn and brought over drinks as she greeted her. "Who are you?" Evelyn awkwardly scratched her cheek. "I'm Eveline." She pointed to the side, intending to introduce her companion, but he had already disappeared. The girl also knew that Evelyn was the daughter of Count Monstera. "I'm Maya Kvion." After looking around, Evelyn pointed at Philip and said, "That's Philip, my partner for today." He was eagerly stuffing himself with food. The two girls seemed to suppress their laughter. "How amusing. He isn't even starving, so why is he eating so much? Isn't that terribly vulgar?" Their words made Evelyn realize that they were not good people. Maria wanted to know how Evelyn knew Castet. Evelyn straightforwardly answered, "He's just the son of one of my mother's friends." Maria put a hand to her chin in thought. "It seems your mother is quite capable." Luna added, after getting married, Countess Monstera moved from the capital to Montiest. The two of them must have been close even before that. Evelyn wanted to curse. They were even dragging their elders into the conversation. Was her mother friends with them, or something? Suddenly, Maria remembered something and asked, "Does Castet still have seizures?" The two girls explained that at Crown Prince Aquino's birthday celebration, the young master had suddenly convulsed. He woke up after foaming at the mouth. Hearing this, Evelyn seemed to understand something. Listening to the two girls disparage Castet, Evelyn stood frozen. Now she understood why Castet hated parties. He had been hurt because everyone saw a side of him that he did not want others to see. Thinking back to how she had said parties were fun, she realized that sometimes things happened at parties that were not funny at all. She had said thoughtless things that touched upon his painful memories. Luna's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Since he is the Duke's son, I had planned to marry him. I nearly became close to such a rude person. Maria, standing beside her, added, "Be careful with your words. What matters more in a product is who sells it, not what it contains. So what if there are a few flaws inside?" Luna nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even if he's someone about to die, there is nothing to regret. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. "You're so naive. How could you survive in this sinister high society?" As the two girls mocked and flattered each other, Evelyn clenched her fists in anger, restraining herself. She knew their families held higher status than hers, so she had to endure it. Then Maria smiled and asked, "Do you have anything to say, Evelyn?" Evelyn could no longer hold back. Thinking that Maria would have to watch her tongue if she heard it, she coldly replied, "Your conversation is so vulgar that I have nothing to say." Back at home, Castet closed his book, his mind in turmoil. Why had he acted that way? It was not as if he should get angry with the child. Evelyn was normally quick to make up, so he thought she would probably reconcile with him soon. But if they simply remained at odds, they would never make up. Pa, standing behind him, anxiously asked, "Young master, have you still not reconciled with Lady Evelyn?" Castet was taken aback. Had he made his feelings that obvious? Without saying anything else, he looked at the clock and thought that she had probably arrived at the Bannet estate by now. To him, parties were like business gatherings, places for noble families to build connections. Therefore, he had never thought of parties as enjoyable. They were filled with an atmosphere of acting according to a prearranged script. Since childhood, he had been taught by his parents to carefully select those with whom he associated. But Evelyn seemed different. Was it because she had lived in the countryside? He thought she was special, very different from other noble daughters. If he considered living with a count's daughter to be nothing special, then that was all there was to say. He thought about her relationship with Elisa. Elisa was always clinging to Evelyn's side, which made him worry even more about Evelyn's future. Most noble daughters preparing to come of age made friends who were appropriate and of similar social standing. He had noticed that Evelyn did not seem to have any friends like that around her. He worried about what would happen when she came of age. Amid all his tangled thoughts and concern for Evelyn, he felt that something was wrong. Why was he worrying about Evelyn? He tried to convince himself that it was only because they argued so often that she remained on his mind. Cutting off his scattered thoughts, he decided he had to make up with her quickly. He abruptly stood up, turned to Pa, and asked, "Where is the invitation?" Back at the party, the two girls were utterly shocked. Luna angrily shouted, "Evelyn, what did you just say? How dare you speak so rudely? Apologize to the daughter of Marquis Quian at once." Evelyn was tired of hearing them invoke their family status at every turn. She thought she needed to be firm now to prevent future trouble, but unexpectedly, she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Maria stepped forward, pointed at Evelyn, and threatened her. "Lady Monstera, say that again. You dare call us vulgar? How dare you speak like that to the daughter of Count?" She went even further, approaching Evelyn and shoving her hard, drawing everyone's attention to the three of them. Evelyn still refused to yield. "Lady Quian insulted my precious family. Castet is my family. My father said so himself. If we live together, then we are all family." While Maria stood dumbfounded by the words precious family, people behind them began whispering. "Look at that girl. She says the son of the Genoggio family is her family. Come to think of it, Count Monstera is quite cunning. So he won Castet over this way." Evelyn and Maria's argument had attracted everyone's attention. Finally, Evelyn struck at Maria's weakness. "How dare you insult the son of the Genoggio family? The house of Marquis Quian is not ranked higher than the house of Duke Genoggio. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Watch what you say." Unable to refute her, Maria fell silent, boiling with rage. She picked up a glass and tried to throw its contents at Evelyn. Anticipating what would happen, Evelyn closed her eyes and braced herself. She comforted herself inwardly. "Go ahead, throw it. If it makes you feel better, grape juice is good for the skin." She waited with her eyes closed, but nothing happened. When she opened them, the liquid had spilled across the floor. The two girls stood stunned, and the sound of a glass shattering rang out loudly. Castet had stepped in front of Evelyn. Drops of liquid clung to his face. Evelyn panicked and rushed toward him to ask whether he was all right. But when she saw his expression, she remembered that he hated being touched. She quickly apologized and offered him a handkerchief, blaming herself for forgetting it again. Seeing Castet like that, Maria went pale with fear. She hurried over to apologize and explain that she had not meant to spill it all over him. He merely said coldly, "You are Lady Quian, are you not? You are more rash than I thought." He gave her an icy stare. "Isn't this a little wrong?" Terrified, she hurriedly dropped to her knees. I was wrong, young Duke Genogio. Castit's tone remained cold. If you knew it was wrong, you should not have done it in the first place. And what did the daughter of Marquis Quian, along with Luna, say earlier, remembering their words from before? The two girls became uneasy and could only apologize and beg forgiveness. Castit spoke in a chilling voice, both threatening them and defending Evelyn. I will not let anyone who mistreats my person go unpunished. Evelyn said that family is important to her. Evelyn is that kind of person to me as well. Then he stepped forward and took her hand. Therefore, Evelyn is not someone you may touch carelessly. After saying that, he pulled her outside, leaving everyone stunned. Evelyn stared at him in bewilderment, her mind in turmoil. How had things become like this? What Castit had said just now was clearly a line he had spoken to Elisa in the novel. Which scene had that line appeared in again? No, had it really been in the novel? Why had he said her name instead? After walking for a while, he stopped. Before she could understand what was happening, he turned around. I am sorry. I got angry last time and unfairly took it out on you. You must have been very upset with me. Surprised by his words and seeing that he blamed himself, she replied, I should be the one apologizing. I said something wrong, so I'm sorry. I didn't know something like that had happened. He thought it was only natural that she did not know, since she had not been there. Evelyn wondered what would have happened if Castit had not appeared. Perhaps she, rather than Maria, would have been the one kneeling there. Changing that line was a good sign. Maybe Castit would not hate her as he had hated Evelyn in the novel. Curious about what Castit thought of her, she asked, Is it true that I am like family to you? Someone important? He seemed embarrassed, but he turned to look at her and softly replied, Yes. Castit's smile at that moment was so beautiful that she could not look away for a while. A few days later, perhaps because of Castit's disturbance, Luna stopped coming to bother her. Maria returned to the capital shortly afterward, and Evelyn's parents never learned about the incident. There did not seem to be any formal complaint either. Since Castit had personally intervened, perhaps no one could easily harm her anymore. Everything that had happened that day still felt unfamiliar and unreal to her, especially his face at that moment. She had clearly been captivated by his smile. Elisa suddenly appeared, interrupting her thoughts. Are you even listening to me? Why do you keep thinking about something else? Elisa said that her older brother would return next week for summer break. Evelyn suddenly remembered the novel. Alan was coming back. The characters were beginning to gather now. Alan was both Elisa's older brother and a talented person who would become Castit's personal secretary in the future. Through a chance event, he would demonstrate his intelligence, catch Castit's attention, and begin working as his secretary. Naturally, Castit knew that he was Elisa's brother. Elisa excitedly suggested, When my brother comes back, let's go welcome him together, Evelyn. I'm sure he'll like that. Seeing Elisa's sparkling eyes, she could only agree. Elisa immediately stepped forward and hugged her in delight. Time flew by, and before long, it was the day Alan returned. Evelyn was with Elisa's family at the train station to welcome Alan, and Castit was there too. Elisa looked suspiciously toward Castit, then leaned close to Evelyn and quietly asked, Why did you bring him here? All Evelyn could do was awkwardly scratch her cheek and explain. While having tea with Castit, she had told him that she had promised Elisa to welcome her brother back to Montius during his academy summer break. Although Castit had heard her, he remained focused on reading his book and simply nodded. I see. That sounds nice. Evelyn had an indescribable feeling. He did not seem to care very much. Could he really be so indifferent towards someone who would become his future lover and subordinate? Suddenly, she stared at him and said, Alan is an excellent student, handsome, and perfect in every way. Before you came, there were rumors that Alan was the most handsome man in our territory. Even Luna showed interest in him. Seeing Castit become displeased, she thought it was because she had mentioned Luna and apologized. In truth, Castit was unhappy because she had praised another boy in front of him. He seriously asked her, Is Alan as handsome as I am? The sudden question left her speechless. Of course, Alan was handsome. Alan was indeed handsome, but he was still not as handsome as Castit. She was about to say that Castit was more handsome when Castit directly asked when Alan would arrive. That was why Castit had come with her to welcome Alan today, and he wanted her to introduce them. Elisa did not seem pleased by Castit's presence. After a while, the train finally arrived. Evelyn looked at the train's red smoke and thought that this era did not yet have steam locomotives, so they used red manna instead. The smoke looked like cotton candy, which she found fascinating. People were now getting off the train. Elisa pulled Evelyn along and wanted to bet on who would spot her older brother first. Evelyn had no choice but to play along. All right. Watching Elisa weave through the crowd, Evelyn thought, she's so adorable. You don't search for someone in a crowd like this. You need to look from above. She jumped onto a wooden crate to get a better view. Since his hair was blonde like Elisa's, she thought he would be easy to spot wherever he stood. Only Castet was concerned, warning her, it's dangerous. Get down from there. Before long, Evelyn spotted Alan and shouted, Brother Alan, I'm over here. At the same time, Elisa ran over and hugged him tightly, making Alan smile. Have you been well? The two happily clung to each other and teased one another. As Evelyn looked at Alan, she thought, it's only been a few months, but he's gotten so much taller and more mature. Alan recognized Evelyn at a glance and hurriedly lifted her up as though she were a child. Evelyn candidly teased him. If it weren't for your hair color, I wouldn't recognize you now. Alan smiled broadly. You're still the same as ever, Evelyn. After they exchanged greetings and jokes, she wanted to introduce Castet to Alan. When she turned around, she found her crush standing beside her, glaring furiously as though he were about to explode. Startled, she wondered, what is with that expression? Why does he look so dissatisfied? Alan merely adjusted his glasses in confusion. I don't believe we've met. Who are you? Elisa folded her arms and pouted. I told you in my letters before. His name is Castet, and he's staying at Evelyn's house. Alan amicably held out his hand. So you're Castet. It's nice to meet you. Castet, however, looked distinctly uncomfortable. He stared at Alan's outstretched hand, then reluctantly accepted it. Sorry, but I think Elisa misunderstood something. I'm not staying at her house. We live together. Alan remained friendly. I see. Yet the atmosphere felt as though thunder had struck. Evelyn noticed Alan's hand trembling. He must have misunderstood, right? But Castet continued. The Count and Countess treat me like a son-in-law. We're already practically family. Evelyn's face twisted at that. Son-in-law? What are you talking about? Why are you saying that with such a serious face? I almost thought you meant it. Elisa froze completely. Everyone was stunned. Even Alan turned to tease Evelyn. You're quite popular, Evelyn. I heard you have such a wonderful young man as your future groom. Evelyn frantically shook her head and waved her hands, signaling that it was not true. A future groom? That's impossible. Evelyn stepped forward to explain to Elisa, that isn't what, but Elisa reacted fiercely, practically shouting, I mean my brother will become Evelyn's husband. This unexpected declaration left both Evelyn and Alan dumbfounded. They were too speechless to respond. Naturally, Castet was as well. He stood frozen, stammering what? What are you talking about? The atmosphere was more uncomfortable than ever. Evelyn turned to Elisa in bewilderment. What do you mean? But Elisa looked to her brother and asked, I'm right, aren't I? You're going to become Evelyn's husband. The situation grew even tenser, but fortunately Elisa's parents appeared and broke the mood. While the family happily greeted one another, Evelyn still could not accept this unpleasant revelation. Alan, my husband? What on earth is Elisa talking about? No matter how I look at it, it makes no sense. Watching that warm family scene made Castet feel somewhat uneasy. He lowered his head and remained silent. A few days later, Evelyn was sitting lost in thought when her mother suddenly asked, Have you had some sort of problem with Castet lately? Evelyn innocently replied, No. Her mother looked thoughtful. Then what could it be? He seemed absent-minded lately. I thought perhaps the two of you had an argument. The mention of Castet made Evelyn fall into thought again. She decided she should go see how he was doing. No sooner said than done. She went to Castet's room, opened the door, and asked, Are you inside? She found him asleep. No wonder he had not answered. She had heard that the medicine side effects made him sleep more, so he always slept after taking it. As she entered the room, she noticed several crumpled pieces of paper on a desk. Worried that he might have stopped taking his medicine again, she picked one up. After opening it, she realized it was a letter addressed to the Duchess Genogio. No matter what, he normally referred to his mother respectfully. Why were all these letters here? And why were there so many? None of the letters had been completed. Thinking about it, since Castet came to Montiest, the Duke and Duchess Genogio had never once asked after him or send him a letter. How could they be so indifferent to their sick son? Suddenly, Castet snatched the letter out of her hand from behind. Unhappily, he demanded, "What are you doing here? How dare you touch my things?" Evelyn hurried to explain, "It's just that you've seemed so lifeless lately, and I—" Before she could finish, he sighed. "Enough. Leave." When she looked as though she wanted to say something more, he shouted, "I said leave. Didn't you hear me?" Deeply unsettled and truly hurt, Evelyn lowered her head and walked away. She turned back once more and said, "I'm sorry." Evelyn went to find Little Bean to confide in. She wanted to properly apologize, but she could not bring herself to face Castet. She had no idea how to make up with him. It was the first time she had ever seen him shout like that. It seemed she had touched upon something sensitive. Then Pa suddenly appeared. "So you're here, young lady. Did you and the young master argue yesterday?" Evelyn still denied it, but Pa had already seen through her. "You needn't hide it. He told me himself." Evelyn was shocked. "Castet told you?" Pa cleverly replied that he had merely asked the young master about it. The more Evelyn thought about it, the more she felt that this servant was no ordinary person. "I should make use of him later," Pa then said solemnly. "The young master can be somewhat sensitive. I hope you will not come to dislike him. Before he became ill, he was a very polite person. He was an adorable young lord of House Genogio. I believe that had he continued growing up that way, he would have become someone far more influential than most adults today. At that time, the household was filled with joy, and the Duchess in particular was very proud of him. But after he became ill, he was no longer that adorable child. From then on, the young master often suffered seizures. Although things were usually manageable, he unfortunately had a seizure at the Crown Prince's birthday party. Rumors quickly spread, and they withdrew to Montiest until the matter died down. Hearing this, Evelyn reflected deeply. The Duke and Duchess Genogio feared the eyes of the world more than they cared for their son. In the end, Castet had been sent away here, not as their son, but as the young Duke of Genogio. When she read the novel, she had never paid attention to Castet's pain. Since he was the male lead, she assumed he would receive a happy ending. She knew that although he was ill now, everything would eventually work out. But no one understood Castet's suffering. She remembered the words written in those letters to the Duchess Genogio. The pain he must have felt as he wrote every line, knowing he could not send a letter to his mother. Who could understand his feelings? Suddenly, Evelyn said, "Adults are strange. Being sick isn't Castet's fault. Castet is the one having the hardest time. Why did they send him away? They could have stayed together." Evelyn realized Castet had never agreed to come here in the first place. Castet was the male lead in the past. He was the male lead now, and he would remain the male lead in the future. He would become a wonderful duke. Before Pa could say another word, she rushed off, determined to reconcile with Castet. Pa seemed pleased by this. "You heard that, didn't you, young master? The young lady said that one day you will become a wonderful duke." It turned out Castet had been hiding nearby and had heard their entire conversation. After thinking for a while, he decided he should reconcile with Evelyn. At the same time, Evelyn was equally determined to make up with him. That very night, she went to see him. After hearing the butler's story, she could not simply sit still. When she entered his room, she softly called out to him. Seeing that he was asleep, she walked to his bedside to check whether he truly was sleeping. "Are you asleep already?" The moment Castet sensed her approaching, his entire body curled up. One look at his reaction told Evelyn that he was pretending to sleep. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You're pretending to be asleep right now, aren't you?" Pressed so closely, Castet blushed in embarrassment. Evelyn moved even closer and murmured, "Castet, I'll show you, Little Bean. Wake up." When he did not react, she continued whispering into his ear, "Little Bean is amazing. If you talk to it, it will wiggle. If you don't want to see it, you'll regret it." The closer she got, the more nervous he became. Seeing he still would not surrender, she continued, "Besides, Castet has never seen a dragon egg before, right?" Sweat broke out all over him as she leaned close. Unable to keep pretending, he opened his eyes and said, "I have seen one before. So you're finally awake." Though he had answered coldly, Evelyn still gave him a bright smile. Seeing her smile, he returned it with one of his own. The two of them set off for the place where the dragon egg was kept. When Castet saw it, his eyes went wide with amazement. He stared at the egg intently, while Evelyn smiled helplessly beside him. "You said you had seen one before, yet you still think it's magical." At moments like this, he looked just like a child and was unbelievably cute. Castet turned to her curiously. "But why is its name Little Bean? she explained, because it looked like a big black bean. After hearing her explanation, Castet fell silent. He understood. This was the name she had given it. Seeing his doubtful expression, Evelyn asked, "What does that look supposed to mean?" He immediately thought of a way to tease her. "I wonder who gave it such a careless name." Evelyn clenched both fists in anger. "What do you mean, careless? It suits it perfectly, doesn't it, little bean?" But the egg remained still and silent. Castet said, "It doesn't seem to agree." After the two bickered for a while, the dragon egg still showed no response. Castet pretended to ponder. "It does sit there like a black bean." Hearing him make fun of her, Evelyn puffed out her cheeks angrily. "Stop teasing me." Castet smiled with clear delight at her anger. Evelyn was startled to see that he had dimples when he smiled. She had never seen him smile that way before, so she had never known he had dimples. Noticing her staring at him, Castet asked suspiciously, "What? Why are you staring at me?" Evelyn quickly replied, "Your smile is very pretty." Castet froze for a moment, then turned away with a flushed face. He could not say a word. He looked so adorable that Evelyn had to step back to keep herself from stroking his hair. Seeing her move away, Castet asked, "Why are you avoiding me?" She gave an awkward smile. "Because you don't like physical closeness. I think I've been standing too close to you. I'm afraid of touching you." Castet said he did not hate it. It only felt unfamiliar to him. His parents had rarely allowed anyone to touch him. Hearing his explanation, Evelyn understood why he reacted that way around others. She smiled and asked, "So you're just not used to affection? Then you mean that even if I touch you, you won't feel uncomfortable or upset?" He boldly pulled her close into his arms. "I'm not uncomfortable." Evelyn laughed. "Has the love demon gotten hold of you? How could you hate it? You probably like it instead, right?" Seeing his face turn red, she kept laughing and teasing him. Castet shyly said, "Stop looking at me. You're going to wear my face out." Before long, the holiday festival arrived, and Evelyn came with Elisa. Both girls were surprised by how lively and crowded the place was. Montiest held a special event during every holiday season. Famous for its beautiful natural scenery, Montiest drew floods of tourists every vacation season. But today, the crowd had gathered in this forest for a different reason. The aurora, which displayed different colors between summer and winter. Montiest was the territory where the aurora could be seen most clearly in the empire. When the aurora appeared in the sky, Montiest's festival began as well. Because of this, Evelyn's father had been extremely busy lately. Though she wanted to help him, there was nothing she could do. As she was lost in thought, a boy suddenly ran over and said, "Did you hear? They say this event is a treasure hunt." It sounded like so much fun. Hearing that, Evelyn remembered the plot of the novel. This event had finally arrived. The event meant to confirm Elisa and Castet's fated attraction to one another. Among all the scenes, the one where they played the treasure hunt game was the best. Elisa and Castet would get lost while searching for treasure and be able to watch the aurora together in a quiet place. The novel described the scene as incredibly beautiful. It was one of the few famous scenes she remembered. She was unhappy because, despite trying repeatedly to bring Elisa and Castet together, she had failed every time. This time, she had to succeed. It seemed that people had already begun finding treasures one after another, making Elisa uneasy. She turned to Evelyn and asked, "Aren't we going to look for treasure? If we just sit here, everyone else will find it all." Evelyn, however, calmly took her hand. "Come here for a moment." She quietly opened a box and told Elisa, "Take this." But suddenly, Elisa felt something strange. What was this atmosphere? She was very surprised. "It's not my birthday today," Evelyn said. "I just wanted to give this to you." She stepped forward and attached it to Elisa's clothes, warning, "You absolutely must not take this off today." Of course, Elisa could never take off a gift from Evelyn. Seeing it on her clothes, Evelyn exclaimed, "It looks so pretty. You have to keep wearing it." In truth, it was a protective orb made of stone. In the original story, Elisa was bitten and seriously injured by a vicious beast during the treasure hunt. That beast was no ordinary monster. It could draw in and absorb magical power. Castet eventually used magic to drive it away, nearly dying from severe injuries as a result. He should not have used magic while he was unable to sense mana. But Castet had used magic for Elisa. Evelyn knew the male lead would not die, but she wished Castet would not be injured because of Elisa. Their first encounter had become so chaotic. As the one trying to bring them together, she had to take responsibility and help them. Honestly, although she knew they would face danger, she also knew that, as the main characters, they would not lose their lives. Elisa giggled. "I'm always the one receiving gifts from you, Evelyn." Evelyn thought to herself, if Elisa has a protective item, she will not get hurt. Then Castet will not need to overexert himself by using magic. Since Elisa had received such a wonderful gift, she wanted to return the favor, while Evelyn kept insisting that it was unnecessary. But Elisa gave her a protective charm and tied it around Evelyn's wrist. "You must absolutely not take this off today either. This is a garden you often visit, so nothing major should happen, but you never know what might occur." Evelyn thought to herself, is she really the heroine? When did she become so kind and grown-up? Suddenly, Castet appeared from behind and grabbed Evelyn's hand. "I found treasure a long time ago. If you keep standing around like this, you won't find a single treasure. Hurry up." But Elisa held on to Evelyn's other hand. "She's staying with me today." Castet looked utterly surprised. "I don't think that will work." The two began arguing, leaving Evelyn trapped between them. Castet stubbornly refused, while Elisa asked, "Why not?" Castet did not hesitate to explain. "As you know, I'm unfamiliar with mountainous terrain. Evelyn needs to guide me." That thunderous atmosphere made Evelyn terribly uncomfortable. "Isn't my place supposed to be somewhere else? Why are these two arguing over me?" Elisa still would not yield. "Does Evelyn really have to guide you? I'll show you the way." Evelyn turned to her in surprise, wondering why she was suddenly being so proactive. Castet still did not seem to want that. He only wanted to go with Evelyn. As they spoke, Alan appeared, wondering where everyone had gone. "So this is where you all are." The moment Elisa saw her brother, she immediately pushed Evelyn toward him. "Perfect timing. Let's make a bet to see who finds more treasure." Elisa then ran over, grabbed Castet's hand, and insisted on going with him. Alan did not object and immediately accepted. "Fine, let's get started. We have to win." Evelyn was the most bewildered person there. She had no idea what was happening, but she thought that, in any case, it would probably be best if the two of them went together. Before long, Evelyn had already found 3 treasures. The places adults hid them were so obvious. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky. When it's so much time passed, she needed to return before it got too late. But when she turned around to tell Alan that they should head back, he was nowhere to be seen. She panicked, suddenly realizing that it was not Elisa who had gotten lost. She had wandered too far while searching for treasure. Looking up at the gloomy sky, she was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. If she had known this would happen, she would have kept Elisa by her side. With no other choice, she tried to find her way back on her own. Unfortunately, she tripped over a log and tumbled straight down a ravine, screaming helplessly. Meanwhile, the others had returned to the campsite and were waiting there. Elisa began accusing Castet, asking whether he had feelings for Evelyn. "Surely not, right?" Castet immediately denied it. He was not crazy, but Elisa found it strange. Why did he keep staring at Evelyn? Castet retorted, asking when he had ever done that. "Don't deny it. I see it all the time." Still, she was glad he did not care about Evelyn. If that was true, she hoped it would stay that way, because Evelyn was going to marry her brother. Then she and Evelyn would truly become family. How wonderful would that be? In any case, Evelyn and her brother were a pair, so he should know that. Hearing that, Castet blurted out 3 words, "I don't like her." He emphasized once more that he did not like her, which made Elisa so angry she saw stars. Then Alan suddenly appeared. He asked an utterly oblivious question. "Is it just the 2 of you? Where's Evelyn?" Elisa stared blankly. "Evelyn hasn't come back yet. Why didn't you come back with her?" Alan was surprised. He had not seen her and assumed she had returned ahead of him. Castet suddenly shouted in anger. "If you didn't see her, you should have gone looking. How could you just come back? What if something happened?" Realizing something was wrong, Alan panicked. Since he knew this forest well, he thought she had gone back early because she was tired. "I'll go find her. You 2 wait here." Castet quickly threw on his coat. "No need. I'll find her myself." Ignoring everyone's confusion, he ran off at once. Elisa stood there in a daze. Seeing how worried he was, she finally realized that he really did like Evelyn. As for Evelyn, after falling into the ravine, she gradually regained consciousness. She had apparently been unconscious for a while. Looking up at the sky, she wondered what time it was. She staggered to her feet, but her entire body ached. Her ankles seemed swollen and sprained as well. This place was terrifying. Tearfully, she blamed herself. At her age, why had she even played a treasure hunt game? Was there no one around? Then a sound suddenly frightened her terribly. Could it be a wild beast? What was that noise? With her injured leg, she could not run even if it was. Was she going to die like this? The footsteps came closer and closer. She shrank back in fear, but when she opened her eyes, it was only a white rabbit. It still startled her. It's only a rabbit. Where did you come from, little thing? Just as she was about to pet it, she heard someone calling, Evelyn, where are you? The moment she recognized that voice, she shouted back, I'm here. It turned out to be Castet, who had come running to find her. He immediately began demanding to know what she was doing here at this hour. Then he glanced at her leg and saw the wound bleeding. He was horrified and scolded her. Are you stupid? I heard you knew this place better than anyone. When she tried to explain, a sharp pain shot through her injury. She could only obediently apologize. She had meant to return, but she had slipped. He did not want to hear her explanation. All he cared about was getting closer and asking her to show him her foot. He quickly bandaged it. This should make it feel better. Seeing her pout, Castet unconsciously reached out and touched her cheek. Does it hurt a lot? Of course it did. For a girl, it really hurt terribly. She was scared, too. He could not help laughing when he saw how dirty her face was. It had already been grimy, and now it was even worse. She was already upset, so hearing that only made it seem as though he were mocking her. Her face was supposed to be pretty, you know? Without discussing it further, he said, let's hurry back. He intended to carry her, but she seemed offended and refused. She said he only needed to support her, but he said that would only make things harder. Just let me carry you. Hurry, everyone is looking for you. While she was on his back, still wondering whether there was another way, the two of them saw the white rabbit again. This time, it seemed to be transforming into something else. In an instant, it became enormous, terrifying them both. At that moment, Elisa arrived, anxiously calling Evelyn's name. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. Do you know how worried my brother and I were? When a monster saw Elisa, it seemed to fix its attention on her. It immediately lunged at the girl with its jaws wide open. Seeing the danger, Evelyn shouted, she has a barrier. Castet, get to Elisa. If we get close to her, we can enter the barrier. After failing to attack, the monster turned toward the two of them and slashed its claws at them. Evelyn was thrown away by the impact, and even Castet seemed to be injured. Worried, she ran over and asked, are you all right? With the situation so urgent, he began to use his magic, but Evelyn quickly stopped him with her hand, refusing to let him use it. While the two were distracted, the monster came right up behind them. Elisa screamed a warning, watch out. In panic, Evelyn threw her arms around Castet, but it was too late to escape. Then some kind of light appeared. When she opened her eyes and raised a hand, it was so bright that she could barely see. Where was she? The more she looked, the more confused she became. The light was coming from her own body. Only then did she turn back. The rabbit was still charging madly toward them, while Castet looked quite exhausted. Evelyn had questions, but the magical beast encountered the light and returned to its original form. It approached her again, its eyes still frightening. Evelyn panicked. Was it going to pounce on her again? When it leaped toward her, she hurriedly raised a hand defensively, sending it flying away. But she did not understand what had just happened. Had it stopped because she told it not to come? Could it understand what she said? And that collar around its neck, had it even been there before? Could it be because of that? Should she try again? She immediately ordered it sit. Stunt. Oh my goodness. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. The magical beast was really listening to her. Elisa called out, making Evelyn happily turn around. The girl threw herself into Evelyn's arms and hugged her tightly, sulkily scolding her about everything. Evelyn had to comfort the silly girl, asking whether Elisa was hurt anywhere. Then she remembered Castet and saw the wounds on his body. She must have done something wrong with the magical beast earlier. She tried to wake him, but Castet did not react. She thought he had been hurt because of her for nothing. What if she made another mistake? As Evelyn rubbed her eyes, Elisa was left staring blankly while the others searched for them with lanterns, but finally found them. Elisa frantically signaled to him, we're here. Hurry, something is wrong with Castet. But she suddenly froze when she noticed that Evelyn had collapsed at some point. In Evelyn's mind, she kept apologizing. She did not understand why her body felt so heavy. She would only close her eyes for a moment, then wake up. Until then, please help Castet. Later, she drowsily opened her eyes again. She could not sleep peacefully because she felt so uncomfortable. Her parents rushed over in concern. Evelyn, you're awake? Her mother quickly helped her sit up and ordered the maid, May, bring water at once. After feeding her water, Evelyn suddenly choked and coughed several times, repeatedly pounding her chest. It felt as if something were constantly lodged inside her. Her father noticed that something seemed to be wrong and turned to the doctor. "Didn't you say there was no problem with her treatment?" The doctor insisted that there was no issue with the treatment. However, there may be another cause. Perhaps we should call a priest to assess her condition. Some powerful force appears to be draining the young lady's strength. Her father was bewildered. A powerful force? At the same time, her mother collapsed, seemingly unable to bear the news. Evelyn thought that if it was some kind of power, it was probably connected to that rabbit. "I know what it is." While her father was still confused, she firmly said, "It's the rabbit. We need to find that rabbit." They found the rabbit soon afterward, even more quickly than she expected, because it had been discovered in her garden. Had it followed her all the way home? A young priest examined it and said there was no doubt about it. It was a magical beast. More incredibly, it was a magical beast from Monteist, one that seemed to have only just been born. The priest did not know what had affected the young lady. It may have nurtured its power by consuming a great deal of mana recently. Thinking about it, Evelyn was bewildered. Enough mana to become a magical beast? Perhaps because Castet absorbed so little mana. The mana he absorbed had inadvertently leaked out and affected the rabbit. Looking at the rabbit trapped in its cage, the priest said that what the magical beast had stolen from the young lady was holy power. Her father was shocked. "Holy power? Are you saying Evelyn has holy power?" Without further delay, the priest pointed at the rabbit. "The culprit that took her holy power is that collar. This magical beast is commonly called a demon servant. The collar is a divine chain formed as proof of a contract." Evelyn was utterly confused. A demon servant? A contract? What were those things? Not only she, but her father was confused as well. A demon servant? Are you saying Evelyn formed a contract with this magical beast? The priest continued. The young lady likely did not intend to do so. In such an urgent situation, she may not have realized that she had made the magical beast submit to her. In any event, it is truly formidable holy power. If the young lady's holy power had been ordinary, she would have died the moment the contract was formed. Evelyn could hardly believe it. This was from a novel she had never read even once. She had only known that she was an ordinary villainess from childhood. Was he saying she possessed this kind of holy power? Her father also wondered what they should do now. According to the priest, there were two methods. The first and simplest was to kill the magical beast and break the contract between it and the young lady. Then her holy power would no longer flow endlessly into the magical beast. If that was the case, her father did not wish to waste time. "Do it now." The priest accepted the order and prepared to begin. Evelyn glanced at the rabbit. It looked as though it were about to cry. It was only a monster disguised as an adorable rabbit. So why did it look so pitiful? After the priest took out the rabbit and prepared to perform the ritual with a knife, Evelyn could not hold herself back any longer and shouted, "Stop!" She hugged the rabbit to her chest and hurriedly asked, "You said there were two methods, right? What is the other one?" The priest quickly put down his sword. "It is somewhat complicated, but the beast will not have to die. After cleansing the magical beast with holy water, the young lady only needs to tame it." Evelyn was confused again. How was she supposed to tame a magical beast? The priest added, "The young lady only needs to give a name. If you name the magical beast and complete the contract, your holy power will no longer be drained." Evelyn pouted and complained. "If that was all, wouldn't it have been better to tell me from the beginning?" The priest smiled. "Holy water is very expensive, and completing the contract is rather troublesome. So I thought eliminating the magical beast would be much easier." Evelyn secretly wondered whether he was really a priest. Was he not practically a businessman? Her father held his forehead in frustration. "This concerns my daughter. Money is no object. We will go to the sanctuary immediately." The priest nodded. "I will contact the holy temple first. For now, I will temporarily block the connection between the magical beast and the young lady. I will see you tomorrow." Once the door closed, Evelyn asked about Castet. "Is he badly hurt?" Her parents exchanged sorrowful looks. The scene shifted to Castet's room. He had taken pain medicine and fallen asleep. Evelyn sat sadly at his bedside. His face looked much more gaunt than before. He was worried as well. The young master has lost some weight. Evelyn had expected his injuries to be serious, but she had not imagined they would be this severe. Looking at his hand, which was still holding on her foot, she asked, "Does Castet hurt a lot?" Pa smiled and said, "Only fractured a few ribs, both arms, and a leg. Still, it is fortunate that it was only that much. Evelyn thought there was nothing fortunate about that at all. She knew Poe was deliberately speaking calmly, partly because he did not want her to worry. But continued, I overheard the others talking. Thanks to you, the young master was able to survive. House Genogio will repay you in the future. It seemed like far too great a favor, but Evelyn felt no repayment was necessary. There's no need for that. I only want Castet to recover quickly. Her realized that she had only recently awakened and must be exhausted. Thank you for coming to see the young master first. The young master also woke up and asked for you first, but he was too unwell to come himself. Every day, he asked repeatedly whether you had awakened yet. While she stood there in confusion, Pa added, it is rare for him to wake up, so he was very worried. Because of that, he could not sleep. In any case, the young master seems deeply distressed that he was unable to protect you. She fell into thought. He was injured all over, yet he was worrying about someone else. He should worry about himself, that fool. Still, the fact that he cared for her was a great gain in itself. It meant that the warm life she wanted was becoming more secure. She gently pulled the blanket over Castet. She prayed for the gods to help him recover soon. The next day, Castet woke up and sat in a chair. Pa entered and quietly asked whether he was feeling better. Castet said that he felt much better as soon as he saw Poe's face. What about Evelyn? Pa informed him. The young lady went to the sanctuary today. She will probably be away for some time. Castet put a hand to his face, looking displeased. Pa looked uneasy. Young master, please do not say anything more about the magical beast incident. Castet seemed to understand at once. I know. Has the capital contacted us yet? Pa only shook his head. Not yet. Castet fell silent, then said, if I told them I was dead, will they contact me then? Pa immediately reacted. What are you saying? Your parents are simply too busy. But Castet did not want to hear excuses anymore. Unless his damned illness was cured, they were probably avoiding him. After standing there quietly for a while, Pa remembered something. The young lady left early this morning, and she was very sad that she could not see you yesterday. As soon as she woke up, she came to visit you and prayed for you. Castet froze when he heard that she had prayed for him. Pa added, fortunately, young master, you have made such a good friend. After Pa left, Castet sat alone, lost in thought. Ever since his body had begun to ache, being alone had become natural, far too familiar. But then he remembered what it felt like to have Evelyn there. Why did he feel so empty now? Come to think of it, it had been that way from the beginning. He had tried to keep his distance, but she had always approached him without hesitation. At some point, he had begun to want to be by her side. He suddenly sighed, recalling Poe's words. Fortunately, he had made a good friend. Looking outside, he murmured, friends. Meanwhile, Evelyn had arrived at the temple. The moment she entered the temple, Evelyn felt that this place always seemed strangely welcoming. The high priest was already waiting inside. Evelyn awkwardly greeted him, Your Holiness. But the high priest merely smiled. What do you mean, Your Holiness? Feel free to call me Antonio. She scratched her head awkwardly. Still, how could she casually call him by his name? The high priest kindly said, It is all right. Call me whatever you like. We will be seeing each other often, after all. Those words made her feel a little pressured, but refusing him twice would make him feel awkward, would it not? Finally, she gave in. All right, I will call you Antonio from now on. The high priest told her to stand in the center. Looking at the pile of objects there, she stared in confusion. What was this? It looked like a wash basin. The high priest explained that it was an object used to measure the amount of holy power. Those born with holy power were tested here, and depending on their aptitude, they could walk the path of a priest. If you put your hand into the basin, the water will rise according to the amount of holy power you have. It will not harm your body. However, she noticed that there was a groove beside the basin. Has the basin ever overflowed before? According to the high priest, that had never happened. They did not even fill it halfway. If you lack holy power, do not worry. The priests at the sanctuary are always willing to help you. Although she did not think it was anything special, why was she so nervous? Then, as she put her hand inside, a beam of light appeared. She thought, if I add just a little more, it will probably overflow. Just a little more. While she was lost in thought, the high priest quickly pulled her hand out and said, This is enough. Seeing that he was gripping her wrist so tightly, he hurriedly apologized and let go. He had worried for nothing. Evelyn, You are wonderful. With holy power like this, there will be no difficulty in handling a demon's servant. She held her wrist and thanked him, though she still wondered whether she had been mistaken. But the water had clearly been about to overflow. A little later, Evelyn successfully completed the purification magic. She saw the rabbit sitting curled up in one spot, completely soaked. Was your holy water bath nice? As soon as it saw her, the rabbit hurriedly jumped into her arms, as if complaining about where she had been. The young priest asked, "Have you named it yet?" At that, she froze and scratched her cheek. Not yet. She remembered how happily it had eaten carrots on the way here. Suddenly, she decided on the name Kara. But the rabbit seemed quite startled and jumped onto her. She could tell that it truly did not like the name. After thinking for a while, she wondered, how about Ruby? When the priest saw that she had chosen a name, he invited her to step forward before the statue of the saintess. Standing before the statue of Lena, she was somewhat dazed. The saintess, who had appeared several hundred years ago, possessed the gift of prophecy and outstanding holy power. She became even more famous after ascending the throne as saintess. The priest placed his hand on her head and prayed. He believed that she was still unfamiliar with handling holy power, so he would help her. Therefore, all she had to do was call its name. She focused her mind and spoke the name, Ruby. At once, a collar appeared around the rabbit's neck. Though she possessed holy power, she was still unfamiliar with using demon servants and needed guidance. She trained at the sanctuary for about a month. Now, she could finally return to the home she had longed for. It felt as though she had only named the rabbit yesterday, but now all she could think about was how Castet was doing. As soon as she returned to the estate, Evelyn greeted May. "It has been so long, May." The maid happily welcomed her back as well. Evelyn asked, "Have you been well while I was gone?" May merely smiled as she carried the luggage. "I was a little lonely without you, young lady." Evelyn laughed. "You are so smooth with your words." Then someone called Evelyn. It was Castet, walking out with a cane. At first glance, she could see that his leg had not fully healed, but it was much better than before. Still smiling brightly, she greeted him. Castet. The moment he saw Evelyn, he hurriedly threw his crutch to the ground and wrapped both arms around her, leaving her confused. Castet buried his face against her shoulder and said, "I was really worried." Evelyn happily hugged him back. "Really? So our Castet was very worried about me. I was worried about you too." In that moment, she thought, "Goodness, I never knew Castet's heartbeat could be this fast." Being attacked by a magical beast must have been a great shock to him. But was it all right for an injured person to be standing like this? She quickly urged him, "Sit down first." But he insisted on waiting a little longer. "I want to hug you a little more. Just a little longer." Her mother and the maid could only stand there and smile at the sight. After a while, Evelyn blushed in embarrassment. "How long are you planning to hug me?" Castet then gave her a shy smile. "I'm just so happy to see you again." She could only wonder whether something had happened to him while she was away. It had been a month since she last saw Castet, yet he seemed a little different. Then Elisa and Alan rushed over to find Evelyn. The moment she saw Elisa, Evelyn asked, "Why are you crying?" Anyone would think I'd come back from the dead. Inside, she could not help thinking, goodness, is a passionate hugging the latest trend? First Castet, and now Elisa. Elisa stared at her with wide eyes. "Are you really all right?" Evelyn assured her that she truly was fine. But Elisa blamed herself. "I should have held on to that pin." Evelyn immediately corrected her. "What are you saying? If you had done that, you would have been hurt instead." But Elisa believed that otherwise, Evelyn would surely have been the one in danger. Then Alan apologized. Only now did she look up at him. Goodness, Alan looked so worn out. Perhaps he thought he had failed to keep his promise, even though he had been with her at the time. She quickly shook her head. "No, it is not your fault, Alan. I got lost because I went too deep into the forest on my own. If you feel bad about it, then give me some books about demon servants. Or something about dragons would be nice too. I cannot find such books in Montiest." Hearing the words, demon servant, Alan wanted to know more. You need holy power to form a contract with a demon servant. If you do not have holy power, it is very difficult to maintain the contract. It seemed that Evelyn had revealed her holy power that day. She did not know why, but that was how she had survived and returned safely. Elisa looked at her admiringly. "That is amazing, Evelyn. Holy power. That golden aura that surrounded you then. So that was holy power." At that moment, Evelyn had an idea. Should she show them her demon servant? She immediately brought out Ruby for everyone to see. Elisa and Alan's eyes sparkled. "It is so cute. Its name is Ruby? Can I hold it, Evelyn?" Of course, Evelyn agreed. But as soon as Elisa held the rabbit in her arms, she asked, "Are you sure this is all right, Evelyn? That is a magical beast." Elisa panicked and tossed the rabbit away. She urgently told Evelyn, "Throw it away." Evelyn laughed awkwardly. "It is fine. It will not hurt anyone anymore." Elisa was bewildered. "How can I believe that? Were you not hurt because of it?" As Alan observed it, he noticed that all demon servants wore that chain. Evelyn merely giggled. She had unconsciously made it form a contract with her that day. She had stayed at the sanctuary for an entire month to deal with that. Alan praised Evelyn. "You may become the master of the empire in the future." Hearing that, she could only laugh awkwardly. "Wouldn't you hold an important position too, Alan? You will become Castit's secretary in the future, after all." In any case, she hoped he would help her find those books. Later, seeing a huge pile of books on the table gave her a headache. She had no idea how long it would take to finish reading them all. Suddenly, Castit called out to her, "Are you not going to eat the cookies?" At the sight of them, Evelyn ran over at once. "I will eat them. I'm about to get low blood sugar." But the term low blood sugar left Castit rather confused. He did not know what it meant, so Evelyn brushed it aside. "It is nothing. Enjoy your meal." After clearing all the cookies from the table, she happily rubbed her stomach. "I have come back to life." But Castit offered her another portion of cookies. "Do you want more?" She shyly replied. "No, you should eat it. There is only one left." But Castit gently said, "You seem to like it quite a lot." She awkwardly touched her hair. "I can eat anything. You are the one who needs to eat that." Watching him eat, she thought, "Since I came back from the sanctuary, he has become so well-behaved." She quickly stood up and patted his head. "That is right. You need to eat plenty so that you recover soon." Castit looked embarrassed and lowered his head slightly. "I feel much better now." That made her feel relieved. His body did not look very healthy, so he needed to recover quickly and return to the capital. But upon hearing this, Castit grew angry, clenched his fist, and slammed it on the table. "I did not need to leave so soon," she awkwardly said. "How could Montius satisfy a young master accustomed to life in the capital? Sometimes I think this place is terribly boring, so you must be even more bored than I am. That is why you should recover quickly." Evelyn suddenly realized that those words had originally been meant as encouragement. But Castit did not look happy at all. Winter was drawing near in Montius. Evelyn sat by the window, looking outside and reflecting on how quickly time passed. Castit noticed and reminded her, "What are you thinking about? You are still holding that cookie." That meant Castit had already been in Montius for half a year. She sighed. Time passes so quickly. He wondered why she was thinking about that. Then she changed the subject and asked whether he had prepared anything for the upcoming Thanksgiving celebration. He stood up and said, "Probably not." Thanksgiving was a day to give thanks for a year of abundance and peace, and to give gifts to those one loved. It felt like a combination of Thanksgiving and Christmas. Moreover, the whole family usually celebrated the holiday together. Evelyn felt sad to herself. There had still been no news from the capital. During the half-year Castit had stayed at her home, the number of times his family had contacted him could be counted on one hand. Among them was only one letter personally written by the Duke and Duchess. Evelyn suddenly asked Castit directly, "Would you like to write a letter to your parents this Thanksgiving?" Seeing the panic on his face, she continued, intending to persuade him to go buy gifts for his parents with her. Castit clearly did not want that. Though she knew he would react this way, she still tried pleading with him in hopes that he would change his mind. She said she wanted to visit the newly opened dessert cafe. The weather was beautiful too, so it would be nice to go outside. After listening to her ramble on for a while, Castit agreed. Evelyn could hardly believe it and asked again. Castit confirmed it, saying that he would meet her in the lobby. Excitedly, Evelyn wanted to go call Elisa. Castit suddenly looked a little flustered. "Isn't it supposed to be just the two of us?" Evelyn innocently replied, "What are you talking about? The more, the merrier. We could try more kinds of desserts together." Castit was so speechless that he put a hand to his head while she looked confused. "What? Did I say something wrong?" He could only sigh. "Go get ready." As he watched her run off like the wind, he remained standing there, absent-mindedly blaming himself for being such an idiot. The scene shifted to the street. Evelyn gazed around with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Thanksgiving is coming, so the city is decorated so beautifully." But she did not forget to mention, Elisa said she might be a little late. In the meantime, let us look around and buy gifts. Castit, already waiting downstairs, held out his hand for her to take. Evelyn praised him. "You are such a gentleman." But he took it only as teasing. After coming downstairs, they spotted a shop and went inside. Evelyn could not help staring in wonder. Everything was adorable and beautiful. She began eagerly picking up every item, but Castet reminded her to buy the things they needed first and look around afterward. If she kept wandering around like that, she would never buy what she truly needed. Castet suddenly took her hand and gently said, "It is crowded here." Though embarrassed, she still managed to say, "Thank you." After walking around for a while, she chose greeting cards because there were too many pretty ones. She truly could not decide. "Are you really not going to get one?" Seeing him lower his head and nod slightly made her feel sad for him. She could not leave him like that, so she brought the stack of cards in front of him. "These cards are so pretty that I cannot choose." Faced with the pile of cards and her eager expression, he had no choice but to select a few for her. Castet then stopped by the jewelry section to look around. Evelyn immediately asked what he was buying. It turned out to be the necklace she had noticed earlier. "Our taste is exactly the same." She asked, "Who do you want to give it to?" But he hurriedly avoided the question. He said he had only been looking and continued walking, but she ran after him, calling out that he had used the excuse that it was crowded. Before long, Elisa was seated in the cafe, waiting for the two of them. She repeatedly asked whether shopping had been fun. Evelyn wanted to know why Elisa had arrived late, when she had said she wanted to shop together. Elisa said, "A merchant from the kingdom of Radium brought some miraculous holy relics. I spent too long looking at them, so I was late." Hearing holy relics, Evelyn became very excited. Her eyes sparkled. "Can you invite him to my estate? Holy relics mean money." A small merchant named Ando from the kingdom of Radium warmly bowed to Evelyn. "Thank you for inviting me here." Evelyn's mother graciously welcomed him. "I heard from my daughter that you have many fine items." Ando shook her hand and said, "This dream catcher helps people have pleasant dreams. This wind chime produces clear, beautiful sounds. And there is this exquisite embroidered carpet as well." Looking at the items, her mother exclaimed, "The carpet is beautiful. Its colors are wonderful." Seizing the opportunity, Ando praised her discerning eye. Suddenly, Evelyn interrupted, wanting to buy a holy relic. The young merchant smiled. "Of course, I brought one as well. I will bring it out right away." The moment Evelyn saw it, she was startled and wondered what it was. The young merchant explained, "This is a holy relic used to hatch dragon eggs. It is called a dragon egg incubator. It can shorten the incubation time." Just hearing what it could do made her want to buy it. It would be perfect for Little Bean. Still, she asked suspiciously, "Are you sure it works properly?" The young man nodded. "Put this crystal inside, and it will work. This gem attracts magic and uses it as power." Castet, who was beside her, noticed a ring on the table. He picked it up and asked, "How much is this?" The young merchant cheerfully replied, "I will give it to you for free, since you have bought so much. Consider it a special service." But Castet insisted on paying, making Evelyn lean over and whisper, "He said it is a gift. Why do you insist on paying for it?" Castet turned and handed the ring to Pa, explaining that it would keep people from saying anything later. Seeing that Evelyn was still curious, he asked, "Do you not know what this is?" She innocently replied, "It is a ring, but it looks rather old. This is a treasure called the Tears of Saintess Lena. It is a masterpiece crafted by the great artisan Ben. I heard that it was lost in an earthquake. It seems to be a holy relic." The word struck Evelyn like a bolt from the blue, while Castet calmly asked, "Do you think you can buy it so cheaply?" Inwardly, she panicked. "I thought it was just an old trinket." She then pleaded with him to sell it to her, but he firmly shook his head. At last, Thanksgiving arrived. Wearing a lovely dress, Evelyn raised both hands courageously. "Thank you, Mother and Father, for raising me. I love you both." Her parents were deeply moved, while Evelyn ran over and kissed her mother on the cheek. "This is my Thanksgiving gift." Her father eagerly opened his gift, wanting to know what she had prepared. Inside were a pair of hairpins and handkerchiefs that she had made herself. Her parents were delighted and even thanked her. Evelyn then turned to Castet and said, "I have a gift for you too." She suddenly stepped closer, took out a flower, and placed it in his hair. Then she complimented him, "It really suits you." He looked so surprised that he went completely silent. But she ran off to get the gift and said, "I was only teasing. This is what I really prepared." Holding the present in his hands, Castet opened it curiously. He stared blankly when he saw that it was a necklace. Evelyn explained, "I saw you looking at it in the shop, but you did not buy it. You like it, right? If you have anything important in the future, you can put it in here." Seeing his face turn red, Evelyn became confused. His reaction was not what she had expected. "Do you not like it?" Only then did he take out a gift box he had prepared beforehand. When Evelyn opened it, she was so shocked that her mouth fell open. It was the very same thing she had given him. Now she understood. So he had been looking at it because he wanted to give it to me? The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Only her parents smiled knowingly, realizing that the two items were a matching pair. The next day, Evelyn placed the egg in the incubator and sat there watching it. It worked quite well, and the egg's color had become lighter than before. Evelyn eagerly placed her hand on the incubator. "Little bean, come out and play with me soon. Ruby wants to meet you too." Suddenly, May reminded her, "Young lady, do you not have an appointment this afternoon?" Evelyn suddenly remembered. "That is right. I have to go now, or Elisa will be waiting." For some reason, Ruby waved its paws and cried repeatedly. It turned out that it wanted to come along. Evelyn understood, but said, "Elisa is very afraid of you." As she turned to leave, she did not forget to remind her, "I'll be back soon, so be good." Ruby looked hopefully toward the dragon egg. After staring at it for a while, Ruby began drooling hungrily and hurriedly jumped onto the incubator. The impact shifted its legs, causing it to topple onto the floor. The dragon egg cracked before anyone noticed. Ruby panicked, as if the sky were falling, repeatedly crying out that it had broken, but apparently no one could understand. At Elisa's castle, Elisa heard Evelyn's voice echoing through the halls. "Evelyn, you're here. I called you over because I wanted to show you something." Elisa looked so excited that Evelyn said, "It must be amazing. Your nose is practically flaring." Elisa quickly opened the door, grinning. "Hee hee, don't be too surprised." As soon as the door opened, Elisa pointed inside. Here it is. It was a document written in an ancient language. The moment Evelyn saw it, she was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. "Oh my God, this is my diary from my previous life." Her legs gave out, and she staggered backward. Seeing Evelyn's frozen expression, Elisa paled in alarm. "What is it? Are you that surprised? I thought you liked antiques and holy relics." Outwardly, Evelyn showed nothing, but inwardly, she was shaking her head wildly. No, it could just be a notebook that looked similar. How could it possibly be hers? She hurriedly asked Elisa whether she could read it. Of course, Elisa had no problem with that. She even smiled brightly and nodded. Holding the notebook in trembling hands, Evelyn thought, "No, it definitely can't be mine, right?" The moment she opened it, a date greeted her, followed by the words, "The weather is cold, but my heart is colder." After reading only that much, she immediately threw the book aside. "Why is it here?" She screamed inwardly. It really was her diary. Seeing Evelyn clutching her head and crying out, Elisa became flustered. "Evelyn, what's wrong? Are you okay?" Suddenly, Evelyn rushed over and asked, "Have you read this? Read it?" "No. Has anyone else read it?" Elisa truly had no idea what she was talking about. But Evelyn answered herself anyway. "Probably not, right? Tell me." Elisa frowned and shouted, "How could I read it? I don't even know what era it came from." Those words suddenly brought Evelyn back to her senses. That was right. This was not Korea. It was written in Korean, so a character in a novel like Elisa could not read it. Evelyn had heard that objects from the real world sometimes appeared here as holy relics. Surely many of her other belongings had ended up here too. What chaotic world. Sighing as she sat on the sofa, she asked Elisa again, "Could you sell that to me?" But Elisa could not decide because it belonged to her father. Knowing it would be difficult, Evelyn offered a deal. "My family has a map Baron wants. Let's exchange it for this. Even though it belongs to my father, the two are equivalent. He'll agree, won't he?" Seeing how desperately Evelyn wanted it, Elisa agreed to ask her father first, but she warned her that it might not work because its appraisal results were excellent. Evelyn was practically losing her mind. "That can't be," Elisa continued. "I heard the appraiser say it was like an ancient poem. The endings of every line sound alike, so perhaps that was how people rhymed in the old days. It must be a poem with profound meaning." Hearing that, Evelyn cried inwardly. No, similar sentence endings in her diary were nothing good. She cursed her manager every day, so of course they all sounded alike. Every day, she had murderous intent toward that manager. How could anyone mistake it for poetry? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Wiping away her tears, she thought the universe must be playing a cruel joke on her. Elisa still could not understand a word. "What are you talking about, Evelyn?" But Evelyn hurriedly brushed it off. "It's nothing. Who could possibly understand this pain?" There was nothing else she could do. She had to obtain the diary by any means necessary and destroy it. Back at Evelyn's home, Castet was using a tube to draw the excess power out of his body. Although his convulsions had lessened recently, his body's rate of absorption had increased. To prevent a repeat of the last incident, they needed to remove it more frequently. Puh, who was beside him, asked, "Young master, your rate of power absorption has increased considerably lately." Castet already knew that. That doesn't sound good. When father sent the magical device, did he not say anything? This time, Castet wanted to ask about his family, but Pa only lowered his head sadly. Next time, I'll ask whether he has anything he wishes to say. At that, Castet grew discouraged. Never mind. There's no need. He lay back, thinking, just as expected. I should not have hoped for anything. Then he remembered that Evelyn had even bought him cards to send to his parents, but he had turned away from them. His heart was full of complicated feelings. How could his father possibly care about him? But suddenly, noise and voices came from outside. What's going on? Why is the place so lively today? Pa cheerfully explained. The young lady gave presents to the servants for Thanksgiving. That is probably why everyone is so happy. Castet found it fascinating. The young lady cared for the servants, and the Monteist estate laughed and cried alongside everyone else. It was completely different from the cold, silent Genogio castle. He pulled the necklace from around his neck and held it out before him. Perhaps Evelyn did not know that exchanging matching necklaces was a famous form of confession in the capital. Placing one's portrait inside the pendant and giving it to a lover meant asking them to remember you, even when the two of you were apart. Thinking back on Evelyn's reaction, she probably did not know. If she had known, she would have refused, just as she did before. Even now, thinking about it made him irritated. He still could not believe Evelyn had made such a rejecting expression and said something so hurtful. After thinking for a while, he decided that he was the only one who cared. He could not refuse her anymore. Castet lightly kissed the necklace. He thought of how she approached strangers without hesitation when it was for someone she cared about. She was not afraid to speak up to people of higher standing. When she empathized with someone's pain, she felt it as if it were her own. He liked her. He really, truly liked her. At that moment, his mind was filled only with her cheerful, adorable, passionate image. Deep in his heart, he acknowledged that he had truly fallen for her. Evelyn happily returned with the diary in her arms, breathing a sigh of relief. At last, I have you, my dark past. She hurried toward the fireplace. She had not expected to stay at Elise's house all night, trying to persuade Baron, but somehow everything had worked out. With a dark intention, she held up the diary to throw it into the flames. Goodbye. Burn up and disappear. Leave no trace behind. But suddenly she stopped. She had worked so hard to get it back. Should she skim through it before throwing it away? Then another entry came to mind. Today is my coming-of-age day. Without that manager, the world is so much brighter. When I get home, I'll buy fried chicken and beer. Tonight, I will have sweet dreams, so I'll buy a lottery ticket too. Oh God, in my next life, please let me be born into a wealthy family, so I can live without worrying about money. And let me have a handsome boyfriend too. She did not understand why rereading her own diary made her laugh to herself. How silly. Was this what it felt like to open a time capsule as an adult? She put the book in the cupboard. Maybe because it was the only thing she had from her previous life, she could not bear to throw it away. Since no one could read it anyway, she could keep it as a memento. Then she suddenly froze. Ruby was standing beside her, waiting. Startled, Evelyn asked, "Huh? Were you in the room?" But Ruby's reaction was strange. Evelyn immediately realized something was wrong and frowned. "You caused trouble, didn't you?" A loud sound rang out, and Evelyn rushed outside in alarm. May hurried in, calling, "Young lady, it seems there was an explosion in the room. The guards are investigating, so please wait here." Hearing that, Evelyn ran outside at once, repeatedly apologizing to May. As she ran, she wondered what happened to Little Bean. It was fine when I went to Elise's house, so why did something happen now? The moment she stepped outside, she heard everyone talking. "There's a dragon in there." She immediately knew it had to be her Little Bean and rushed in despite the guard's warnings that it was dangerous. Running inside, she kept calling, "Little Bean, where are you?" Something brushed past her ear like a gust of wind. When she slowly turned around, she saw a tiny dragon before her. Though Evelyn was a little surprised at their first meeting, Little Bean's adorable expression made her unable to resist. She hugged the little dragon tightly. "You look like a black bean. You're so cute." The guards rushed in, saw the sight, and warned her, "Young lady, it's too dangerous. Please put it down." Evelyn smiled. Don't worry, it will not hurt me. Little Bean is my pet. Holding the tiny dragon in her arms, she became concerned again. But if you destroyed the house, that will be a problem. But the little dragon kept roaring. Naturally, Evelyn understood. You're crying because you woke up and could not find me, right? She understood what Little Bean was saying rather well. Then Little Bean suddenly noticed something and flew away at once. Evelyn hurried after it. Soon, Little Bean carried Ruby over and placed Ruby in front of her. Evelyn was confused. What is it? Why did you bring Ruby here? Little Bean tattled on Ruby, and Evelyn quickly looked over there. It turned out that the incubator had broken. She immediately remembered why Ruby had been avoiding her earlier. It seemed Ruby had touched Little Bean while the dragon was still inside the egg. In any case, she was glad that Little Bean seemed to like Ruby. Then Castit's voice interrupted. What happened? I heard a loud noise and came up here. The moment Evelyn saw him, she eagerly brought Little Bean over to show him. Even Castit was surprised. Is that really the egg? For some reason, as they faced each other, Evelyn asked, Do you want to touch it? But before he could do anything, Little Bean bit his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Evelyn finally understood what had happened and cried, Let him go. Seeing blood on his hand, she panicked. Oh no, what do we do? You're bleeding. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. She hurriedly examined the wound, but his hand kept bleeding. What if it left a scar on his beautiful hand? Castit was surprised. My hand is beautiful. Evelyn became embarrassed. Of course, your hands are very beautiful. But why are you paying attention to that right now? You're still growing, so if we take care of it, it will not scar. Castit remained calm. Really? I think it will leave a scar. Evelyn quickly turned away. Then I'll take responsibility. First, I'll go call the nurse. Suddenly, Castit grabbed her hand. How will you take responsibility? I want to know how you will take responsibility for my scar. Asked that way. Evelyn held herself back as she pried Castit's hand loose. Anything. I'll do anything you want. Stay here. It will definitely scar. As he watched her leave, he glanced at the dragon. I cannot believe she left me alone with this thing. She looked so worried. Thinking back to her earlier image, Castit became absent-minded. Did I agree before I even knew what I wanted to say? He turned to Little Bean. Do you hate me? Were you warning me not to touch your owner? That is not fair at all. I have not done anything. I am a victim here. Perhaps I should do something then. When Evelyn returned, she was furious. Why did you not listen to me? I told you to stay there. Why did you go back to your room? The nurse and I spent so long looking for you. What if you were not treated in time and it left a scar? Looking at the bandaged wound on his hand, Castit complained, It does not matter if it scars. Pretty hands make me look weak. But Evelyn scolded him fiercely. A scar would make you look even weaker. If you do not want people to call you weak, make sure your hand heals properly. Her words pierced his heart. You are hurting my feelings, he said. Evelyn scolded him like an old grandmother. You did not complain when you were bleeding, so why are you pretending to be pitiful now? Castit kept insisting, It really hurts. You are so cruel. Whose fault is it that I got hurt? Evelyn was taken aback. Was he still pretending? She had nothing to say, because Little Bean biting Castit really was her fault. She suddenly remembered what she had said before. When Little Bean saw Castit, it should bite him hard. She had not expected it to actually do so. Oh no, what if Castit found out about that? Her mind conjured an image of his future threat. How dare you leave me with a scar? At last, after 8 years, I can get revenge on you. Just imagining it made her panic, and she admitted it was her fault. Her loyal dragon was too devoted, but how could she have made such a mistake? She clutched her head, crying out, No, my peaceful life. Castit, standing beside her, became confused. What do you mean, no? Realizing that she had revealed too much emotion, Evelyn hurriedly composed herself. Stay calm. Castit continued asking whether she thought her peaceful life would be affected because he found his injury unpleasant. Evelyn quickly clarified, That is not it. I'm always ready to take care of you. I am happy whenever I can take care of you. Castit still looked doubtful, as if he did not know how to believe her. When she approached him, he shyly turned away. Do not do that. Evelyn did not understand what he meant. Castit was still blushing. I said, Do not suddenly come so close. I do not know what I am supposed to do. What was this atmosphere? Even Evelyn became embarrassed. Then Ruby's voice outside distracted them both. Evelyn hurriedly ran to the door and opened it to let Ruby in. Why are you outside? How did you get up here? Then Little Bean made a cheerful sound. Beside her, Evelyn scolded the dragon. I told you to stay in the greenhouse. Go back for now. Do not go near Castit, and do not bully Ruby anymore. The little dragon looked deeply hurt, but Evelyn comforted it. I'm not angry. If you go back, I will. Before she could finish, Castit suddenly stepped close behind her. He forcefully pulled the door shut, wearing an unreadable expression. Evelyn will stay here with me, right? Evelyn could not possibly imagine what was happening. Outside, Little Bean became extremely upset and repeatedly flew into the door. Seeing its angry expression, Evelyn was bewildered. If we leave it outside, it will fly away eventually, right? As evening gradually fell, Castit's mother sat in a corner while the butler, Robert, approached. Castit's mother said, "I will visit Monteist, so make the preparations." Monteist received the news as well. Evelyn was greatly surprised. "I cannot believe the Duchess of Genoggio is coming." Poe explained, after what happened last time, she said she wants to meet you. Staring at the letter, Evelyn wondered, but she is coming here in person? But tried to ease her concerns. "I did not expect her to come personally either. Perhaps she misses the young master and is using this as an excuse to visit you." Evelyn thought that if she wanted to see her son, she had no need for such an excuse. Poe looked up, considering another possibility. Could the mistress be planning to take the young master back to the capital? Has he not stayed here for a long time already? Evelyn thought that made sense. Winter was approaching, after all. If that happened, she did not have much time left before having to say goodbye to Castit. When they first met, he had been so irritating. But now, the thought of him leaving made her feel empty. Perhaps she cared for him more than she had realized. He glanced at her, noticed something, and smiled softly. "Are you sad?" Evelyn reacted strangely, turning away with a huff. "Nothing like that." That night, we learned that the Duchess was on her way. Castit had another seizure. Fortunately, Evelyn was always by his side to care for him. When he woke up and saw her expression, Castit could not help saying, "If my condition got any worse, you'd probably cry." Evelyn was concerned, but still embarrassed as she stammered, "Well, I could cry right now if you want." Castit glanced at her softly and asked, "Really?" Caught off guard, Evelyn sighed in surprise. "Do you want to see me cry that badly?" That made Castit smile happily. In truth, he wondered how he could possibly tell her that seeing her cry for him made him happy. Evelyn wanted to know how he was doing. "You'll be seeing your mother again soon. You seem to miss her very much." Castit honestly admitted that he missed his mother, but Evelyn could see it in his eyes. He seemed happy, yet there was something strange about his expression. Perhaps he was not that happy after all. He was still writing letters, but never sending them. In his dreams, he met his mother. He clearly missed her so much. Evelyn continued questioning him. "You miss her, but you do not want to see her now." Castit frankly said that he did miss his mother, but right now, there was someone he wanted to look at for much longer. Seeing her confused expression, Castit asked again, "Do you want me to get better?" What a ridiculous question. Even Evelyn became annoyed and threw a towel straight at his face. "Of course I do. Do you want to stay sick forever?" Pulling the towel off his face, Castit innocently replied that he wanted to remain sick forever. That way, he could stay here longer. Evelyn's expression was probably quite strange as she thought to herself. Even so, he will forget me once he returns to the capital. From the beginning, Evelyn Monstera was only a girl he met in childhood and then forgot. She teased him in return. "Your parents and everyone else are worried about you. They would be sad if they heard that. Do not forget me when you return to the capital." Castit took her hand firmly and assured her, "That will never happen. I will never forget you. I will remember everything." Just as he was about to say something more, Evelyn abruptly stood up and cut him off. "Is it this late already? I'm going to bed." Watching her run away, Castit could only say, "Good night, Evelyn." As she ran, Evelyn kept thinking, what on earth was that? Those were just ordinary words. He only said that because he was grateful. Why am I dwelling on it? Lost in thought, she bumped into May without noticing. She did not even look at her before hurriedly apologizing. "I was distracted, so I did not see you." May only noticed that the young lady's face was red and thought Evelyn had a fever. Although Evelyn insisted that she was perfectly fine, May still called a doctor to examine her. To her surprise, the doctor said that she did have a fever. May sternly reminded her, "I knew it. You always catch a cold whenever the seasons change." Lying in bed, her mind filled with question marks, Evelyn wondered, "I have a fever because of a cold, not because of Castit, right?" After thinking for a while, she seemed to sigh in relief. "That scared me. I thought I was sick because of what Castit said." Only May, standing nearby, could not understand why catching a cold would be fortunate. Evelyn scratched her head and smiled. "It is nothing." But after being together for so long, May understood that whenever something happened, the young lady would simply smile it away. Curled up in bed, Evelyn seemed rather happy about having a cold. Her mood was truly incomprehensible. So many things had happened this year that she had been under a great deal of stress. This was the worst fever she had ever had. In her haze, whenever she opened her eyes, she sometimes saw her mother, her father, and Castet beside her. After countless nights passed, her fever finally went down. Winter was approaching, and she always caught cold around this time. Turning over, she thought, I must be exhausted from being sick for so long. It has been a while, so it should be fine to be lazy for a little longer. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone asked, "Are you asleep?" The instant she heard that voice, Evelyn knew it was Castet. Why had he come here at this hour? Castet's voice drew closer as he sat in the chair beside her bed. Her thoughts were in turmoil. What should I do? I will lose my chance to talk to him. I do not know. I will just pretend to be asleep. Seeing her covered in a cold sweat, Castet picked up a towel and wiped her face, sighing that her body was too weak. Evelyn thought to herself, so you can say that too? Normally, she was the one who did this whenever Castet was ill. Now that their roles had been reversed, she felt that she could lean on him. Come to think of it, Castet was older than her. Because she retained memories from her previous life, she had always thought of him as a child who needed someone to worry about him. Castet lowered his head and whispered, "Evelyn, do not get sick again." Since she was pretending to sleep, she heard every word he said. A few days after Evelyn recovered, a great many gifts arrived for her. May kept explaining, "These are from Duchess Genogio." The Genogio family was truly generous. Even Evelyn was surprised by just how many there were. Puh, standing behind her, chuckled. "I'm glad we can repay you like this." Evelyn looked slightly irritated. "Do not be happy. There is nowhere to put all these gifts." Puh enthusiastically said, "Then I shall notify House Genogio. Perhaps they will build a storage room for you." Suddenly, someone entered and asked, "How are you feeling, young lady?" While Evelyn was still wondering who he was, Robert cheerfully introduced himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the butler of House Genogio." Upon seeing Evelyn, he eagerly tried to hand her a list of gifts. Since her parents had gone to a party, she had no idea what to do with so many presents. She asked, "Has the Duchess not arrived yet?" Robert informed her that the Duchess was already on her way to the sanctuary. Evelyn was extremely surprised. "What?" May leaned close and whispered in her ear, "While you were ill, the Duchess sent a letter saying she would not be coming here alone. Instead, she would remain at the sanctuary." Robert added that the Duke would be staying at the sanctuary as well. However, the exact schedule was still unknown. Evelyn froze upon learning that Castet did not know this, and that mother and son had still not met. Looking at the two butlers from the ducal household, Evelyn realized that although both served royal families, they were so very different. Evelyn had never imagined that Castet had lived like this since childhood. Instead of receiving love and support, he had been forced to grow up alone. When she first met him, she had always wondered why he acted so strong. Castet must have been terribly lonely. Paulone thought that he was no longer lonely, because now he had her by his side. Evelyn ran straight to Castet's room and shouted into his ear, "Wake up, you lazybones." She knew perfectly well that he was pretending to sleep. Castet scratched his head and asked, "Has Robert left already?" She nodded. "He came to deliver gifts." Yet Castet seemed more interested in whether she liked them. Only then did Evelyn remember that she had not opened any of the gifts because there were too many. She invited him to open them with her. On the way to the gift room, Evelyn asked, "Could you let go of my hand?" But Castet showed no intention of releasing it. "I want to hold your hand." Looking at his expression, Evelyn felt more at ease. She had worried that he would be upset about his mother, but perhaps she did not need to worry after all. Thankfully, Castet seemed fine. Just then, Elisa cheerfully ran inside. When she saw Castet, her expression became slightly displeased, while Castet did not look pleased either. "Do you have nothing else to do? Why are you rushing into someone else's house like that? What was this atmosphere?" Evelyn froze between them, not knowing what to say. Then she noticed that it had been half a year since Castet came here. Why had there still been no progress between them? A few things differed from the novel, but this was far too different. Was it because she had given Elisa a defensive item in the forest? Or because she had not bullied her, leaving Castet with no opportunity to step in? If that were the case, Castet would not leave the capital and return here. If there was no relationship between them, what was Elisa supposed to do? At that thought, Evelyn's eyes welled with tears. She ran over and tightly hugged Elisa. "I promise I will pave your path with roses." As Evelyn threw her arms around Elisa, she suddenly felt something hard. Elisa happily showed her that it was orange marmalade she had made after hearing that it was good for Castet's health. "Could you carry it for me? It is so heavy." Castet took Evelyn's hand again. "You promised to open the gifts with me." Elisa grabbed Evelyn's other hand and said that she wanted to come too. That tense atmosphere again. The situation felt strangely familiar to Evelyn. But never mind. It was beautiful in its own way. When they reached the room where the gifts were stored, Elisa was astonished as well. The room was completely filled with gifts. Even the bed was piled high. Suddenly, Elisa looked a little sad. They said there would be fewer gifts this time, but there are still so many. Evelyn perceptively whispered, "I like Elisa's orange marmalade more." While Elisa was still surprised, Evelyn gave her a brilliant smile. "You made it yourself and gave it to me. I am very grateful." Elisa was delighted as well. "The orange marmalade is meant to help you recover. It is filled with my sincerity." Evelyn liked gifts made with heartfelt affection more than their quantity, even if they were not as lavish as the Genogio's gifts. "My brother and I have always been sincere with you. You like us more than the Genogios, right?" Castet immediately grew heated. "Why do you keep bringing up Alan here?" Elisa was surprised. "Why are you yelling?" The two began arguing again, wanting to know whom Evelyn would choose. It made her feel terribly awkward, so she could only say that she liked them both. As she watched the two of them argue so fiercely, Evelyn had to stand between them and mediate. Why did they always fight over such ordinary things? They were dragging their families into it now. Elisa turned to Evelyn and asked whom she would choose. "Would you choose my brother or Castet?" Asked so directly, Evelyn found it difficult to answer. If she answered wrongly, she would make enemies of them both. After thinking for a while, she said that she chose Elisa. "I like you both, but I like Elisa more." She hurried over and hugged Elisa, who shyly covered her face with both hands. "I was not even one of the choices." Evelyn insisted, "You're my best friend. I like you the most." Elisa seemed quite satisfied with that answer. "Evelyn, if you like me, I have nothing to complain about. You have to take responsibility for me." Castet was left utterly speechless at the sight of them. He hurriedly changed the subject to opening the gifts. He had nothing to say anymore. The next day, Elisa went to the greenhouse to call Little Bean. "It is time to eat." Little Bean obediently flew out and rubbed against her forehead, prompting her to remind it. "You miss me a lot, did you not? Remember to eat properly when I'm not around. I heard you refused to eat whenever I was gone." She added, "If you do it again, I will punish you." Castet stood behind her and greeted her. But not wanting Little Bean to bite him, she shouted, "You are not allowed to come here. Go back before Little Bean sees you." The dragon, engrossed in its food, raised its head upon hearing its name. Evelyn did not have time to grab it. It had already lunged toward Castet. Too frightened to watch, she hurriedly shouted, "Castet, run!" She squeezed her eyes shut in terror. After waiting for a moment, she slowly calmed down when Castet gently told her, "Open your eyes. It is all right." Evelyn opened her eyes and saw Little Bean perched on Castet's shoulder. Still confused, she wondered what was happening. Castet confidently said, "Of course, it is because of this. This is the magical locket. I had defensive magic added to the locket you gave me." Little Bean had become very well behaved and did not even dare bite him. Evelyn was relieved. Does that mean this method only works once? If it only works once, Little Bean will have to be isolated. But Castet did not think so. "There is no way I would let the gift you gave me be used only once." Evelyn sensed a strange emphasis in his words. Little Bean glared at him as though it wanted to devour him, prompting Evelyn to warn it again. "I told you not to hurt Castet." Then she blamed herself. All its bad training and behavior were her fault. Only then did she ask, "Why did you come here?" Castet scratched his head. "The locket arrived. Since you were here, I wanted to check whether it had been installed properly and show it to you as well." Evelyn sighed in relief. "So you came to see me? Did you want to show it off to me? Or did you come to test it?" Faced with that string of questions, Castet blushed awkwardly and said he did not know. Evelyn innocently thought he probably wants praise again, so she smiled and praised him. Adding a magical inscription to a locket was truly a great idea, Castet. Castet thought it was nothing special. "If you need one, I can make one for you too." But she quickly refused. "Montiest is not dangerous, so I probably do not need one." Still unwilling to give up, Castet reasoned that she might go to the capital someday, and the journey could be dangerous, so would it not be better to have one? Yet her answer surprised him. She had no intention of going to the capital. Compared to the capital, living in Montiest was much better. In the original story, Evelyn followed the male lead to the capital out of jealousy, only to meet a miserable end. Now that she knew what would happen, there was no way she would go there. Castet's face quickly darkened. "What about your debut? Do you not dream of that?" Hearing that, she was surprised. A debut was one's first appearance in noble society, wearing a beautiful gown and dancing in the most magnificent palace in the capital. Do you not care about dancing with a wonderful partner? Every child I have met in the capital longs for it. Evelyn rested her hand on her chin and thought. It did sound rather splendid. In the novel, Castet took Elisa to the capital like a princess. He became Elisa's dance partner at the ball, while Evelyn was caught ruining Elisa's dress. What a childish thing for a villainess to do, she thought. Calmly, she replied that she had no such dream, leaving Castet stunned. His mood quickly fell as well. Seeing his reaction, Evelyn was surprised. Why was he so shocked? Then she wondered why he had brought up the ball. Do you want to be my dance partner? Without hesitation, he admitted it. Yes, let me be your dance partner. I want to see you looking beautiful that day in a splendid dress. Before he could finish, she hurriedly stopped him. Do not indulge in wishful thinking. Who said I would attend with you? Castet said that he did not originally like such ostentatious parties. I hope you recover soon, because I want you to make your debut in the capital. Castet spoke with firm conviction. I will recover quickly and become your dance partner. The more Evelyn heard, the more shocked she became. For me? I told him I'm not interested in making my debut. And although I truly want him to recover, that would be good for him. Did you promise me that something good would happen? Castet was surprised. Why would there not be something good in it for you? If you become my dance partner at the ball, you will immediately become the flower of high society, the sole heir of Duke Genogio. No matter how Castet tried to persuade her, she still thought she did not need that position. Who knew what would happen in the future? Why was he making such an unexpected promise? Even if they did not have that kind of relationship now, nothing was certain in the future. But Castet stubbornly insisted that if he made a promise, he would definitely keep it. Such a promise would give him more motivation. He tried to bargain with her again. My body is in a special condition lately. If anything happens in the future, it might give you more strength as well. Evelyn only felt that he was pressuring her again. After sighing and thinking it over, she decided to hold out her hand, make the promise, and wish for his speedy recovery. Even if the promise was not kept, she would make it first so that he could get better. And so, the two made a pinky promise. When they returned to the house and were enjoying a meal, Evelyn received news that her father would be going to Hizia with Castet. May also said that the Duchess had requested to meet the young master in person. Evelyn asked about Castet, but accepted that part. Why was her father going too? May guessed that it was probably because he was worried about Castet. Evelyn thought about how Poe was always attached to Castet like a limb. Why would her father leave the estate behind and go with him during such a busy time? Evelyn had a bad feeling. She knew that her father dearly loved his daughter, was sincere toward his family, and was an extraordinarily handsome man. But he suffered from an incurable illness. He was passionate about investments and had never failed at one. Yet if he expanded the business too far, he would face many problems. To solve the shortage of resources, he would have to sign a contract with House Genogio. That would later become the reason for her family's downfall. As Evelyn pondered how the story would unfold, she wished she knew more about business. The more she thought about it, the stronger her bad feeling became. She immediately got up and ran to find her father, determined to stop this. As soon as she reached his room, she rushed in and chattered away. Father, you smell so nice. Did you just take a bath? You even shaved. I can smell something sweet on your breath, too. Her father said he had just eaten ice cream. He happily pinched her cheek. You keep clinging to me just because you want something tasty? Then I'll buy you more delicious things and work harder to earn money. Evelyn kept a bright smile on her face, though inwardly she told herself, stop thinking nonsense and focus. She got to the point. I like it better when you stay home with me. I heard you're going to Hizia this weekend. Can I come with you? Her father had not expected her to want to go too, but said, you get carsick, so stay home. She hurriedly said she wanted to see snow. At this time last year, the first snowfall had already come there, so she wanted to see it. Her father hesitated because he was not sure there would be snow. So she used her ultimate move, acting cute. You're the person I love most. She quickly put on an adorable expression. I just want to stay by your side. Why don't you understand? It was a devastating attack on a father with a daughter. She successfully secured permission to accompany him to Hizia, and he also hoped it would snow as she wished. What Evelyn truly wanted was not to see the season's first snow, but to become rich before the family's downfall. Before going to Hizia, she had a small picnic in the forest with Castet. The two pets were with them, and Evelyn was delighted as she opened Little Bean's cage. When she noticed it staring at Castet, she quickly hugged it and scolded, "I told you not to bite Castet. Be good and go play with Ruby." Castet was happy that she protected him. Paul also spoke up, "How strange. Why does it only bite its owner? I never trained it to do that." May laid out the food, and everyone happily enjoyed the meal. Castet secretly fed Ruby a carrot, but Evelyn caught him and got angry. "Ruby is getting fat because you keep feeding it carrots." Knowing he was wrong, Castet could only apologize. "I won't feed it anymore." After eating their fill, Evelyn lay down to rest and called for Castet to lie down too. Castet said, "We just ate," but she replied, "Lying down right after eating feels great." Castet laughed, "You'll get a stomachache." Not wanting to hear him nag, she grabbed his hand and pulled him down beside her. "Just lie down. You'll change your mind right away." Castet simply stared blankly at the girl he loved. When she noticed he was not saying anything, she spoke again. "Isn't it comfortable? Relaxing with a full stomach is the best." Castet wanted to know why she suddenly wanted to see maple leaves. She said, "I just suddenly wanted to enjoy the view before they all fall." Castet replied, "Autumn comes and goes. We can see them again next year. But I'm afraid you might not be in Montiest anymore next year." At those words, Castet's eyes grew a little sad. After thinking for a while, he sat up and called Evelyn, but she had already fallen asleep. He wondered how she could sleep so quickly. She really is a strange girl. His cheeks flushed slightly as he bent down, took a lock of her hair, and smelled it. In his heart, he wished, "If only I could hold your hand." Just then, the other two returned. Startled by the sound, he quickly turned away in embarrassment. May thought it was not good for Evelyn to sleep there and wanted to wake her. Count Monstera covered Evelyn with his coat and said, "She must be tired since it has been a while since she last went outside. Let her sleep a little longer." Thus, Castet got to lie beside her while she slept. While the two were sleeping peacefully, a parrot suddenly landed on Evelyn's face. Feeling uncomfortable, she instinctively threw it aside. The parrot was knocked unconscious. Once fully awake, Evelyn went over and hugged it guiltily. "I accidentally hit it. It'll be okay, right?" Castet grumbled. "This forest has too many strange things. First a rabbit, and now a talking parrot." Once it recovered, the parrot spoke in fragments, but they understood the message. "Hide me from my master, humans." Castet was displeased. "What? Why do you suddenly want us to hide you?" Evelyn said, "First, let's put it in the basket." At that moment, a man came running over and asked, "Excuse me, have you seen a parrot around here?" The two looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Why are you looking for it?" Scratching his head awkwardly, the man explained that it was his pet. It had run away after eating all its food, and he had to find it. Hearing this from inside the basket, the parrot protested, "I only ate a little." Evelyn was disgusted, inwardly cursing the parrot for being crazy. Why ask her to help it escape, only to speak up itself? The man followed the voice and opened the basket, thinking the parrot had slipped inside. Evelyn awkwardly stammered, "Please take it away." The parrot did not look happy to see its owner. Holding it in his hand, the man found it eating Evelyn's food. Embarrassed, he shouted, "Jack, what are you eating?" The parrot replied bitterly, "Useless master. Jack is hungry. But why are you eating someone else's food without permission?" The man repeatedly apologized to Evelyn. Then his stomach growled, making him even more embarrassed. Realizing the situation of both the man and the parrot, Evelyn picked up the food basket and offered him something to eat. He awkwardly refused, thinking he had already caused her enough trouble. Evelyn told him, "I've already eaten. These are just leftovers." Hearing that, he accepted and wolfed the food down. Seeing how he ate, she guessed he must have been very hungry. After a while, she asked, "You don't seem to be from around here. Are you visiting?" The man honestly answered, "Yes. I was robbed on the way here, and they took all my money. I've only managed to get through this difficult time because of you. Thank you so much." Feeling sorry for him when she heard he had been robbed, she asked, "Do you have money to get home?" He replied, "It's all right. I'm visiting a friend in Hizia, so everything will work out." Evelyn warmly said, "We're going to Hizia too. Would you like to travel with us?" Castet, who was sitting nearby, was shocked to hear her invite a stranger along and hurriedly stopped her. "How can you agree to travel with him like that?" Her two close attendants also objected, and May suggested, "We could give him money instead." Seeing Evelyn in an awkward position, the man also felt apologetic. "I'm sorry. It seems I've put you in a difficult position. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be fine on my own." He was already embarrassed, but then the parrot said, "Take the money. We're poor." That dealt him a fatal blow of embarrassment, and his face flushed bright red. Evelyn felt embarrassed on his behalf and quickly gave him money. Before leaving, the man and his parrot bowed to thank her once more. Evelyn warmly waved goodbye. Have a safe journey to Hisia. Castet, standing beside her, did not look pleased at all. You're too kind. You don't need to be so kind to someone you just met. Evelyn laughed at his expression and ignored him as she turned away. You have no right to say that. I take care of you all the time. And the reason I get along with you is because I'm kind. The next day, they followed the count to the temple where Castet's mother was staying. Castet's mother was praying at the time, so everyone waited. Evelyn and Castet sat together, and Castet looked a little downcast. Evelyn wanted to know whether he was worried. Castet was rather surprised by her question, then closed his eyes and said, No. Evelyn pointed to her own brightly smiling mouth, wanting him to copy her. You haven't seen your mother in a long time, so you should smile when you see her. Though he had been tense, seeing her like that made him smile unconsciously. While the two were teasing each other, the Duchess arrived. Everyone stood and exchanged greetings politely. Castet's mother was so beautiful that Evelyn stared at her in a daze. Evelyn had heard that the Duchess was already older, yet she looked young and was incredibly beautiful. Castet resembled his mother, though not in temperament. She thought Castet would look exactly like her if he had black hair. Then she realized she had been staring too long without greeting the Duchess. She quickly greeted her politely. The Duchess praised her. You are very beautiful. You resemble your mother. Evelyn did not expect the Duchess to know her mother, but it turned out the two had shared tea in the capital. The Duchess looked at her son and said, Castet, you have grown quite a lot since I last saw you. Castet respectfully bowed. I heard that you have not been well lately, mother. Castet's mother answered seriously, How could I possibly be well when you are here? I heard reports that you have frequent seizures. I will quickly find a way to treat you. Hearing this, Castet's expression darkened. He wanted his condition to remain as it was so that he could stay close to Evelyn. The next day, Evelyn stood by the window watching the snow fall. To her surprise, the first snow of the season had truly come. Watching snow had only been an excuse for her to accompany her father, but it really had snowed. Evelyn and May were worried because the snowfall was so heavy. They were on a mountaintop, so they might not be able to return home that day. Then she noticed the door opening. Her father was chatting with a priest. The priest looked familiar. He was the one who had helped her with Ruby before. Why was he talking to her father? After the man left, her father picked her up and laughed happily. It looks like I'll make a considerable profit. The snow was too heavy for them to go home, so why was he happy? Her father said that descending the mountain was difficult right now, so they would have to wait and see. Evelyn became even more curious. What do you mean by making a considerable profit? Her father happily told her that he had been introduced to a promising venture, the kingdom of Radium, believed to be land where ruins were buried. Of course, he intended to investigate first. He spoke with certainty, but Evelyn knew that this kind of investment would cause him to lose everything. In stark contrast to her excited father, her mood plummeted. She resolved to find a way to pull him out of this investment immediately. She asked where he had gotten the information. Although he did not know why his daughter was asking so many questions that day, he told her he had heard it from the priest who had helped solve Ruby's problem. Only then did she understand why she had disliked him from the very first meeting. He was the bomb that would destroy her family. She had thought the snow would only last a short time, but it continued for much longer than expected. During that time, she kept trying to watch him and persuade her father to withdraw from the investment. That was also why she had not paid as much attention to Castet, making him unhappy and irritable. What have you been doing lately? If I don't come looking for you, will you never look for me? That day, she went outside to play in the snow and saw the priest again. She followed him, only to see him enter the sanctuary. She could only sigh, having gained nothing, since only priests were allowed inside the sanctuary. Then she looked up and saw the blue-haired young priest she had met before. The boy approached with flushed cheeks, as though he could not believe his eyes, and called her an angel. Evelyn did not like being called that, so she said sharply, I told you I'm Evelyn. Startled by her fierce reaction, he could only stammer an apology. Suddenly, he heard priests talking nearby. He took her hand and pulled her into a hidden corner. They stood very close together. After waiting a while, Evelyn said, It seems they're gone now. Could you move back a little? The boy had been so focused on hiding from the others that he had not noticed how close he was until she spoke. His face turned red, and he hurriedly stepped back, repeatedly apologizing. Seeing how overly sensitive he was, Evelyn said, "It's fine. Visitors are not allowed in the sanctuary, so you just helped me avoid trouble." She then asked his name. She had asked before, but he had run away. The boy's face reddened again as he started to apologize, but she cut him off irritably. "Don't keep saying sorry, or it'll become a habit. Tell me your name instead." The boy blushed and shyly answered, "Eventius. You're the first person who has ever asked my name." That shocked her. No one had ever asked his name? How had this child lived until now? Eventius kept calling her an angel, which displeased her. "Call me Evelyn." Innocently, Eventius said, "I can't tell anyone that you're an angel, right? Then I'll keep it a secret." Evelyn's face stiffened, and she forced a smile, wondering what exactly he had misunderstood. She firmly repeated that she was not an angel, and there was no secret to keep. Evelyn explained that she did not live in Montiest, and had only come here because she had something to do. Eventius pointed toward where he lived. "I live in a monastery over there." Looking at Eventius, Evelyn's mind filled with doubts about the priests. Was he really a monk? When she had asked Antonio, he had clearly said there was no one like that. So what was this supposed to mean? Eventius said he had only recently moved to the monastery. He had been living in the orphanage there and had a mentor. Evelyn wondered what his mentor was hiding, then felt a little guilty for suspecting Antonio. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Since Eventius was a monk, he could enter and leave the monastery. Turning to him, she said, "I know this is very sinful, but can I ask you a favor?" Eventius asked what it was, and she leaned close to whisper it in his ear. After hearing her request, Eventius was shocked and shouted, "You want to sneak into the monastery?" He asked why she wanted to enter. Evelyn said she had something urgent to do, then clasped her hands and pleaded with him, adding a few tempting offers. "If you agree, I'll bring you delicious food and invite you to my house to play." Eventius had already grown fond of Evelyn. When she promised to invite him to her home, he hesitated for a while before agreeing. "We have evening prayers. Once they are over, I'll secretly open the gate and let you in." Overjoyed, Evelyn grabbed his hand. "Thank you for helping me, Ebel. You're like my family savior." When Eventius quickly pulled his hand back, she apologized for grabbing it so suddenly. Eventius's face was as red as an eggplant, his eyes spinning with dizziness. It was the first time anyone had called him Ebel. Evelyn asked, "Do you not like being called Ebel?" On the contrary, he was happy that she called him that. Seeing his delighted expression, Evelyn thought it was not a big deal, but he looked so happy. Perhaps he had been very lonely at the orphanage. Remembering something, Evelyn asked, "You seem about my age." "I'm 10. How old are you?" Eventius said he was 12. Evelyn thought he was the same age as Castet, yet he was so innocent that he still believed mermaids were real. The two chatted happily for a while longer. Before leaving, Evelyn said, "I'm counting on you." Of course, the boy who was fond of her could not forget his task. That night, Evelyn sneaked into the monastery. Besides Evelyn, the man and parrot from before also slipped inside, avoiding detection by the monks. The man let out a sigh of relief. He had come to find Boris, the person who had stolen his documents. The parrot said resentfully, "If we catch that bastard, we should punch him. How dare he steal the documents?" The man quickly covered the parrot's beak to avoid being discovered. In truth, he had not come to confront Boris. He only wanted to tell him that the documents contained errors. The parrot angrily bit the man's hair. "You loser, Edward. You're such a failure. It was his fault, so why do you still want to help him?" To Edward, if the errors in the document spread, they would affect many people, so he had to stop it. Meanwhile, Boris was being attended to and flattered by the other priests. One priest asked, "Did you really accept Count Monster's patronage?" Boris replied, "Perhaps. I just want to get out of this monastery now. I hate having to flatter nobles." The other two priests continued praising him. "Your prophetic ability may still be lacking, but your negotiating skills are always outstanding." Another added, "Don't forget me once you make it big." After walking for a while, the three of them saw Edward ahead. One person said, "Isn't that the man who came looking for the missing person? How did he get in here?" Seeing Boris, Jack charged at him fiercely, intending to bite him. But Boris knocked him down with ease. Poor drug-addled parrot. He thought everyone was like his owner. Edward rushed over, wanting a moment to speak privately, but Boris paid him no attention. He immediately called for the knights to take Edward away. Only priests were allowed inside, so no one listened to Edward's words. Fortunately, Evelyn was hiding beneath a table and went unnoticed. Once she heard no more sounds, she crawled out to look around. That was the young man she had met during the picnic before. Hearing that he knew Boris, She decided to follow him. Evelyn ran outside to find him. When she found him, she realized the knights were taking him toward the prison. She knew that if he was locked in the monastery's dungeon, it would take a long time to get him out. She could not let things end this way. She had worked so hard to gather evidence, so she could not allow him to be arrested. She ran over and called out to a knight. The temple knight recognized her and asked why she was there. Looking worried, Evelyn said, "Please help me. My friend is badly hurt." She frantically gestured as she explained, "We were playing together when he suddenly fainted. Please help him." The knight asked, "Is that person the young master of House Genogio?" When Evelyn said yes, he hesitated but gently refused, saying he was busy and had to go. Evelyn hurriedly raised her voice in warning. "He is Duke Genogio's son. If anything happens to him, can you take responsibility?" That successfully frightened the knight. No longer caring about Edward, he quickly left with Evelyn. As Evelyn led him farther away, she turned back and narrowed her eyes at Edward, signaling, "Run. This is all I can do for you." After leading the knight to the place she had chosen, she scratched her head and said, "Sorry, he's already resting in his room." He didn't faint, he only fell down. Despite the cold weather, she was drenched in sweat. Only now did she realize that lying was not easy. After waiting for things to settle down, she went back to find Edward. She was relieved to see that he was unharmed. Edward thanked her, not knowing how he could repay her. She knew it was unsafe here, and Jack was badly injured, so she suggested they go to her room first and talk there. The maid at the residence was worried about her, but Evelyn said she was fine. She asked her to treat Jack's injuries and bring food upstairs, since she and Edward had matters to discuss. Evelyn invited Edward to eat, which warmed his heart. Holding a piece of bread reminded him of Boris. The two of them had once shared food together. Though that bread had been hard as stone, they had enjoyed it immensely. Evelyn had not expected Edward to have grown up with Boris, and she had many questions. "You wanted to see Boris, but why were you dragged away like that? Did you fight with him?" With some sadness, Edward told her that Boris had stolen his documents and sold them. He had once been a geography professor at the Kingdom of Radium's Academy, and he had spent many years researching those documents. They contained indirect research on burial sites surrounding ancient ruins. Boris had stolen them and sold them to rival institutions. As a result, Edward lost his job, his home, and was burdened with enormous debts. That was why he was poor now. Evelyn cursed Boris inwardly. He was no ordinary bastard. How many people had he already ruined? Edward continued, saying that he later discovered the documents Boris sold were only copies. Therefore, Boris might still have the originals. Hearing that, Evelyn asked cautiously, "Did you come here to take the documents back?" Edward honestly replied, "No, I only wanted to tell him that the hypothesis in those documents is wrong." Evelyn was so shocked that she could hardly believe her ears. "Why?" "Because he will never find the real burial site of the ruins using those documents. I realized it while I was adding to the research. Boris does not know that." Only then did Evelyn understand why her father had gone bankrupt over this deal in the original story. Edward was the only one who knew where the burial site truly was. Evelyn asked why he wanted to tell Boris that. Edward fell silent before answering. "According to the stolen documents, that place is dangerous. Someone could be hurt excavating the ruins, and I am afraid Boris will get caught up in it. So I will write him a letter, though I do not know whether he will read it." It was difficult to end things with his closest friend, but Edward knew he had to stop when Boris refused to listen. Evelyn could not believe someone as kind as Edward had been friends with a bastard like Boris. Still, she was glad she had met Edward. "Are you planning to return to the Kingdom of Radium?" "Yes. When I return here, I will repay you." How could Evelyn let him leave? He was the person who would help her family escape its future financial troubles. "Actually, my father wants to find the burial site. He has been searching for a scholar in this field these past few days." Evelyn smiled brightly and asked him to stay. "Would you like to repay me right now? Help prevent others from being harmed by Boris's false information, and help my father with his business." Edward could hardly believe such good fortune had come to him. As planned, the following morning, she brought Edward to meet her father. At first, her father was very wary of Edward. She knew that once Edward explained his research into the ruins burial site and his own background, her father would listen seriously. She would not need to speak on Edward's behalf anymore. That day, she happily went outside to build a snowman. Hearing approaching footsteps, she assumed it was Eventius and cheerfully said, "You're here, Eventius." I've been waiting for you. This made Castet freeze for a few seconds. Evelyn was also surprised. The person who had come was Castet. Holding 2 cups of hot cocoa, Castet asked, "Who are you talking about?" Accepting a cup, Evelyn said, "He is an acquaintance, a friend who always looks after me and my golden savior." Castet was displeased. He raised his cup and irritably said, "Is that why you disappeared for the past few days? So you met some golden fellow, or some idiot?" Evelyn was unhappy to hear him speak of Aventius that way. Taking back her cup, she said, "You have no idea how much he has helped my family." Then someone called Evelyn's name from behind her. It was none other than Aventius. He ran over with a bright smile and waved to her. Unfortunately, because he was too focused on her, he tripped over a stone and fell. Evelyn handed her cup to Castet and rushed over to ask whether Aventius was hurt. Though he was in pain, Aventius still smiled brightly. "I'm Fine. Sorry I'm late. I was busy with something." Then he noticed the boy behind her watching them. Castet stared coldly at him and asked, "Are you the idiot?" Evelyn looked at Castet unhappily. "He is my golden savior." She introduced Aventius to Castet as her friend. She added that Aventius had met Castet before, but the two had never formally greeted each other. Aventius bowed nervously in greeting, while Castet kept staring at him. At last, Castet remembered meeting Aventius the night he had stayed at the monastery, when he had encountered the two of them outside. "No wonder you look familiar. So you are that crybaby." Aventius stood there blankly, not expecting Castet to remember him. Annoyed by the way he was staring, Castet asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Evelyn was displeased and tried to stop him. "Why are you bullying him? Are you defending him now?" Evelyn studied Castet and saw the same irritated expression on his face. She thought, Castet never seems friendly toward people he has just met. What is wrong? Is he angry because I did not play with him for a few days? Or what does he think Aventius is stealing me away from him? She had not expected Castet to have such a childish side. Thinking that they should all play together and become close friends, she happily said, "Since there are 3 of us, whatever we do will be 3 times as fun." Unlike Aventius, who was enthusiastic, Castet said, "I don't think so." "No matter what he said," Evelyn declared. "Then let's play hide-and-seek." Castet bluntly said, "I'll be the one who has to find you then." Before he could say anything more, she grabbed Aventius's hand and ran off to hide. Castet was left standing there, too slow to react. He obediently counted to 100, then went looking for them. Evelyn ran off and hid in a corner, urging Aventius to find another place to hide. Aventius wanted to hide with her because he was afraid of Castet, but Evelyn refused. So he obediently went to find a hiding place of his own, hoping Evelyn would be caught before him. After sitting there for a while, Evelyn noticed an empty space nearby and thought it would make a suitable hiding spot. She wanted to check it out. Unexpectedly, it was a hole leading somewhere else. She suddenly fell through it and let out a loud scream. Inside the temple, Antonio came to where the Countess was resting. The Countess held out a letter and asked, "Are you certain this method will help the child recover? It is written in the letter, so I do not think it is baseless." Antonio replied, "Cold energy is the indiscriminate absorption of surrounding energy, beginning with the inability to sense it. If we can understand the absorption within the young master's body, and if he can control that energy absorption without any problems, then the young master will be able to control his own energy. He will be able to perceive the flow of magic within his body." The Countess wanted him to explain more clearly. Antonio calmly said, "Although it has not yet been proven, if we can perceive and observe the magical flow in his body, then completely curing his cold energy condition will only be a matter of time." Hearing this, the Countess became so happy that tears filled her eyes. She covered her face, unable to believe what she had heard. "Thank you so much. House Genogio will support you in every way possible." At this, Antonio was delighted, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. The Countess's reaction was exactly as he had expected. Meanwhile, Evelyn had fortunately landed on a bed. She had nearly lost 15 years off her life. Holding the necklace Castet had given her, she cursed inwardly. The defensive magic Castet had given her had been completely useless. It had not protected her at all. Yet she had been forced to wear it despite not wanting to. She looked up at the hole in the ceiling and sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not too high, so she was unharmed. But she could not climb back up. She looked around, wondering where she was. She had not expected there to be a room down here. She thought she should not stay long, or everyone would worry about her. She wanted to leave, but after looking around, she saw there was no door. Suddenly, she heard someone talking. She followed the sound, hoping it would lead her out. She pulled aside a curtain and found a large mirror behind it. Through it, she saw the Countess speaking with Antonio, though neither of them could see her. She thought she was truly trapped. Then she heard Antonio say that the monastery had already arranged a position for her. "It is nothing to us, so please do not worry." Upon hearing monastery, Evelyn knew he meant the monastery in Lumida. Compared to the royal palace, it was the one monastery every priest dreamed of joining. She heard Antonio say, "I will do my utmost to heal the young master." She realized that meant they might have found a way to use energy to treat Castet. After their conversation, the two of them left. Evelyn waved and shouted for help behind the mirror, but neither heard her. Returning to sit down, she pondered deeply. Castet had been here for a year already. At this point, she had thought she would find a cure and return to the capital. She never expected that Castet would be the one leaving in the end. Her heart felt heavy at the thought of Castet leaving. Then she suddenly startled herself, struggling inwardly as she tried to convince herself that she only wanted Castet to recover and go home. That was something worth celebrating. She told herself that what mattered now was finding a way out. Looking around, she noticed a bottle of perfume on the dressing table. The table was covered in dust, yet the perfume bottle was perfectly clean. Could someone be using it regularly? When she approached and picked up the perfume bottle, a door rotated open. It was as if she had discovered something new. It was like a secret room. She wondered who had created this mechanism, but she knew the perfume bottle was definitely the switch. She stepped outside and felt lucky to recognize the hallway, which she often used. She thought she needed to leave quickly or everyone would be waiting for her. But before she could go, someone called her name. It was none other than Boris. He greeted her first, and she politely greeted him back, hoping to leave quickly. But he blocked her path. Though she knew he meant no good, she politely declined him. She said she was playing hide-and-seek, but he still blocked her. Left with no choice, she compromised and stopped to speak with him. His welcoming smile vanished as he asked, "Were you the one who introduced Edward to the Count?" Evelyn had not expected him to ask so directly. He must have heard everything from her father. She calmly asked, "So what if I was?" Boris had assumed she was merely a child who knew nothing, so he began to lie. "Edward is a dangerous man who was expelled. Why would you introduce him to the Count?" Evelyn looked at him with even greater contempt. Somewhat fearfully, she said, "Get your facts straight. Edward was expelled because you stole his documents and sold them." Boris's face darkened, but he stubbornly asked, "Do you have proof?" "How can you say that?" Evelyn's voice became colder. "The proof that those documents originated from Edward is in your hands, and we already know everything. Edward did not act against you because he still considers you a friend. But I am different. Edward is family to me now. If you lay a hand on my family, I will not let you go." Grinding his teeth in anger, he warned Evelyn, "Are you threatening me? I did not go easy on children." Evelyn smiled. "I think you are mistaken. I'm the one who needs to go easy on you, not the other way around." Boris flew into a rage, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Arrogant brat." He then raised his hand to strike Evelyn. Terrified, she squeezed her eyes shut, certain she would not escape this disaster. She cursed inwardly. How could he hit a child just because he was angry? She heard a loud crash, but she was not hurt at all. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Boris was lying unconscious on the floor, surrounded by fragments of stone. She did not understand what had happened. Holding the necklace Castet had given her, she remembered him saying that he had placed magic inside it. She guessed its defensive power had awakened. She had not expected it to be so powerful. In any case, thanks to it, she had escaped the devil Boris. Just then, a priest ran over and called Evelyn's name. He had heard some noise and come to see what was happening. Since she was only a child, Evelyn became frightened and ran over to embrace the priest, crying and begging him to save her. Boris was then expelled from the temple on suspicion of harming her. Their punishment was swift, but he had done many terrible things. May also told her that, aside from hurting Evelyn, he had secretly stolen from the monastery's funds and lured orphan children. Before leaving the monastery, Evelyn wondered whether she should tell everyone about the secret room, but decided it would be better to remain silent. Everyone was mainly discussing Boris now. She glanced at Castet and saw his gloomy face. He was still blaming himself, regretting that he had not killed Boris. Though she had stopped him, he had kept that cold expression ever since. She gently placed her hand over Kastit's and softly said, "Kastit, do not be angry. I'm Euphina." You want to know whether she was truly all right. Evelyn smiled. "I really am fine." She held out the necklace. "Thank you. The defensive power you gave me is very strong." Kastit then seriously asked Evelyn, "If I recover and become an excellent magician, what if I put even stronger defensive power into it?" Evelyn froze for a few seconds, then smiled brightly. "All right. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing that wonderful wizard, Kastit." Kastit was very pleased by her answer. Even though they were only meaningless words, he was happy. "They aren't meaningless. I mean it. I always say nice things about you," Evelyn added, "because you're a good person." Kastit froze for a few seconds at her words, then turned away with a shy blush on his face, which only made her tease him more. At that moment, her father called for the two of them to get ready to leave. Since that day, after returning home, Evelyn had been very closely guarded by Kastit and Elisa. That was also why she felt suffocated and wanted to avoid them. While she and Elisa were taking a walk, Evelyn noticed a small stone in the road. Elisa immediately bent down to pick it up, afraid that Evelyn might get hurt. Elisa acted like Evelyn's personal bodyguard. Kastit gave Evelyn many strange items, telling her to keep them with her for protection. One day, he gave her a beautiful little figurine. Kastit said, "Do you see the ribbon on its wing? Press it like this." After he showed her how, she tried it herself. Though it was only a small figurine, it produced an enormous flame, leaving her shocked and wide-eyed. Today, she escaped from the two of them. After a while, she ran into Edward's room and asked him to help her hide. As for Edward, after returning from Hisia, he began working for her family. Wanting to repay her, he had chosen to stay and work in Monstera. Before Edward could help her escape, the other two rushed into his room and found her. Seeing how cute the children were, Edward invited all three of them to sit down and have macarons from the Kingdom of Radium. Seeing Evelyn's eager expression, Kastit thought that she really lit up whenever she saw sweets. While they ate and chatted, Evelyn spotted a strange flower in his room and asked what kind it was. Edward told her it was a time flower, capable of creating temporal rifts. It was also the most important subject of his research. Evelyn then asked whether the flower was related to relic burial sites. After thinking for a moment, Edward explained that the time flower connected space and time. It absorbed everything around it. Through it, they could discover many different kinds of ancient relics. Wherever the flower grew, there was a high chance that relics were buried nearby. That was why he was researching the conditions under which it could grow. Evelyn excitedly stood up, wanting to search for the flower at once, but Edward said it would not be easy to find. Elisa, who had been studying the flower intently, then told them something. She had seen a flower like that before. Hearing this, the other two eagerly crowded around Elisa and bombarded her with questions. "Really? Where did you see it?" Edward asked. "Do you remember the location?" Elisa said the color might have been slightly different. During last summer's festival, while playing a treasure hunt game in Mariko Forest, she had happened to see it. It had been on a mountain peak. She had only caught a glimpse of it, so she did not remember the exact location. Hearing that, Kastit recalled that day as well, and said that if it was on a mountaintop, he knew where it was. Evelyn and Edward looked slightly surprised. If it was true, they had struck it lucky. It was as if the road to wealth had opened before Evelyn's family and Edward. Following Kastit's directions, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain. Edward observed it from afar. He could not see clearly because it was too far away, but there was a high chance it really was a time flower. Evelyn looked again and asked, "Isn't this flower brighter than the one in your room?" Edward explained that this was proof that a temporal rift had formed. Once the rift completely closed, the flower would darken again, like the one in his room. Edward handed Jack a bag and told him to scatter its contents over the flower and the ground around it. It would check whether there were any relics nearby. Curious, Evelyn asked what was inside Jack's bag. Edward patiently explained that Jack was carrying a magical tool that suppressed magic and it could sense relics. Since the time flower could absorb everything around it, he first had to stop that from happening. Evelyn asked what would happen if everything was sucked in. Edward said that humans were no exception. They too could be drawn into another time. Hearing that, the two girls became excited. That's amazing. It's like time travel. How interesting. Their delightful fantasy was immediately crushed by Castet. Then how are you two planning to come back? Edward said Castet was right. At present, he had not found a way to return to the original time. There had occasionally been disappearances caused by the flower's influence. Judging by its color, it would continue growing until spring, when its magic would awaken. Evelyn's eyes glittered like gold coins. More relics will keep appearing? Wonderful. We're going to be rich. Elisa was also happy that she had been helpful. Looking at the two girls celebrating so gleefully, Castet told them not to be so foolish. Evelyn ran over and hugged Castet. Thank you for finding the flower for me. Caught in her sudden embrace and showered with praise, Castet's face instantly turned red. To avoid her curiosity over his reaction, he said he was only blushing because he felt a little cold. Evelyn grumbled, "Why? I told you to wear warmer clothes, but you still leave your neck exposed in weather like this." Then, concerned for him, she took off her own scarf and wrapped it around him. Her action made Castet feel incredibly warm inside. That night, Castet lay beneath his blanket, unable to sleep. He thought about his conversation with his mother at the temple. She had said that she had found a treatment for him. She would call him back to the capital soon, but he was not happy at all because now he only wanted to stay here. He wanted to remain beside Evelyn. He desperately wanted to ask what she would say if he returned to the capital. Then he thought Evelyn would be happy to see everything improving. He sat up and took the scarf she had put on him that afternoon, wanting to smell the lingering scent of her. How could she take care of him as though it were nothing? His heart kept pounding. Liking someone was truly strange. Whatever that person did could make him feel as if he were soaring into the sky, only to fall back down to earth again, over and over. He wished she would tell him not to go. If she accepted his leaving, perhaps she found him troublesome. He knew he would leave once his condition improved, but he hoped she would ask him to stay. Today, Evelyn was in the greenhouse, preparing food for her two pets. Once everything was ready, she called them over to eat. The two pets rushed over as soon as they heard her. Ruby the rabbit eagerly pounced on her carrots, while Little Bean rushed over to curl around Evelyn. Evelyn teased the rabbit. "Why do you seem more excited about food than you are about me? Only Little Bean loves me more than food, right?" She sat down to rest and sighed. Both of them had grown so much that it took a great deal of effort just to feed them. Watching her two pets, she began to think. Ruby ate so much, and Little Bean was growing far too quickly. What should she do with him? After looking into it, she learned that Little Bean was a dragon hybrid. At this rate, should she give him an entire mountain of his own? It would be wonderful if she could shrink him down to Ruby's size. As she absent-mindedly pondered this, the maid came to find her. The morning was very cold, so she should wear thicker clothing. As maid draped a scarf over her, she told Evelyn that Lord Allen had contacted them and wanted to see her. Evelyn knew that yesterday had been Allen's winter break. May explained that this time, Allen and his school friends would be coming to Monstera to look around. They wanted to visit the dragon at Evelyn's home. Allen's two friends were young Duke Dennis Collin and Selina Augustine, a knight of common birth. Evelyn remembered that, in the original story, those two had both become very famous through their own efforts. The next day, Evelyn and Elisa went to welcome the guests. Allen's two friends politely greeted them. They introduced themselves, and Allen, wanting everyone to become friendlier, gave a brief introduction. Dennis is the young master of House Collin, and Selina is a knight. Please take good care of them. Since they were Allen's friends, they were all like older siblings to Evelyn, so she told them to speak normally. Yet the two still seemed awkward and continued talking formally. Evelyn ran over, took Selina's hand, and smiled brightly. "Sister Selina, may I call you sister?" Selina had expected her to be angry or displeased, but instead she happily and excitedly embraced Evelyn. "You're so adorable. Allen, are all the children here this cute?" They're completely different from the children in the capital. Sensing the danger of Evelyn being stolen away by someone else, Elisa unhappily said, "Let her go." However, Evelyn noticed Dennis. He seemed so stern. Was he upset at being told to speak casually with a noble? She knew that nobles in the capital were sensitive about many things. Allen perceptively poked Dennis in the side with his elbow. "The children are scared. Relax your face a little." Dennis was full of question marks. "This is just my normal expression." His two friends teased him. "Dennis looks a little scary, but he's only a big bear. He's actually really excited." Selina added teasingly, "He loves dragons so much that he stayed awake all night yesterday, excited to see one." Evelyn invited everyone to the greenhouse to meet Little Bean. Hearing the dragon's name, everyone stared in astonishment. As they reached the greenhouse entrance, they heard a loud roar from inside. The two visitors became a little frightened. "I hear something inside. Is it dangerous?" "Children, stay behind me." Evelyn smiled and said that it was an everyday occurrence. Alan asked, "Is Casted in there?" Evelyn answered, "That's right. They must be fighting again." When they entered, Evelyn called out to Casted. Looking at the scene before her, she guessed that Casted had overwhelmingly won again. That looked too easy. Now, there isn't even anywhere to sit. Casted could only apologize. Alan did not understand what was happening. Evelyn explained that every time the dragon saw Casted, it wanted to bite him, so Casted would fight it. Alan was worried. "That's dangerous." "Casted, are you all right? Dragons are very strong." Casted said he was fine. Evelyn smiled and added, "He has magical tools, so even if the dragon attacks for real, he'll be fine." Selena had been observing Casted and Evelyn for a while before speaking up. "Now that I look closely, the two of you match. Did you plan to dress alike?" Evelyn did not understand what she meant, but Casted's face immediately flushed bright red. He had not expected someone to be so perceptive. When Selena pointed out that they were dressed alike, everyone turned to look at them. While Casted blushed in embarrassment, Evelyn stood there blankly, not understanding what was going on. She remembered the necklace and innocently pointed to it. "Casted gave me this." She then looked at Casted and realized that he had hidden his own necklace. Was he embarrassed because the two necklaces matched? Selena thought that perhaps the necklaces had matching gemstones. "There is no special meaning behind it," Dennis added. "It's simply popular in the capital." Hearing them, Evelyn became curious and asked, "Does giving someone a necklace with a matching gemstone mean something?" Elisa eagerly wanted to know what it meant in the capital. Selena cheerfully explained that gemstone necklaces were tokens of affection exchanged by lovers. They placed pictures of their beloved inside, as a promise that they would always be together. Casted shyly turned his face away, while the two girls stared wide-eyed in shock at its meaning. Evelyn turned back to ask Casted what it was all about. Though embarrassed, Casted tried to appear calm. "I only gave it to you as a gift. I swear, I knew you had given me a gift, so I bought one for you in return. I didn't know they would match." Thinking back on it, Evelyn realized that it was true. They had both been surprised when they exchanged gifts that day. To restore the atmosphere, Selena laughed and teased them. "You even chose the same kind of gemstone. In the capital, this would be considered a confession." "Haha, don't be embarrassed, you two." Only Alan remained silent, thinking about it. These tokens of affection were extremely popular in the capital. Casted had lived there, so he surely must have known. The unhappiest person was Elisa. She shouted, "That's not fair. It's not fair." Looking aggrieved, she said, "I want to exchange matching gifts with Evelyn too." "Evelyn, do you want to exchange gifts with me?" Of course, Evelyn could not refuse Elisa. The two girls immediately began listing things they could give each other. Dennis had been watching the dragon and noticed that it was cramped. He asked Evelyn, "You're raising a dragon in this greenhouse? Its body will grow larger every day." Evelyn looked embarrassed. "There isn't anywhere more suitable. I'm still looking for a proper place." She knew that Little Bean was growing very quickly. Dennis explained that dragons matured within a year. Their bodies grew large, but their minds remained immature. It would become troublesome if they did nothing about it. Evelyn was rather surprised to learn that they grew so quickly, since none of the books she had read mentioned it. She also noticed that Dennis became friendlier when talking about dragons. Just as Alan had said, he was a dragon enthusiast. Evelyn asked, "Would you like to see Little Bean every day?" Of course Dennis did. He had come here because of the dragon. "How could I not? Especially since it's my first time seeing a baby dragon. I'm very curious." Evelyn was delighted to hear that. She wanted to raise Little Bean properly. So whenever Dennis came to play with Little Bean, she asked him to tell her more about dragons. At last, Alan's two friends had met the dragon they had been so curious about. After everyone left, Castic called Evelyn over. He wanted to know whether she was still wearing the gemstone necklace. Evelyn misunderstood him. She thought Casted did not want to keep an item that symbolized a couple. Secretly, she cursed him. That bastard had enchanted it, and now he wanted to take it back. She hugged the necklace protectively, as though afraid Casted would snatch it away at once. "Of course I'm wearing it. I really like it. Don't you want to wear yours?" Contrary to Evelyn's worried expression, Casted's heart blossomed at her answer. He smiled. I'll wear mine, so you should keep wearing yours. Seeing Castet like that, Evelyn felt that he was acting very strangely and could not understand what had happened to him. From that day on, as promised, Dennis told Evelyn a great deal about dragons. He seemed so passionate about them. She wondered whether he might have been a dragon trainer in a past life. Thanks to Dennis's guidance, Little Bean could now eat by himself and no longer needed her to feed him. A problem that had troubled her for so long was finally solved. According to Dennis, there were no bad dragons in the world. Problems only arose when people failed to understand them. Around this time, Evelyn's family received an invitation. They had been invited to attend the Emperor's birthday banquet. It was an important event, but children were not allowed to attend. Before leaving for the capital, Evelyn's mother was extremely worried and kept reminding her of all sorts of things. After days of this, Evelyn's ears were practically ringing. Even as they were about to leave, her parents were still concerned. Fortunately, Castet was there to rescue her. Holding Evelyn's hand, he said, "Please don't worry. I will take care of her." She waved goodbye to her parents. "Mother, father, don't forget to buy presents for Castet and me." Once the carriage had disappeared from sight, her heart soared. "The world is ours now." She turned eagerly to Castet and asked, "Do you want some ice cream?" Castet broke out in a cold sweat at her question. "What, didn't you just finish eating?" Evelyn did not care. She ran off, leaving Castet behind as he repeatedly tried to stop her. Now that her parents were gone, why could she not eat more? Elsewhere, Evincius was writing her a letter. After finishing it, he stared at it happily, smiling foolishly with hope. He hoped that Lady Evelyn would like it. Evelyn happily read Evincius's letter. In the letter, he said that everyone in Hysia was busy preparing for the year-end festival. He also invited Evelyn to attend the snow festival in Hysia with him. He eagerly awaited her reply. Thinking about the snow festival, Evelyn imagined seeing clear ice sculptures, then watching everyone light fires and dance around them at night. Seeing her smile as she read the letter, May asked what it said. Evelyn said that Evincius was asking whether she could go to the snow festival with him. May teased her. "Could it be that he wants to go on a date with you, my lady?" Evelyn said they were only friends playing together. Although she wanted to go, her parents were currently away, so she hesitated. May suggested asking Baron Form what he thought, since they had attended the festival 2 years ago. Fortunately, Alan and his friends were here too, so they could hear everyone's opinion. After everyone agreed to go to the snow festival, Evelyn happily went to ask Castet what he thought. As expected, Castet's reaction was no surprise to her. Indifferently, he said, "There's a lot of snow. Do we really need to go?" Evelyn was fed up with his old man-like attitude and complete lack of romance. Still, she had to sweet-talk him. "Let's go and enjoy the festival atmosphere. There will be lots of beautiful ice sculptures, and we can light fireworks and have a bonfire together. Let's go, Castet." After she pestered him for a while, Castet finally relented. He seriously asked, "If you want to go, why not just go with me? Why go with so many people?" Evelyn said festivals were more fun with more people. Besides, Baron Form's family had taken care of them while her parents were away, and Eibel had asked her to go with him. The moment Castet heard Eibel's name, he frowned in displeasure. "That pale-looking guy? Why are you bringing him up? I thought he was at the monastery." Evelyn was unhappy that Castet called Eibel that, so she explained that Eibel had written to invite her to the festival, and she had already accepted. The more she talked about it, the angrier Castet became. How could he bear hearing the girl he liked excitedly talk about going out with another boy? "So you're going there because of him?" Feeling the atmosphere grow tenser, Evelyn decided she had to stop him before Castet refused. She stood up and pleaded with him. "I want everyone to have fun together. You'll agree, right, Castet?" "Forget it, Evelyn. You're so bothersome. And why do you keep calling him Eibel? It sounds like a nickname." Evelyn said, "It's just easier to say than Evincius. What about you? Why do you only call me Evelyn so stiffly?" Evelyn turned away to think. If she shortened Castet's name, the only thing she could think of was Cass, the name of a beer. That sounded too strange, so she could only say, "Castet suits you better." "Isn't it because you're too lazy to think of one?" Evelyn loudly replied, "That's not it, but you call me Evelyn too. We're the same. I'd feel strange shortening your name too. So let's just call each other by our usual names." Castet really wanted to call her Lin Lin. Just thinking about it made his face turn red with embarrassment. Young love was so entertaining. At last, she arrived in Hysia with everyone. Looking out at the streets through the carriage window, she felt delighted. She had come to Hizia quite often this year, but this was the first time she had come without staying at the monastery. Elisa was excited to be sharing a room with Evelyn. Tonight, we can stay up talking again. After unpacking, everyone gathered for lunch. The meal was lavish, and Evelyn enjoyed it thoroughly. Elisa asked Evelyn to dance with her at the end of the day, as they had before. Evelyn hesitated and apologized, saying she already had a dance partner. Elisa's face darkened, as though she had received shocking news. Is it Castet? Castet had been hit by a stray accusation while merely sitting there, though he dearly wished it were true. Elisa then guessed, is it my brother? Not wanting Elisa to keep guessing wildly, Evelyn told the truth. It was a friend she had met at the monastery. Elisa wanted Evelyn to introduce him to her, and Evelyn happily agreed. She explained that her friend was an introverted but cute boy named Ibel. Watching Evelyn excitedly talk about her new friend made Elisa feel rather uncomfortable. She had thought it was Castet, but it turned out to be someone else. A thought flashed through her mind as she looked at Castet. After the meal, Elisa waited in a corner. When Castet passed by, she grabbed his hand, startling him. Elisa aggressively demanded that Castet tell her who Ibel was. Castet shook off her hand irritably. You grabbed a passing person just to ask that? He's called pale-looking. Elisa did not understand what Castet meant at all. What do you mean, pale-looking? His hair is green like dirt. She could not believe he had compared someone's hair to dirt. What kind of person was he? She wanted to know whether that person was more handsome than her brother. Castet disdainfully insulted her brother. It must be hard having such an overenthusiastic little sister. Elisa loudly said, that's not it. Then she put on a pitiful expression. This is the first time Evelyn has made friends with a stranger, and he's a boy too. The images of those two being close keep running through my mind, and it makes me uncomfortable. Castet was a little frightened to think it might be true, but he still reassured Elisa. You're overthinking it. Elisa stepped closer and held out her hand, asking Castet to become her ally. Castet liked Evelyn, didn't he? There was no reason for him to refuse, since he had realized it long ago, even though Evelyn herself had no idea. Castet felt slightly guilty that Elisa had been so perceptive. Coldly, he asked, are you trying to become closer to me that way? Elisa asked, what do you mean closer? I chose Evelyn for my brother. You alone were troublesome enough, but now there's another person hovering around Evelyn. That's even more troublesome. Even though our goals are completely opposite, we have a common purpose right now, so we can be temporary allies. Elisa held out her hand again. Then let's keep that green-haired guy away from Evelyn together. Castet hesitated briefly, then agreed. But I have one condition. While we cooperate, neither side gets to have Evelyn all to themselves. Having reached a shared goal, the two shook hands over their next move. At that moment, Dennis took Evelyn to a magic shop. Evelyn asked why there was no sign outside. Dennis told her that all magic shops avoided putting up signs. Only those who knew about them would come. He hoped they would find a dragon ring here. If not, Dennis would send one to her when he returned to the capital. They had come because they had heard that there was a magic shop in Hizia that sold dragon rings, which could regulate a dragon's power and size. She needed one to raise Little Bean on her estate. The moment they entered, the shopkeeper said, peddlers aren't welcome here. And I don't buy newspapers, nor do I believe in religion. Both of them were full of question marks, unable to understand what was happening. Evelyn thought all sorts of people must come here. Dennis got straight to the point. Do you sell dragon rings? At that, the shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. She apologized and warmly welcomed them. Welcome to Blamey's Magic Shop. She was curious why Dennis wanted to buy a dragon ring, since very few places sold them these days. Without hesitation, Dennis placed a hand behind Evelyn. This child is raising a black dragon. It's growing too fast, so she needs something that can control its size. Blamey said she did not have one available at the moment, but she could make one and send it to them later. Dennis asked, you make them yourself? He knew that making magical items required a magic patent, which was very difficult to obtain. That was one reason magical items were so expensive. Blamey proudly said that although she looked young, she had earned the highest level patent, so they only needed to give her some time to make it. Dennis handed the shopkeeper a bag of materials he had prepared in advance. She had not expected him to be so well prepared. Blamey gave Evelyn a business card and promised it would be ready in 3 days. Holding the card, Evelyn saw the name Blamey Hupp written on it. She fell silent, wondering where she had heard that name before. Why did it seem so familiar? That evening, Evelyn sat brushing her hair, lamenting how much of it was falling out. My poor hair. And that was how she remembered who Blamey Hupp was. A common condition that most people desperately wanted to avoid was baldness. In fact, because there was no specific cure, baldness caused those afflicted by it considerable trouble. But in the novel, one bald character was cured, the queen of this kingdom. It was the king's greatest concern. The baldness cure had been created by the genius, Mage Blamey Hupp. She had invented Blamey hair gel. Because she cured the queen's baldness, she became rich as well. Evelyn tried to recall the story. The queen's baldness certainly would not be cured while the protagonist was still a child. Thinking of this, she suddenly became excited. If she sponsored Blamey and received a percentage of the profits, she would become rich enough. She would make a fortune. No sooner said than done. The next day, she visited the magic shop. Two clingy shadows followed closely behind her. Before they even entered, Castet grumbled, "I've been to this magic shop before. There's nothing special about it." Evelyn immediately became angry. "I said I was going alone. Why did you two follow me?" She was afraid they would make things difficult for Blamey's business. Elisa quickly said that going alone was dangerous, and that while Evelyn's parents were away, Castet was responsible for looking after her, so they had to come with her. Elisa then turned to Castet. "Right, Castet." Castet felt a little guilty and embarrassed, but could only play along. "Yes, that's right." The real reason was none other than their fear that she would go meet Eibel. The shopkeeper thought Evelyn had come to collect her item, but Evelyn said no. She had come to see whether there was anything else she wanted to buy. Blamey told them to look around freely, as long as they did not press any buttons, since she was not sure what might happen. Oh no, just as she finished speaking, a bang rang out and pink smoke filled the room. The culprit was none other than Elisa. Blamey said it was nothing serious, though there would be some side effects. The side effect that happened to Elisa was probably something many people there would love to experience. Elisa's hair had changed color, and Blamey was delighted. She's become such a glamorous, beautiful young lady. Evelyn, meanwhile, gaped in disbelief. Her hair changed color instantly, without any dyeing? That's an absolutely wonderful revolution. Will the color wash out when she shampoos it? Blamey waved her hand. There's no need. It will return to its original color after one day, so don't worry. Evelyn found it so amazing that she began asking questions one after another. Is this the only color? Is it only green? That's the only color I have ready, but I can make other colors if you want. Can the color last longer? Of course. You only need to adjust the proportions. Castet, standing nearby, was speechless as Evelyn's eyes sparkled. This is amazing. Blamey was surprised by Evelyn's reaction. You really are a girl who likes magical items, aren't you? Evelyn could only scratch her head sheepishly at how overly excited she had been. She thought that with such brilliant talent, perhaps Blamey could make a baldness cure right away. Blamey, have you ever thought about creating a cure for baldness? Blamey said, I have only just begun researching it, but I'm afraid I'll have to stop. Why? A baldness cure would bring wonderful hope to bald people. Why would you give it up? Blamey looked a little sad. It truly would be a major breakthrough for bald people, but the ingredients are too expensive. I accumulated a great deal of debt while researching it, and I became exhausted. Thank you. Your order helped me pay off all those debts. I'm afraid of making costly things now, so I would rather make small trinkets like these. It was like a bolt from the blue. Evelyn had wanted Blamey to create precisely those expensive things. She could not let such great research be destroyed like this. She offered to invest in Blamey, asking her not to abandon the research. She said she would cover the research expenses. Blamey found it sudden and difficult to believe. Castet was also surprised by Evelyn's determined attitude. Evelyn, does someone around you have baldness? Castet abruptly asked. Evelyn had no choice but to sell out her father's dignity. My father does. Castet's face darkened. The Count? I thought he had plenty of hair. Blamey wanted to know if she truly had the money. No, but my father does. He is the Lord of Monstera. Blamey had not expected her to be Count Monstera's daughter. I know that many relics have been found there recently. That's wonderful. Knowing that Blamey loved materials, Evelyn began trying to recruit her. If you become a member of Monstera, you can examine relics anytime you wish. And I'll sponsor you. If you come there, my father will definitely agree to whatever I ask. When I look at the magical items you want to continue researching, I can sense that you will create many inventions in the future. So please do not give up on your research. Evelyn had successfully shaken Blamey's resolve. Even so, Blamey thought it would be better to discuss the matter with an adult. Evelyn felt happy about the bright future ahead. The danger of an investment leaving her father in debt in the future had been resolved with Edward's arrival. Now she had also gained Blamey, who would successfully invent a baldness cure. The possibility of her family going bankrupt in the future was now very low. Today, Evelyn went to meet Eibel as they had arranged earlier. And of course, Elisa and Castet wanted to go with her to prevent the two from becoming too close. On the way to the meeting place, Evelyn noticed that Castet and Elisa kept whispering amiably to each other the entire way. It felt strange because she did not know when the two had become so friendly. Not long ago, they had still been openly hostile and growled at each other whenever they met. She had always thought that her memories of her previous life had caused many changes, such as their relationship becoming different from the original story. But she wondered whether the power of the original plot might still influence both her and everyone else. No, if that were the case, then bringing Edward and Blamey into this would surely prevent disaster from befalling her family. Even if those two influenced things too much, that was something she never wanted. In the protagonist's story, a minor supporting character like her could not change anything, no matter how hard she tried. Still, none of those developments were bad. If the two of them were close now, that would be good. And if it could prevent disaster from striking her family, that would be even better. She kept reassuring herself that everything would be fine. Curious about what they were whispering about, she turned and asked, "Why have you two been whispering the whole time?" Elisa merely said that Castet had been telling strange jokes. At last, they reached the meeting place. When she arrived, she saw that Eibel was already waiting there. Hearing someone call his name, Eibel turned around and was overjoyed to see her. The two happily ran over to greet each other. After they chatted for a while, Eibel noticed that besides Castet, there was another girl about Evelyn's age with her. Elisa had been watching Evelyn talk so warmly with her new friend and felt jealous. She showed her displeasure toward Eibel. Not wanting to be outdone, Elisa ran over, pushed Evelyn aside, and introduced herself to Eibel. "I'm Elisa Form, Evelyn's best friend." She pointed at Castet, "And he's a guest at Evelyn's house and Evelyn's second best friend. You know him already, right?" Evelyn had not expected Elisa to call Castet her best friend. In contrast to Elisa's attitude, Eibel smiled brightly and warmly. "So you are both Lady Evelyn's best friends." Seeing Elisa's stunned, open-mouthed expression, Evelyn realized that Eibel's innocence had shocked her. Eibel now acted like a local guide, cheerfully telling them that there was a snow sledding hill nearby. "Let's go play there." Naturally, the fun-loving girls were very interested. But when they arrived, Evelyn was a little alarmed. She had not expected it to be so high. "Could we die if we ride down that?" She watched the two girls playing on the hill. Why was the slope so huge? And the sleds looked easy to break, too. Seeing the two girls fall made her even more afraid. "If something happens, will we be safe?" She hesitantly voiced her opinion. "I'm a little worried. This is nothing like what I expected. It looks rather dangerous, so let's go back." Hearing this, Elisa was secretly delighted. "Let's go back, then. I don't want to get hurt." They thought Eibel would agree to return with everyone, but he did not. Since this was something he loved, he loudly said, "I want to play." Despite Evelyn warning that it was dangerous, Eibel remained determined. "We came all this way, so I want to try it. Besides, the sled is meant for two people. If you go with someone else, you'll be less scared. It would be strange for you to go with a stranger, so I will go with you." Of course, Elisa wondered how two people could ride together like that. She said she wanted to play too, and gestured for Castet to join them. The next second, the two froze when Aventius said, "You two should ride together." The two began arguing over it, but they did not dare speak loudly for fear that Evelyn would hear them. Just then, Evelyn noticed them whispering to each other again. Seeing Elisa hold Castet's hand without him reacting made her feel unhappy. He was so tense and flustered when he held my hand, but he does not react at all when Elisa holds his. Without realizing it, Evelyn tightly gripped Aventius's hand. When he cried out in pain, she came back to her senses and hurriedly apologized. Taking the opportunity, Aventius invited Evelyn to go somewhere with him on the last day of the festival, just the two of them. "Will you come with me?" Faced with Aventius's sincerity and adorable expression, Evelyn could not refuse. Of course, she agreed. The four of them played in the snow together. After a while, Evelyn grew a little tired and wanted a rest. Meanwhile, Elisa and Aventius became more enthusiastic the longer they played. The two formed a team and excitedly went sledding. Evelyn asked Castet, "Aren't you playing anymore?" Castet said he was not interested and handed her his handkerchief. Evelyn noticed that Castet was not wearing gloves. In weather like this, he was not even wearing gloves, and his hands had turned red. She asked, "Aren't you cold? Do you want to wear one of my gloves?" Castet replied indifferently that he was not cold. Even so, Evelyn offered him one glove. How can you say that when your fingers are freezing? The two began arguing again. Castet said he would not take it, because her hand would be cold if she gave him a glove. Evelyn became irritated. That is why I said we should each wear one. While Castet still did not understand what she meant by wearing one glove each, Evelyn put on him. You are really stubborn. I just thought of another way. Evelyn took Castet's hand and put it into her coat pocket. This way, both of us will stay warm. See, Evelyn's sudden action made Castet's face turn bright red. Not knowing why, Evelyn asked whether something was wrong. Though Castet said nothing was wrong, Evelyn did not believe him. Your hand is as cold as ice. His face was still red as he tried to compose himself. I know, so stop holding my hand. His words upset Evelyn. She misunderstood, thinking that he was fine with holding Elise's hand, but hated holding hers. Although she was unhappy, she calmly said, I only wanted to warm your hand. At that moment, Castet's heart blossomed with happiness. He stopped resisting and softly said, It is warm. Evelyn did not understand why he had reacted that way. After they finished playing, Elisa excitedly said on the way back, We climbed the highest hill and sled all the way down. That was so thrilling. Watching her eager, playful appearance, Castet silently scolded her for having so much fun that she had completely forgotten why they had come. Before parting, Evelyn told Eventius, Meet me at the square on the last day of the festival. Eventius's eyes lit up at her words. After Eventius left, Castet and Elisa immediately questioned Evelyn. What do you mean? You're meeting that guy on the last day. Then Elisa recalled today's events and softly asked, You invited everyone to go out together, like today, right? When Evelyn said, It will only be the two of us, Elisa panicked. What? Why? Evelyn mischievously smiled. It is a secret. I will not tell you. Then she ran off, ignoring the two of them as they kept following her and bombarding her with questions. When he returned to his room, Eventius was surprised to find that the hole in the ceiling had disappeared. He thought that the cold wind would no longer blow inside. Just like today, everything felt so warm to him. He thought of Evelyn again. She was so kind. Being able to meet her and spend time with her felt like a dream. He was glad that he had found the courage to invite Evelyn to go out with him on the last day of the festival. Yet he was curious why Evelyn was friends with Castet. Castet possessed an unsettling flow of mana. It was entirely different from the radiant aura of sparkling stars surrounding Evelyn. He was afraid that Castet might harm Evelyn. As he sat lost in thought, Antonio called to him. Did you have fun today? Eventius eagerly replied, I had a lot of fun. I went sledding and ate lots of delicious food. Everyone will dance on the last day, so I asked Evelyn to dance with me. Antonio said, I am sorry, but that will not be possible. Duke Iko has contacted me, so we must go to the capital today. This was what Antonio had long wished for. Thanks to treating Castet, he would be granted a place to stay in the capital. Unlike him, Eventius was not happy at all and raised his voice in protest. I do not want to go. Antonio's gentle expression immediately changed. You do not want to? Are you defying your teacher? Realizing he had made a mistake, Eventius was startled and hurriedly pleaded, Can I stay? I want to remain here with my friends. Antonio asked, Because of Evelyn? If you go to the capital, there will be many things there that Evelyn can never compare to. It would be a shame to waste that opportunity merely to stay in Hysia. Eventius burst into tears. I do not want to. As a result, he received a resounding slap from his teacher. Antonio said coldly, I saved filthy blood like yours. It seems I have treated you too well lately. With that, he grabbed Eventius's arm and dragged him away, ignoring his pleas. Eventius begged his teacher to wait for a moment so he could write a letter to Evelyn. If he left like this, she would be waiting for him. Antonio said that he would handle it and told him not to waste any more of his time. And so, Eventius was dragged away and put into a carriage, leaving Hysia behind. With tears streaming down his face, Eventius could think only of Evelyn. Finally, that day arrived. Evelyn dressed up beautifully. Even Selena could not help exclaiming, You look so adorable today. Evelyn smiled. I have a date with Eventius, so I wanted to dress up a little. Then she said goodbye to Selena. She cheerfully skipped away. From somewhere nearby, two people watched her closely, none other than Castet and Elisa. Neither of them was happy. She is leaving, and she is even dressed up so nicely. Who would have thought she would be this careful just to meet that blue-haired fool? Naturally, the two began following her. Since they did not know where the meeting was, They had to stay close behind her to find out. Just as they were about to leave, Selena called Elisa over. She asked, "Are you busy today?" and invited Elisa to go out with her. This place raises snow foxes that are normally found only in Hisia. According to the advertisement, it is only open until today. Thinking of the adorable snow foxes, Elisa's eyes sparkled. Then she glanced at Castet. She still had to follow Evelyn. Both were important to her, leaving her with a difficult choice. After a moment, she chose to go out with Selena. Once they arrived, she hugged the adorable snow foxes, her heart overflowing with happiness. She comforted herself by thinking that Castet was with Evelyn, so there was probably nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Evelyn arrived at her meeting place with Aventius. Her whole body trembled from the freezing cold. She did not understand why Aventius still had not arrived, even though he was already very late. They had agreed to meet at the 21st Street Lamp on 3rd Moroni I Street. She checked again and confirmed that she had come to the right place. She knew Aventius was not the type to be late and worried that something might have happened to him. Looking around, she saw a blue-haired figure from behind who looked very much like Aventius. When that person turned into another street, she ran after him and called out, "Aventius, wait for me. Can't you hear me?" But the person did not respond and simply kept walking. As she hurried after him, she accidentally bumped into a man and fell down. She heard him shout, "Damn it, what the hell was that?" When she looked up, she saw 3 vicious-looking men staring at her. One of them coldly said, "What is a little noble girl doing here alone?" The other 2 added, "Maybe she came to see the snow festival and got lost." Judging from their appearance, Evelyn thought that they reeked of alcohol, so it would be best not to get involved with them. She shakily stood up and sincerely apologized for being in too much of a hurry to watch where she was going. Unfortunately, she had run into some unpleasant people today. One of them said, "You think saying sorry is enough? You broke my arm and expect to just leave? You must be some young lady from a noble family." She knew she had encountered swindlers. How could his arm be broken from such a light bump? They clearly saw that she was young and intended to bully her, but she would not be so easily pushed around. She said, "From what I can see, you look perfectly fine." He shamelessly replied, "What does that have to do with it? I might not even be able to lift my arm for a week." Pretending not to understand his implication, Evelyn began to walk away. "Then put some ointment on it, and you will feel better." "You are exaggerating. I am busy, so excuse me." He immediately grabbed her arm, causing Evelyn to fall to the ground. She loudly cried out, hoping someone passing by would help her. "Ow, it hurts so much. My arm is broken. I think I am dying. Help, someone is abusing a child." Even the 2 men with him were startled. "Why'd you pull the girls so hard?" The man who grabbed her said, "If I had not done that, she would still be acting. Will you shut up? Watch what you say." At that moment, Castet appeared. "Watch what? If she does not shut up, what exactly are you going to do?" Seeing Castet alone, the man became angry. "What is this now? First one brat, then another. Kids these days do not know fear." Castet calmly put on an act as though he had come with others. "As if I came alone, you idiot." Then he turned toward another direction and called, "Over here." Seeing Castet so confident, the man's companions pulled the troublemaker away. "Let's go. If that brat calls the knights, we are done for." Before leaving, the man still threatened them. "Watch yourselves next time." Evelyn asked, "Did you really call the knights?" Castet sighed, "Idiot, where would I suddenly find knights?" Remembering how he had pretended to fall and cried for help, Evelyn felt embarrassed. His method had been so simple. Evelyn asked, "How did you know to come here?" Castet answered that he had merely been taking a walk and happened to run into her. Evelyn did not believe him because the hotel was quite far from here. Castet felt guilty but stubbornly insisted, "I only wanted to get some exercise." He looked around and asked, "Where is Aventius? Weren't you 2 supposed to meet?" Evelyn lowered her gaze, thinking that she must have mistaken that person for Aventius earlier, since he had not turned around when she called. Aventius did not come. Castet was surprised and stared at Evelyn, seeing that she did not look well. He worriedly cupped her cheeks with both hands and scolded. "You have been standing here waiting for him all this time?" She said, "I thought we might have missed each other, so I waited a little longer." Castet scolded her again. "You fool. If he did not come, you should have gone home. Why make yourself suffer by waiting out here in the cold?" The more she listened, the more upset she became. "Then what was I supposed to do? It is not like I can contact him. She thought that today had already made her sad enough, so why did he have to keep raising his voice at her? Suddenly, he took off his scarf and wrapped it around her. Then he gently apologized for raising his voice, explaining that he was only worried she would get cold. He took her hand. "Your hands are freezing. Let's go home." She had not expected him to worry about her so much. After walking for a while, she said she was hungry, so Castet suggested that they eat first. The two entered a restaurant and ordered plenty of delicious food. Evelyn happily enjoyed the meal. She said, "I smelled this shop's baked goods while I was waiting, so I wanted to come in and try them." Castet replied, "That is why you ordered so much, right? Do not expect me to finish it if you leave any behind." She teased him too. "You are the same. You cannot even drink tea, but you still ordered some." Castet said, "I can drink it. Besides, you said so yourself. You said I would look cool and mature if I knew how to drink tea." She had not expected that he took her jokes seriously and had practiced drinking tea ever since. A feeling of guilt rose within her. She asked the server to bring her some honey and milk. Adding them to Castet's teacup, she said, "It will be easier to drink this way." Castet said it sounded rather strange. It was milk tea, a popular drink among young people in the modern era, but Evelyn could not say that. She could only explain, "I used to find tea too bitter, so I tried drinking it this way. It tasted pretty good. It will definitely be delicious, so try it." Although he was a little suspicious, Castet drank the tea at her invitation. After tasting it, he could not help saying, "It is actually not bad." His reaction was exactly as Evelyn had expected. With this method, even bitter tea was no longer difficult to drink. Castet agreed with her. "Thanks to you, so many things that seemed difficult have become easy." Naturally, Evelyn was delighted by the praise. At that moment, an elderly couple came over to their table. Evelyn politely greeted them. The kindly old woman smiled and said, "You two do not seem to be from around here. Did you come to see the festival?" Evelyn respectfully replied, "Yes." The old woman praised her. "What a lovely child. I had just as much energy as you when I was young." The man beside her looked at his wife fondly and said, "You are still lively and lovely now." Watching the affectionate couple, Evelyn smiled to herself. They both seemed rather old, but they appeared to be in very good health and were still deeply in love. The old woman asked, "Where are your parents? Why did they let you two come out alone?" Evelyn waved her hands. "We are friends, not siblings. Our families are quite close, so we often have chances to go out together." With the wisdom of experience, the old woman smiled. "I understand. So you're a little pair of lovebirds." Evelyn hurriedly tried to explain. "No, we are not." The elderly couple looked at each other affectionately and said, "The first time we came here, we were about your age. That street lamp over there has gradually grown old with the passing years, just as we have. It used to be a very famous attraction for couples." Evelyn looked at the street lamp they indicated, wanting to know what made it so special. The old woman said, "It is old and broken now, but it was once a place every couple wanted to visit. It was created to support the warding spirits that protect this place. Such warding spirits cannot be violated according to the will left behind by their owner. When the owner passed away, street lamps were built upon the warding spirits' foundations, casting sacred light to guide people. It happened hundreds of years ago, so it is difficult to know what is true. What has been passed down sounds much like a legend." Evelyn asked, "Did that street lamp still work when you were young?" The old woman said, "Yes, but it rarely lit up." "Then was it not broken?" Evelyn asked. The old woman continued her story. "It only shines under certain special circumstances. People say that it can help you find your true love. If you hold your beloved's hand beneath that lamp, and it suddenly lights up, then the person before you is your soulmate for life." Castet did not seem particularly interested and indifferently said, "It is probably just a coincidence." Evelyn silently scolded him for pouring cold water on others again. The old woman continued smiling. Because the warding spirit's power protects it, the street lamp may have become old and broken long ago. But whenever it lights up, the sight is still extraordinarily dazzling, as though an entire sea of stars has appeared before your eyes. At the mention of a sea of stars, Evelyn looked at her hand and thought, could it resemble the sight I saw when I released divine power in the temple? An idea suddenly flashed through her mind. The elderly couple also suggested, "Since you have come all this way, would you two like to try it? Perhaps you will receive the warding spirit's blessing." Castet hesitated slightly and asked, "Did you not say it was broken?" With her experience, the old woman immediately understood what he was thinking and teased. "Oh my, are you afraid it will not light up?" Having been hit right where it hurt, Castet froze, his face turning bright red as he could not say a word. "It is not exactly broken. It is simply that no one has received the warding spirit's blessing for a very long time. Since then, the warding spirit has never lit up again. Still, I have always hoped that one day it would awaken once more." At that moment, the server came to tell the elderly couple that their food had been served. Before returning to their table, the old man leaned close and whispered something into Castet's ear. Not knowing what the old man had said, Evelyn watched Castet blush furiously. The old man smiled brightly and said, "Good luck, my boy." She had no idea why he had reacted that way. She stared intently at the street lamp. The old couple had said that if it was a warding spirit, it must operate on divine power. If that was true, then perhaps giving it a little divine power would make the warding spirit awaken again. After finishing their meal, the two left the restaurant and were about to head back, but Evelyn approached the street lamp. Having been taught at the temple, she wanted to try channeling a little divine power into it. She thought that all it needed was a small amount of divine power. But unexpectedly, she could not control it. In only a moment, she felt uncomfortable and pained before collapsing. Fortunately, Castet caught her. Deeply worried, he asked, "What happened? Are you all right, Evelyn?" She did not dare tell him the truth and only said, "I'm fine." My arms and legs suddenly lost all their strength. Inwardly, she complained bitterly. All of her divine power had been drained away. She had nearly fainted. Did that heartless warding spirit have no conscience? The street lamp really did light up after she poured spiritual power into it. The light was so beautiful that the two of them could only stand there, mesmerized. "It's so beautiful." This was clearly not a phenomenon that could be explained naturally. It felt as though a warding spirit truly was sleeping here. Then she felt something falling. She held out her hand and caught it, only to find that it was a seed. She wondered, "Did you want to give this to me?" The street lamp flickered as though answering yes. Meanwhile, Castet was still holding her hand. Feeling Castet's hand around hers, she said, "You don't need to hold my hand anymore." Castet called her name as if he wanted to say something, and she turned toward him, wondering what he intended to say. But then her stomach suddenly growled, making him forget what he had wanted to say. She had eaten too many sweets and overused her divine power, so now she had indigestion. "I'm sorry, Castet. I didn't mean to, but my stomach suddenly hurt so much." Castet went to buy medicine for her and eventually helped her back to the hotel. Both of them looked utterly exhausted. Before thanking Castet and returning to her room to rest, she asked what he had wanted to say earlier. Castet looked embarrassed and awkward as he replied, "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Actually, the old man at the restaurant had told Castet a legend about that street lamp. If someone confessed to the person they liked beneath it, their chances of success would be absolute. When he held her hand and saw the lamp light up, he thought his chance had come. At that moment, Castet thought Evelyn looked incredibly beautiful beneath the shimmering light. But an unexpected interruption occurred. Paul came looking for Castet with an urgent letter from the capital. They had found a treatment for him, so the young master needed to depart and return as soon as possible. Castet was not happy at all. What he had feared for so long had finally come pass. Before returning to Monstera, everyone enjoyed the final days of the festival together. Not long afterward, Evelyn's parents also returned home. After discussing the matter of investing in Blamey's research with her father, she was fortunate enough to keep her promise to continue funding Blamey's work. Her father said it would also be a good way for her to become accustomed to making investment decisions. On the last day of the vacation, Blamey completed the dragon ring and gave it to her. Now, she could easily solve the issue of little bean size. She thought that things were gradually settling down. All that remained was to wait for Blamey to invent hair gel that could cure baldness. With the funding issue resolved, Blamey could focus entirely on her research. Evelyn wrote a letter to Aventius, but a few days later, May informed her that the letter she had sent him had been returned. May had asked at the monastery, but they said there was no one by that name there. Evelyn did not know what had happened to Aventius, but she had not expected the monastery to claim that no such person existed. She could only ask May to send someone to inquire about Aventius' situation. Today, Castet was sitting outside alone again. She did not know why he kept sitting absent-mindedly by himself every day. It was cold outside, and catching a cold would be no good. She walked over with an unhappy expression and said, "If you're going outside, you should dress more warmly. Can't you see how cold it is? Your health is already poor, so you need to be even more careful." Castet only gave a cold, indifferent. She took his hand and asked, "Is something wrong? You've been acting strangely ever since we returned from Hisia." Castet only wanted to know how she would feel if he had to return to the capital. Caught off guard, she became a little flustered. "I don't know. Why are you suddenly asking that? Did news come from the capital? Do you have to go back? Is there good news?" After hearing her answer, Castet became even more unhappy. He fell silent with a dark expression, then suddenly stood up and said, "You seem quite happy about me returning to the capital." While she was still confused and wanted to ask what was wrong, Castet did not answer. He left, saying that it was too cold outside. No matter how she called him, he went indoors, leaving her alone in the snow to mutter to herself, "I didn't mean it that way, you idiot. Who said I wouldn't be sad? But if you don't return to the capital, how will you ever get better?" When she entered the room, she found her parents sitting there in low spirits. A letter had arrived from Duke Iko. After reading it, she could not believe it was true. She asked her father, how could this happen? Why did Castet refuse to return to the capital? They finally found a way to treat him, so why won't he go back? She had wondered why he had been acting so strangely lately. She had never expected this to be the reason. But why would he refuse to return? There had been no such plot point in the novel. Her father thought that Castet had gradually grown attached to this place. Suddenly having to leave his friends would not be easy for him. Still, Castet was a sensible boy and surely understood that returning to the capital for treatment was the right thing to do. Therefore, her father believed they should give Castet time to calm down. They should let him think a little longer before making his own final decision. Evelyn knew that no matter how mature Castet seemed on the outside, he was still only 12 years old. Could they really leave it to a child to decide whether to accept treatment while he was struggling with such a life-threatening illness? The next day, in Castet's room, Paul knelt and begged him, "Young master, you cannot keep doing this. If you continue delaying, His Grace the Duke will be furious." Castet stood with his back turned, looking out the window. With a cold expression, he said, "I told you already. I'm not going back. If you keep trying to persuade me, I'll be upset too. If you understand, then leave." Faced with Castet's firm attitude, Paul could only obey and leave. Outside, Evelyn encountered Paul. She seemed to have guessed what was happening. When she opened the door, Castet was still standing by the window. Thinking it was Paul, he coldly said, "I told you to get out." She gently said, "Castet, it's me. I want to talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm not feeling very well right now, so let's talk another time." Evelyn did not leave. She wanted to know why he was doing this. It wasn't easy to find a way to cure your illness. Why are you so determined not to go back? Hearing her words, Castet unconsciously clenched his hand into a fist. "Of course, you must really want me to return to the capital. Without me, you'll have one less burden and can happily spend time with your friends." As he spoke, Evelyn moved closer to him. "Who said I'd be happy for you to leave? You know perfectly well that I don't mean that. Why are you so determined to refuse treatment? Are you afraid that something might go wrong?" Castet said no. Evelyn put a hand on Castet's shoulder and raised her voice. "Then why? Do you want to remain sick for the rest of your life?" Castet's heart was in turmoil. He gritted his teeth to suppress his frustration, but did not dare tell her the truth. He turned around and shoved away the hand on his shoulder, shouting, "Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you." But he used too much force, causing Evelyn to lose her balance and nearly fall backward. Realizing that his anger had made Evelyn fall, Castet anxiously grabbed her hand. But he pulled too hard, and the two of them accidentally kissed. Castet anxiously asked again and again, "Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" But Evelyn was dazed by the kiss and could no longer hear what he was saying. Her face turned bright red as she touched her lips and thought about what had happened. "We didn't touch, did we?" Castet also realized what had just happened and reacted no differently from her. Stammering, she said, "We didn't touch." The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. Trying to calm herself down, she shyly turned her head away and said, "We really didn't touch. We just bumped into each other from a little too close." Unlike her flustered state, although Castet was embarrassed, he seemed to enjoy it a little. "We did touch." He had not expected their lips to truly meet. Evelyn still did not want to believe it. She panicked at the thought that she had kissed the male lead. Overwhelmed, she turned and ran away, unwilling to accept that it had happened. Afterward, she decided to avoid Castet and went straight to Elisa's house. She truly did not have the courage to face Castet after that incident, though she knew she could not avoid him forever. Seeing Evelyn looking so troubled, Elisa worried deeply. She hugged a teddy bear and brought it over to comfort her. "Isn't it cute? This is my favorite stuffed bear. It's best at listening. I'll lend it to you especially today, because it seems like you have a lot on your mind. Did something happen at the main house?" Evelyn was silent for a long while before deciding to tell Elisa the truth. After hearing her story, Elisa went crazy. So furious that she tore at the fabric of a pillow. She screamed, "You kissed him?" Elisa's reaction frightened Evelyn pale. No, it was an accident, but Elisa was not happy at all. Her face darkened as she said furiously, "That guy said neither side would attack Evelyn during the alliance period, yet he dared to go back on his word? He must have a death wish." Elisa wanted to know how Evelyn felt about the accident. "If you care this much, then you must feel something in your heart. How do you feel?" Faced with Elisa's question, Evelyn had to ask herself the same thing. That was right. Why did she care about this so much? It was only an accident when Castet had tried to stop her from falling. Was she afraid of the male lead's revenge because she had accidentally stolen his first kiss? She knew she had stopped worrying about that long ago, because she knew Castet would never do such a thing. Then what was she afraid of? She did not know why she felt this way, and could only say, "I don't know." Elisa comforted her. "If you feel too confused, you can take your time figuring it out. Maybe you're upset because you argued with him. Just stay here comfortably until you feel ready. It's getting late, so let's go to sleep." Evelyn thanked Elisa for listening to her. Thanks to Elisa, she felt much better. Elisa reassured her with a gentle expression and wished her good night. Once Evelyn had fallen asleep, Elisa's gaze turned murderous. She tightly gripped the stuffed bear, thinking about how to punish him. "Castet, you sly little devil. How dare he steal the lips of our precious Evelyn?" The next day, Elisa stormed to Evelyn's house and kicked Castet's door open. "Castet, get out here right now." But Castet looked even more miserable than Evelyn, as though he were on the verge of death. Castet asked, "What is it? Is that you?" Elisa walked over to him. "Who did you think it was? How dare you kiss Evelyn and make such a mess of everything? Evelyn told you that? About the kiss?" Elisa became angry again. What else would it be? Evelyn has been so shocked that she's cried herself dry since yesterday. Castet behaved like a child remorseful over doing something wrong. She cried? Does she hate me that much? Seeing him like that, Elisa could not stay angry. "I don't know. Evelyn has just been acting strange. What are you going to do now? Even if it was an accident, that was still her first kiss. Don't think I'll let this go so easily." When Elisa asked what he intended to do, Castet froze for a few seconds before interrupting her. "I'll take responsibility." Elisa stood there blankly, as if she had to hear it again. Castet solemnly repeated, "I will take responsibility for what I did. I don't have to report this to you, but rest assured, I won't leave things unresolved." Elisa inwardly cursed him. This annoying boy. She had planned to match Evelyn with someone gentle like him. She certainly did not wish for his illness to worsen, but judging by Evelyn's expression, Elisa could guess part of how she felt. She could only accept the feelings between the two of them. With her hands on her hips, Elisa warned him, "You'd better keep your word. If you've made up your mind, then do something. Don't leave Evelyn feeling awkward. You don't need to tell me. I will." After speaking with Castet, Elisa returned to persuade Evelyn to go home. Lying on the bed, Evelyn silently blamed Elisa. She had not even prepared herself mentally before being sent back home. Elisa really was awful. How could she betray the organization like that? She lay there unable to sleep when she heard Castet outside, asking whether she was asleep. She sat up in alarm, confused as to why he had suddenly come to see her. Castet wanted to talk to her, so she had no choice but to agree. The two sat down at a table. After an awkward silence, they both started speaking at the same time, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Finally, Evelyn spoke. "About what happened the other day, I think I was too harsh. I asked whether you wanted to stay here and remain sick until you died. I'm sorry for speaking so harshly. I was just worried." She told herself that was right. She had been afraid that the plot of the original novel would change because of her. She was afraid that her presence would create a butterfly effect and affect Castet. If Castet's return was delayed, something bad might happen. That was why she had kept feeling uneasy. She had thought she would not affect the main characters or the story, but Castet's refusal to return made it clear that everything had already gone in a different direction. Castet said. You want to know why I refused to return, don't you? The reason I've delayed going back is because of you. Evelyn stared blankly, unable to understand what she was hearing. Seeing her expression, Castet added, Don't you understand? You won't be in the capital I have to return to. Castet's sudden confession left her unable to believe her ears. Her face flushed red as she wondered what Castet was saying. He continued sadly, Here, you have the formed siblings and many friends, so you won't be lonely just because I'm gone. I know you'll forget me quickly and be happy again as before, but I can't bear it. Before Castet could continue, she interrupted him. Who said that? You are you. No one can replace your place in my heart. Evelyn looked a little displeased. Is that why you were hesitant to return to the capital? You thought I would simply forget you? I won't forget you. How could I, after we've been together for so long? Castet had not expected her to say that, and his eyes sparkled. The blush on his cheeks and his moved expression wiped away the gloom he had carried for so long. Feeling so happy, he wanted to make sure. You really won't forget me? Evelyn angrily slammed her hand on the table, jumped to her feet, and declared, Of course not, you idiot. I'm the one who should be saying that. As long as you don't forget me, I definitely won't forget you either. Evelyn stood up and held out her hand, wanting to make a pinky promise that they would not forget each other. Castet was overjoyed. He stood and walked toward her, saying, No matter how long we are apart or how far away we may be, I swear that I will never forget you. Instead of linking pinkies, Castet took her hand and gently kissed it like a gentleman. He was glad that he had come here. Evelyn's heart began racing at Castet's action and smile. Smiling so beautifully was unfair. The next morning, Castet was no longer in such a heavy mood. Castet apologized to and thanked her parents for everything during that time. Now, it was time for him to return to the capital for treatment. Her mother had not expected him to pack so hurriedly. He had only stayed for another week before leaving, and she felt somewhat sad, since he had put it off for so long. 1 week was the maximum time allowed to dispel the awkwardness of their unhappy farewell. Evelyn playfully teased him. It's Castet we're talking about. What could a little hardship like that possibly be? He'll recover in no time and return to Monsteris soon. Her parents suggested holding a farewell party for Castet. While the two happily discussed inviting many guests, Castet hesitantly voiced his opinion. Could we not make it too big this time? Would it be all right to invite only close friends, relatives, and family? Her father immediately agreed. Of course, it's your farewell party, Castet. You can decide however you like. Relieved by their approval, he sighed and thanked them. Evelyn praised him for doing well. She knew that in the past, Castet would have only hesitated before agreeing, unable to refuse anyone. But now he had learned how to say no. She hoped to see him grow even more in the future. The day before his departure, everyone was busily preparing food for the farewell party in the kitchen. With everyone's help, Evelyn made a cake for Castet, and they all teased the expression drawn on it. It looked exactly like Castet's usual expression. At last, the party began amid cheerful spirits. Some friends could not hold back their tears. Only Elisa looked unhappy. From the beginning of the party, Evelyn noticed that Elisa seemed upset, though she did not know why. Her father enthusiastically raised his glass to open the feast, and everyone became excited. It was hard to tell who the guest of honor was supposed to be. Evelyn urged Elisa and Castet to join the party before all the food was gone. But Elisa raised her hand to stop her, telling Evelyn to go ahead because she and Castet had something they wanted to discuss privately. Seeing how serious they both looked, Evelyn wondered what had happened between them. Elisa confronted Castet. Didn't you say you would take responsibility for Evelyn? Is this what you call taking responsibility? You're clearly running away. Castet firmly stated that he was not running away. Once his treatment was over, he would return. Elisa replied, How am I supposed to believe that? At that moment, Castet held out his hand and asked Elisa to form an alliance with him once again. Please stay by Evelyn's side and protect her until the day I return. Seeing how serious he was, Elisa could only sigh and accept. Then she teased him. You're leaving the meat unattended in front of Cat. Aren't you afraid? If someone better than you appears beside Evelyn, I might encourage him to steal her away. For example, someone as good as my older brother. Castet replied, That's exactly why I formed an alliance with you. You cherish Evelyn. You won't let unworthy men approach her. And besides, finding someone as good as me isn't easy. Elisa had to admit that what Castet said was true. She really did care for Evelyn. Still, his self-praise was so irritating that it made her ears itch. Elisa turned away and pretended not to care as she warned him. If you're not here, who else will protect Evelyn? Hurry back. Otherwise, Evelyn might marry my brother before you know it. She was as tsundere as ever. That night, Evelyn could not fall asleep no matter what she did. Had she eaten too much at dinner? At times like this, a cup of hot cocoa was the best. She carried her cocoa as she walked, deep in thought. She did not know what the two of them had talked about, but neither would tell her when she asked. Still, she knew it could not have been anything bad, since the two had gradually started getting along better lately. The relationship between the two main characters really was progressing quickly. As she gazed at the moon outside the window, she thought it looked especially beautiful tonight, just like Castit's hair, that mystical color always gleaming with silver. Her thoughts were interrupted when Castit called her name. They both asked why the other was still awake. Evelyn said she had been tossing and turning and could not sleep. Castit said, "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it? Everything is as bright as if night has not yet fallen." Evelyn did not understand why, but Castit looked especially handsome to her at that moment. She blushed in embarrassment. Seeing her stand there frozen, Castit leaned his face closer and called, "Evelyn." Startled, she blushed even harder. Flustered, she pushed Castit away. "You have to leave early tomorrow. Aren't you going to sleep?" Wanting to stay with her a little longer, Castit tugged at her sleeve and asked her to remain and talk with him for a while. The scene felt very familiar to her, as though it had happened before. As they sat and talked, Evelyn asked, "Do you remember, Castit? When I first came back from the temple with Ruby, you held me tightly and refused to let go. I think I understand how you felt then." His cheeks flushed slightly as he asked curiously, "What do you think I felt?" Evelyn smiled, worried and then relieved. "Sad because you could not be there when the person you cared about needed you. It's such a strange emotion. It's hard to sum it up in a single word." She asked, "Are you afraid?" "Of course I am. But you said I would be all right, so I'm no longer afraid." "Of course. Everything will be fine. You'll be all right." Evelyn thought that, after all, he was the male lead. How could he possibly fail to recover? "I'll send you letters and flowers. Then I'll write back to every one of them." Castit added, "If possible, I hope the flowers you include will be lilacs. They were the first flowers you gave me after I came here." Suddenly, her heart began pounding wildly as she looked at him. She did not understand why it had been beating like this so often lately. To hide her inner panic, she stood up, intending to return to her room. Unfortunately, she spilled her cocoa on Castit's slippers. Concerned, he asked, "Are you all right?" Fortunately, the drink had cooled down. Castit took off his own slippers and put them on her feet. "The floor is cold. We're mind back to your room. That's better, isn't it?" His actions and smile made her blush even more. This feeling was so strange. It was as though she cared about Castit. Castit did not understand why she was standing there silently in a daze. He called Evelyn. She apologized to Castit and claimed that she was sleepy and wanted to go back to her room first. She turned around and hurried back to her room. Castit could not understand why she had suddenly become so rushed. She even left the slippers behind. Did she hate them that much? Evelyn ran into her room, shut the door, and slumped onto the floor as she panted, as though all strength had left her. She wondered when she had started paying so much attention to Castit's every action. How had things ended up this way? She had tried not to get too involved with him and had avoided interacting with him as much as possible. But at this rate, she would be no different from the Evelyn in the original story, who only realized her own feelings so late. She felt like such an idiot for not noticing her feelings for Castit all this time. The next morning, before Castit left, everyone in her family came to see him off. Castit noticed that Evelyn seemed unusually strange. She kept avoiding his gaze. He approached and asked, "Why did you run away last night?" Still looking elsewhere, she replied, "I did not run away. I just went back to my room to sleep." Castit stared at her, making her feel uncomfortable. She wished he would stop looking at her like that. Her heart was beating so fast it felt as though it would burst. She had only just realized how she truly felt. Castit did not believe she had hurried off merely to sleep. So he asked, "Did you know you even forgot one of your slippers?" Evelyn awkwardly scratched her cheek. "Oh, did I?" Paul came to urge Castit to depart quickly, breaking the awkward atmosphere between them. Castit politely thanked Evelyn's parents and bid them farewell. Evelyn waved goodbye to Castit. Castit stepped in front of her and held out his hand. "Is a simple goodbye all I get? At least give me a handshake." She thought it would only be an ordinary handshake, but Castit unexpectedly pulled her hand. He pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, "I'll miss you very much. Take good care of yourself, Evelyn." Now that she understood her own feelings, she truly wanted to hug him back, but she did not have the courage. She could only say, "I hope you take care of yourself, too." Castit patted her head again and smiled. After I leave, remember to open the second drawer of the desk in my room. When she asked why, Castet simply turned away, waved, and said, "See you again." The carriage gradually disappeared into the distance. She remembered when Castet had first arrived and how she had wondered how she could possibly endure it. She never expected the past year to pass so quickly. When she entered his room, it felt empty. She could truly feel that Castet had left. Following his instructions, she went to the second drawer to look for what he had left behind. Inside, there was a letter and a dried lilac. She had not expected him to have found the time to press it. It looked like the flower she had given him back then. In the letter, Castet wrote, "Evelyn, by the time you read this letter, I will probably have already set out for the capital. To me, the time I spent in Monstera was truly special because you were here. I endured sleepless nights caused by my lingering illness, and for the first time, I wanted to live so that I could remain by your side. Thank you for giving me the light of hope. One day, I hope I will have the chance to repay you with a truly special gift. I will miss these days in Monstera dearly. Take care, Evelyn. Until we meet again." She did not know whether Castet understood that lilacs symbolized first love. Perhaps he had only left it as a reminder of the first gift she had ever given him. Yet her heart would not stop fluttering. Covering her face, she felt as if she were going mad. She had realized her feelings the previous night. She simply had not dared to admit them. She had fallen for the male lead. Time flew by, and before she knew it, 8 years had passed. The two innocent, mischievous little girls of the past had grown into two beautiful young ladies. Evelyn was dozing in the garden when Elisa came to wake her, and the two began teasing each other again. Elisa told her that Evelyn's mother was looking for her. Evelyn guessed that it was probably to discuss her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. At the mention of it, she remembered Castet's promise. "I'll return after recovering quickly, and then I'll be your dancing partner at your coming-of-age ceremony." But since leaving, Castet had not replied to any of her letters. Part 1 of I Became Obsessed with the Sickly Male Lead ends here. How do you think the two of them will meet again? Today's episode has ended. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to support the channel.